this video, we'll be introducing 4 new items and a new character mechanic: the Magnet Gun, Jetpack, Personal AED, Respawn Beacon, and Quick Parachute. The Magnet Gun is a brand new weapon. It equips to the pistol slot. It can pull players or vehicles to a designated location at the cost of a slower movement speed. It can also be used for crowd control. Pull an enemy into the air so your teammates can eliminate them. If you're caught by the Magnet Gun, you can escape by repeatedly tapping the break free button to avoid getting eliminated. When traveling in a vehicle at high speed, it can be difficult to maneuver over rough terrain. You can use the Magnet Gun to reposition your vehicle for better travel efficiency. But remember, you can use the Magnet Gun to pick up a rock and use it as cover against incoming attacks. Throwing rocks at enemies is also an option. Next is the Jetpack, which can be equipped from the item menu. Upon reaching a certain forward velocity, movement speed greatly increases. You can use this to get around the map more quickly and be better equipped to handle different situations in battle. Additionally, the Jetpack comes with a rocket jet ability. Use it to briefly boost off the ground. It's great for helping you reach greater heights when facing off against enemies and buildings. What's more, it consumes energy rapidly in the air. Energy can only be replenished by returning to the ground. The Jetpack also comes with a magnetize ability that can be used with the rocket jet ability, increasing its potential even further. However, you can't switch to the speed form when you're using the magnetize ability. Do keep in mind that the Jetpack has a health bar, and it will be destroyed when its health is depleted. The Personal AED is yet another new item. A Personal AED icon will appear if you get knocked down while in possession of one. After using it, you will recover from the knocked down state. Each player may only carry one Personal AED, but be aware that moving during self-rescue interrupts the process. Then we have the Respawn Beacon. It can be picked up on the map, and each player can only carry one of them at a time. However, there's no limit to the number of times you can pick one up. Additionally, respawn chances are shared between Respawn Beacons, Respawn Cards, and Recall Towers. Teammates who've already used up their respawn chances can no longer respawn. Use the Respawn Beacon when your teammates are eliminated, and their flight path will pass over where you used it. Also, if you use this item while multiple eliminated teammates have respawn chances, you can recall all of them at once. Last is Quick Parachute, a new character mechanic. The Quick Parachute button will appear at a certain altitude while in midair. Tap it to immediately deploy your parachute. Tap the button again to put it away. You can use the Quick Parachute to get around more easily when traversing cliffs or tall buildings. That's it for this video. I'm sure you're already coming up with a bunch of other ways to use these items. Try them out in the new version now. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. In the version 3.2 themed mode, we've added Mecha Combat. 3 mecha vehicles are available: the Levitron, Strider, and Armamech. Let's check them out. First is the 2-seater vehicle, Levitron. You can find it in the assembly base. The Levitron has 2 different forms: a speed form and magnetic form. You can switch between forms at any time. When moving about or entering the play zone, you can switch to the speed form for a faster top speed and higher hover height. You can also use Nitro Boost for a brief speed boost. Also, colliding with obstacles doesn't slow you down. You actually speed up by storing magnetic energy. When encountering enemies, you can switch to the magnetic form to activate the Magnetize ability, which can grab enemies, vehicles, and environmental objects and throw them to counterattack. Next is the Steel Arc and Assembly Base's all-new Strider. It can seat 2 players and has an enhanced jump that you can use when the situation calls for it. Additionally, the Strider has a missile launcher that can target designated areas and mark enemies that have been hit. If you encounter a blockade that you can't get past, try bombarding it with missiles to break through the enemies. Do keep in mind that when firing missiles, the Strider can still move slowly but can't jump. The Strider carries 10 missiles that can be replenished at the assembly base's repair station. Last is the Armamech. When a Levitron and Strider get close to each other, they can combine into an Armamech. The Armamech can also be directly summoned from the Steel Arc. It seats up to 4 players. After combining, the pilot of the Levitron becomes the pilot of the Armamech. The Armamech can also separate at any time. Furthermore, the Armamech has two weapons, the Levitron's Magnetize ability and the Strider's missiles. You can switch between these weapons at any time. The combined Mecha has improved combat capabilities. While advancing, the Armamech will gradually accelerate. It can also travel in the water. In addition, the Armamech has an enhanced jump with the support of the Levitron's jet propulsion, which lets it reach greater heights and further distances. Alongside better maneuverability, this ensures more accurate targeting and a marked increase in combat capability. That's all for this video. Discover for yourself more ways to have fun. Hurry and hop into Mecha in PUBG Mobile. In this video, we'll be going over some tips and tricks for the stages in the new version's themed mode, for you to have a better grasp of the content and a more enjoyable gaming experience. First, we have the Steel Arc, an industrial-style military base. 2 steel arcs will randomly spawn on the map at the start of a match. They serve as key locations in the mode and consist of many areas. You can find all kinds of supplies at the command post, dormitory, warehouse, and more. Also, you can board a wingman from the landing pad to evacuate, which takes you straight to the play zone. In addition, the Steel Arc contains many Levitrons and Striders, which you can combine into an Armamech. You can also summon an Armamech directly from within the Steel Arc. Once activated, the Armamech will automatically launch into the air. You can control it during your descent to choose an ideal landing spot, providing more fun and strategic choices. Assembly bases are very important locations. Several assembly bases can be found on the map, which are full of supplies. Striders and Levitrons also spawn here. An assembly base makes for an ideal landing spot because they can help you get ahead with supplies and mechas. In addition, each assembly base has an access card that you can use to open the door to the secret room and get loads of supplies. Repair stations are also found at assembly bases, which no mecha pilot can do without. There, you can replenish a mecha's health, fuel, and missiles. It's the best place to patch up your mecha after a fierce battle. That's it for this video. I'm sure you're all looking forward to experiencing all this new content for yourselves. Try them out in the new version now. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
ดวงไม่ค่อยดีเลยว่ะช่วงเนี้ย PMSL รอบไฟนอลแล้วด้วย
เปิดกล่องสุ่มไม่เคยได้ของดีๆ
ปากดีปาก
กูจัดการให้
คนอะไรคุยกับตูดไก่วะเนี่ย
โอ้โหขอลองของหน่อยวะเปิดกล่องสุ่มได้ของดีเพียบเลย
เฮ้ยเก็บดวงไว้ใช้ในทัวร์นาเมนต์มั่ง
แล้วดวง PMSL จะไหวไหมวะเนี่ย
ก็มัวแต่ขอของดีเปิดกล่องมันจะไปเหลืออะไร
ไม่มีของดีอะไรหรอกเกมเนี้ยเลดดรอปมันดี
โอ้ยเจ็บเกินเลยอ่ะ
ตรงจุด
โอ้ย
เอ้ยขอตรงจุดกว่านี้หน่อยดิ
ลงตรงนี้เลยนะ
เข้าเลยพี่ตรงจุด
เอ้ย
มาตัวหน่อยนะ
โอ้ใครอีกแล้วเล่นอะไรเนี่ย
เอาดีใครกันแน่
แบกมันทั้งชีวิตเลยเนี่ย
สกิลปากนี่ที่1เลยนะเอาไหมสักยกไหม
ก็ได้หมดอ่ะ
มา
ก็มาดิมีอะไรจะสั่งเสียเปล่า
จะเอาก็เข้ามาเข้าดิเข้าแล้วเนี่ย
ยิงดิ
ยิงดิ
เดี๋ยวกูไปอ้อม
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 2024 PMSL SEA Summer Final Day 3 สวัสดีค่ะ ขอต้อนรับทุกท่านนะคะเข้าสู่การแข่งขัน PMSL SEA Summer Final 2024 ค่ะ เป็นยังไงกันบ้างคะสำหรับการแข่งขันที่ผ่านมาทั้ง2วันโอ้โหวันนี้แฟนคลับนะคะทั้ง16ทีมสุดท้ายของเราอยู่กันที่นี่อย่างล้นหลามเลยทีเดียวและที่แน่นอนค่ะวันนี้ในช่วงเวลานี้เรามีอีก1แมตช์สำคัญนะคะที่เรียกได้ว่าเป็นแมตช์ที่พิเศษสำหรับแฟนคลับของเราทุกท่านเลยนะคะซึ่ง today I would like to welcome for all of you we have a special lineup for today is Mecha Mayhem Brotherhood Rampage and Valve mode is Robot Fighting Battlefield is going to be epic 8 versus X Battle in a Bowl 3 format as well ซึ่งสำหรับวันนี้ค่ะเรามี2ผู้เล่นที่ไม่น่าเชื่อว่าเขาจะมาอยู่บนเวทีกับเราในวันนี้นะคะ so please welcome incredible player with us today and please give a big round of applause for the G9 and D2E right here up on the stage ขอเชิญทั้ง G9 แล้วก็ D2E เลยค่ะขอเชิญค่ะเป็นยังไงบ้างคะซึ่งสำหรับวันนี้นะเพื่อไม่ให้เป็นการเสียเวลานะคะ so ladies and gentlemen we have just played a basic game it's just for the rock paper and scissors to choose your playmate to join your game today right ซึ่งเดี๋ยวเราจะให้ทั้ง2ท่านนะคะเป่ายิงฉุบกันค่ะเพื่อเลือกนะคะทีมเมทว่าใครจะมาจอยกับทีมทั้ง2ท่านบ้างนะคะว่าใครจะเป็นคนเริ่มต้นก่อนนะคะโอเคนะคะ1 2 3โอเค you win okay you choose first your teammate first
PS11 ครับ
โอเค alright so your turn
เอาเป็นโทนี่ครับโทนี่เค
โทนี่เค please welcome and next
เมสบินทอเลสครับ
มาเลยค่ะ okay which continues goes to เลือกเลยค่ะ
อินโดนีเซียโรสแมรี่ครับ
from the Indonesia
โรสแมรี่แล้วใครอีกบูมยัมมี่ครับ
บูม
ยัมมี่
from Indonesia please welcome and continues this goes to
มาเลเซียอาดิลุก
please welcome to Malaysia อยู่ไหนคะ
พี่เอิญกับพี่เอาไว้ดิเวียดนามชาโดเอาไปแล้วดีบิกโอเค
alright okay please stop for this side as well
เวียดนามเนติ
please welcome and next we continue with
มาเลเซียยูไฮ
ยูไฮ from Malaysia the face ofยูไฮ is like what is going on โอเคทางนี้ค่ะเชิญเลย
เทนดิ้ง แวมไพร์นูซี่ครับ
อนุสิเชิญค่ะ และ
เบสแคนนายน้อยครับ
เชิญค่ะ
นี่ครับ เอาอันนี้
มาเลย อยู่ฝั่งนี้ค่ะ โอเค ready size and
ซีเนียครับ
โอเค please welcome
ยังตีครับแฟส
โอเค so ladies and gentlemen please give a big round of applause for all the ball teammates Woo! Alright so now ladies and gentlemen I think everything is all set without further ado let's start the game
I want to say welcome to the grand finals. Not yet, ladies and gentlemen. This is the show match for the PUBG Mobile Super Southeast Asia Summer 2024. And we're watching a very interesting show match featuring the Mecha mode. So, Choo-Choo, well, I remember you talked about wanting to see like some of the legends playing on stage. Technically, you got it.
Yep, that's kind of true. We do have G9 and D2E coming back. Not just that, almost the entirety of our IQOO Athena almost there, including even Annie. We have Bear as well. And that's going to be fun. They divide into two parts. E and also G9. And then, well, unfortunately, we don't have the twins of the Tachibana twins, but they still are in this tournament. So I guess they want to focus on the grand finals last day here coming from BTR Red Aliens, but the show match will be fun to watch. We do have Newsy playing the show match as well though.
Oh yeah, so finally we get to see Newsy in the grand final still. So looking forward to see this show match because it's going to be a very interesting mode. Now if you've played it in your own mobile, then you probably have an idea, but if it's your first time actually looking at this mode, I can tell you it's super duper fun. And you probably a little bit of a preview during the advertisement segment where they show the mechanics, and that is how it will be played basically.
Yep, we don't actually see the live action of it just yet, so this is going to be the very first time for us to actually witness its own action when it comes to the show match of the grand finals. It was a V8 if I'm not mistaken, their lineup just now, so I don't know what kind of map we'll be playing into.
It will be it should be a special custom map made for this mode. So well, besides just the mecha, there will be some contraptions and also some other unique weapons as well. And of course, it's going to be kick because you are 8v8. It's not like your usual TDM where it's 4v4. It's a bit more focused. This time, it's going to be 8v8 with a lot of mechas. Expect a lot of explosions and so. It's going to be real fun, especially the fact that we have all these legendary creatures playing on stage, bringing back some of the old memories at least.
Yeah, but we will have different mode entirely. It's not going to be the same PUBG Mobile since we do have the Mecha mode. But speaking of which, we're going to head into the show match very soon. We're waiting for the lobby to actually load up for that specific mode. But today is the last day of the grand finals, and today will be the last day which we get to know who will be advancing towards the World Championship later by today. Who will be in the top 5, because last time we saw of the top 5 race, it was a pretty close gap between a 5th down to even a 10th place, where there's only one spot for 5th place. We do know the top 4 already break all the 100 marks, so it's going to be a tight race here today.
I expect it to be dramatic towards the end, so you don't want to miss out on any of the action, including the match, obviously. And when it comes to the final moments, well, there'll be 6 games more. Of course, if we do end it right now, PMSL Esports will be champion because they are number 1. But we got 6 more games to go, and let's watch it out. The points are super duper close, so anything can still happen. But it's crowning the champions. Of course, it's also about how many teams or which other team can also get into at least the top 5 for the slot to the next stage. That will be valuable as well.
True. The top 5, the top 4 will go straight into the group stage of the Riyadh World Esports Championship, which is going to be the PMWC. And then there will be only 1 slot for the survival stage, which is going to be the 5th place up there. So it's going to be very limited amount of spot for the players and teams to just try to push as much as they can. But back to yesterday's conversation, can Alter Ego still make it, and as well as Vampires?
For them at this moment, probably. I mean, if they can come up super duper big and they need to hope that the teams on top don't really perform, them maybe. But I guess realistically, the teams up there, they are up there for a reason, right? So realistically, they might be happy if they are able to secure at least top 5 or top 4 slot into PMWC.
Yeah, but speaking of which, we should be waiting. I think the lobby should be up very soon. We're still waiting for it to happen, which is not happening yet. I don't know what is going on. But while waiting, we definitely want to kind of, I don't know what to predict. If you get to choose, I think I personally feel like just now D2E was actually on the right side with Tony K on this lineup, and G9 was actually on the left side that with BA on his lineup as a first starter for their team, right? So who do you go for when it comes to this twin legacy and also legendary players lineup?
Well, of course it's not regular mode, right? So it's kind of hard to predict. But if I were to be picking one, I'll probably pick G9. Yeah, just because between G9 and D2E, I'm a bigger fan of G9.
Okay, but I'm already with D2E because of his lineup. I think he took Rosemary as well as Sony K. Now that's going to be fun. We always put in our imagination, what will it be if the future, that is, if we don't have language barrier anymore in PUBG Mobile, if Tony K and Rosemary happen to be in the same lineup. We get to see a bit of glimpse of that. So maybe that's going to be the case. I think that he picked Rosemary just now, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, based on my gold memory, as always, I don't know. I should have taken notes on that. Yeah, but anyway, they made the draw like on the spot, right? So it wasn't like pre-planned or what. They rock paper scissors, and then they kind of decided from there on what on what they kind of prefer. So I guess they also kind of prefer like, that player seems kind of interesting, and that player seems kind of interested in their name, and it sounds kind of fun to play with them, and maybe that's why they just kind of like mash here and there and see what comes up later on.
We're still waiting for the lobby to load. We're gonna have to wait if we're gonna see the game anytime soon and what kind of a map it will actually bring to us, because we haven't know the Mecha mode map just yet. But you know, this is a show match. Don't take it too hard, guys. It's just for fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I remember back when we used to have like this show match where you have all the teams, like you play a regular PUBG Mobile round with all the teams that's playing for that day, and no one wants to win the show match. Nobody wants to win the rubber chicken because there's this show match that all the teams want to avoid. And I also remember that there were many times that, let's say if you're making it to like top 2 in that show match, right? And then you purposely want to win. You're like, okay, I will just need myself or something and let the rubber chicken go to D, because there's always this talk back in the day of like, okay, if you win the rubber chicken, which called the team that wins the show match, you don't do well the entire day. But, because right now everything's all mixed up, it's not that regular format, so I think it's to be taken to that extent, but they'll just play it for fun then.
Yeah, but speaking of which, you do have like regular players of the main team, including Alter Ego. I mean, Rosemary, that maybe this is what he needed to. maybe the rubber chicken will actually make it happen for the team, because without the rubber chicken things didn't go well for them. Maybe with the rubber chicken something will happen for the next few maps.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Then, if that's still going to be the case, then it's going to be kind of scary for maybe the teams that will. We'll keep an eye on that, because it's a good mix, at least. Aside from the retires, of course, for all the other players, it's almost okay. There's no mix. There's no mix. Like, even though we have Tony K and Muzi on different teams, if I recall correctly, that is. But if that's going to be that, at least it's like well balanced between both sides in terms of like all the teams. So if let's say that one team gets that rubber chicken dinner, then maybe the fact like multiple teams at the same time, or maybe just individual. I don't know. This is all just like what do we call this? A superstition, of course. Take it too seriously.
Yeah, it's just a rubber chicken, guys. I don't know if there's even a chicken available when it comes to the Mecha stage here. I don't know how you actually win it. Is there even a chicken exist? But yeah, and speaking of which, we're still waiting for the lobby to actually happen. And if you guys happen to be looking at me in my static picture, that means I'm so sorry. I have to apologize publicly now, because this might happen a multiple times here today because of me. Okay, it's not about production's been great, they've been amazing, but from my end, I am super not well here today. I was supposed to go to emergency, but I didn't go to emergency for the hospital. So if I cannot withstand the pain right now, I will just put a static pic, but you guys still gonna hear me like a sort of a radio talk. I don't know, it's like a podcast, but so far it's gonna be okay. I'll try to just withstand it for as much as I can for the entire day.
Yeah, and we may have a signal here, so I'm sure everyone's anticipating to watch as well as just like all of us, because yeah, we did see like the advertisement and you probably game for yourself, but at the end of the day, it's also looking to see how these pro players who are very highly mechanical, skilled players, to how they work out this kind of game. And yeah, it's all fun and games at the end of the day. And of course, it's also to a certain extent a good warm-up for all these teams or all these players to really show just flexing their fingers, you know. Normally, before they start a regular match, they themselves will do their own regular warm-ups, and they can also take this as an opportunity to really warm up. But it's like we're going to have a graphic here, and this is again the teams that will be playing. There you go. Thank you so much for reminding us.
D2E, like I mentioned before, it's gonna be Tony K, Rosemary. This is gonna be a fun bunch. Tony K, Rosemary, and Adil seems to be in the same lineup. Even with Nuzi, this is probably gonna be our dream team for next PMSL.
Oh yeah, okay, Nuzi, Tony K. So they're in the same lineup, so we can break them up. Interesting. So very high fragging. Okay, Nuzi, K, Rosemary, and Adil. So at least in the modern era, the top fraggers. And if I were to look on the other side, I would say Yuhai and Yami, top fraggers for within the lab. But of course, they have a very strong mix as well. You got a strong mix in Gene in the lineup as well. So if I were to like relook this again, now we have a good clear of who's on which side. At this moment, it does look like D2 has a lot more firepower in them.
Yep, I did mention that before. Yeah, so it's all down to teamwork, because we have a lot of top fraggers up here. So it's all down how they can actually strategically try to align each role for all the players that have high firepower.
Yeah, okay, we got the smile. Alright, Ernie on screen, ladies and gentlemen, in case you have not for a while. Obviously, this is how it looks like right now. Still looking pretty sharp, and of course, he has a lot of interesting. He has anything live right now, being under the limelight of showbiz and all that. So glad to see him back here, able to spend some time being on the PUBG Mobile page. And well, he probably has been playing casually or playing scrims. I don't know. But in this mode, hopefully he's prepped up for it. But anyway, his lineup is pretty stacked, so maybe his teammates can really do something to really help the team.
Yeah, but speaking of the team, they even take seriously when it comes to show match, because this is actually a good start for the teams that are actually competing for the grand finals here today. This is going to be a good show match for them because it will be the warm-up that they needed before the game even starting off in Sanhok later on. So the teams that's playing here, they want to take advantage of the show match as much as possible. But speaking of which, well, it's 8v8. No Mecha, no nothing, I guess. It's going to be just the usual 8v8, but there's going to be a different map entirely.
Yeah, so this is a custom map, custom mode just for this game, ladies and gentlemen. So let's see who will score the first one. So Young T scoring the first blood. But then again, quick counter from the side. Now they're back on 2v2 in terms of score. Because the objective is 25 points and the team will be crowned the champion.
Ernie coming into a side of G9. Now they have to realign. It's gonna be new lineup, just form a team with no communications due to, I mean, maybe they have different side of communication when it comes to gameplay, but it's gonna be also the legacy players, the legendary players coming back with the firepower, still strong though. And speaking of G9, D2, even Ernie, they can just have back their old days like it was nothing yet.
Now I'm wondering with the level of firepower that they have, do they even bother to get the Mecha? Hopefully they do, so that you see exactly how it is played here by all these amazing players. Oh, we do have the Mecha now, and that gives extra protection, that gives different kind of weapons as well, and of course movement speed on the battleground. So having the Mecha definitely gives an edge when you're on it.
Peanut butter. D2E. Young. Back to Rosemary. Unfortunately, it's going to be UI. UI taking the flank side so great. My G9 still taking the front line. Fearlessly going in this fight. He has not been playing for the past 4 years or 3 years. It's been amazing. Looking how the side of D2E team seems to be over the lead, over the top when it comes to the numbers. 18-10. Close enough to finish off their first round. It's just going to be 7 more points to go.
And we saw the Mecha usage once. Now the Mecha is in the middle of the battleground. Even games with Mecha are so difficult. Look at this. The firepower, long range, medium range. They're just trading blows with each other. Getting to the Mecha itself is such a big chore. And we get close to the objective of 25 with the blue side here doing very well.
Yep, Team D2E taking the lead. 2 or 3 more points to go. They're gonna be done. Who will be the last one? Last one, Team D2E is just overwhelmingly so good at their firepower. Here comes the Mecha bots coming in with a missile. Oh boy, this is not great. Oh, Rosemary, Newsy, and that's gonna be victory for the first round in the best of T between the teams of D2E versus G9, your legendary players.
With 8v8 hitting 25, shouldn't take that long. About like 5 minutes for the round to end. So in case you guys want to have fun as well, you can check out inside the game, and it is available right now. And you can it comes with a very different mechanic. So it's not only about just straightforward shooting. You have all these different weapons, including the Mecha, for you guys to try out. Oh, yeah, to try it out in the game as well, and let us know maybe in the comment section what you feel about the game, because we'd also like to hear what you guys think about this game mode. Maybe stay in the game itself forever, and you can have all these fun with your friends. It's a party mode game.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be fun to watch. I mean, the best of 3 when it comes to D2E teams seems to be very powerful, overwhelming, and I have to give it to D2E. The way he picks his teammates is remarkably well. He knows exactly what he wants. Compared to G9, he gets the first pick, by the way. And if you guys don't know, that's gonna be Bear. Also, Ernie, if you guys want a bit of an update of IQOO Athena, we have 4 of the players playing in Bear, D2E, G9, as well as Ernie. Ernie also already on the rise for being an actor. He's already an actor now. Surprisingly, that's not many communication for I don't know how they talk when you have Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, and Thai players all together. Some of them can speak English great, but some of them don't.
And I guess it's just like, okay, whatever you do, just shoot. Just look and shoot. You see somebody, you shoot. You see anything moving, you shoot. You see making, you shoot. Everything, you shoot. Just stay focused on shoot. And I guess that's why so like the usage of Mecha once at the beginning of the Mecha and the other one towards the end. So it's like, okay, just shoot. That is the instruction for both of these teams. And ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't had enough of it, we're prepping for the next round. As you can see, the teams that are getting into the lobby, and hopefully we'll be able to see more Mecha action.
Yep, when it comes to Mecha just now, we don't get to see a lot of them to actually use that. Maybe one of the many reasons, the moment they step into the arena, they're going straight for the open fire. And nobody can actually hop into the Mecha. But it was pretty cool. You see the missiles rapidly just swarming around the center just now. But it didn't actually connect to anybody just. Imagine if we have that kind of firepower in the grand finals, in the real tournament now. That's going to be scary.
Well, frankly speaking, I wouldn't mind seeing that in the actual tournament. I think it will bring a dynamics. But we are going on to game number 2. So here we go between these two teams. So everyone prepping up, getting into position, their loot as well, and fire away. And one thing interesting of this mode is that you will have unlimited bullets. So you can just shoot all you without needing to worry about ammunition.
Yep. Ammunition is unlimited. And that's going to be the dream ammunition that everybody wants to be in the grand finals, which we saw a lot of problems when it comes during the match of the game. Every time that happens, we're always running low on resources, but this time not so much. Wow, Rosemary shutting down D2E, and it's gonna be a team D2E having to fall back. Look at how different it is. Team G9 seems to be taking the lead this time.
Oh yeah, but of course they can still do battle, but they need to stay focused here. Got about 25 more seconds. Mecha comes down, and then it's going to be a race towards getting the Mecha. And also, they can use throwables, but their throwables are limited. And interesting enough, you can see a mixture between throwables as well as long-range shots. Everyone's using an M4, and Shadows are rushing in with the close quarters combat, but he really got taken out.
Nate T, the Xavier's G9's down. Young still coming in. But if we look at Nate T, his 6 eliminations on that side. It's 4-13. What is going on? It feels like a bit of a flip of a coin between D2 and G9. And G9 want to come back with a big win now. And it seems like they're pushing it to the brink. They can't even peek out for D2E's team that just won the first round.
I guess that's what happens if you gave them a warm-up round. And now they are in the game. Looking so far so good for G9, 17 to 8 this moment. And again, the opportunity to achieve 25 points, and we're all good. But you can see as well that their opponents are quite here, already hitting a double-digit mark at 11 versus 19.
Yep, back towards D2E, but this is going to be a G9 team. G9 team's taking the lead still. UI on the other end. Yummy Males seems to be in the center. And it seems like the red team taking the lead. I think this is probably going to be a different outcome here this time. Last time we had the blue won over. And one more point to go. It's going to be them winning this time. Victory on the red team.
And who needs mechas if such firepower, ladies and gentlemen? They just go all in, fighting each other, just shooting with their M4s, helping mates all around. And yeah, I mean, if they have that level of firepower, I mean, we're talking about all these players. Probably the level of firepower is even bigger than having a mecha, so might as well just all in shooting.
Yep, speaking of which, is a 1-0 for now, assume, when it comes to the points. But on the side of the Infinity, I'm still thinking about the game, by the way. And speaking of which, Rosemary, you don't have any, there's no team talk here, guys. There's 8 players, it's basically 2 teams in one. But look at how I have to give it to the veteran players there. We're talking about D2E, G9, and even Bear that we haven't seen for quite some time. They still have the edge. If they still want to go and play in tournaments, I think they can. Hopefully we have the senior league, probably Circle in the future, just to have the comebacks of the veterans.
Wow, senior league. Okay, we gotta have more seniors now just to make it like 64 at least. Ooh, but it has to be like across like multiple countries, of course. It only like Thailand, for example, then probably not gonna get that many senior legendary players. But that will be fun. That will be fun. I'll definitely vouch for that, and I think that will bring back a lot of a nostalgic feeling to, especially the viewers who are even back in the day, and back in the day where the point system was in the mark of hundreds up until now, where the point system is very, very different. So it will be fun to see them coming back again and forming proper teams, and you put proper prize pool with maybe a nice trophy to go with it. Definitely want to see how that goes.
Yeah, me too. And of course, this contract joining in as Chuchu will be taking a little back to for the moment. Well, this is definitely going to be a big moment for all these squads out there, as they're really feeling good on this final day.
What's going to be superb is that we're going to watch another match. All right, here we go. And looks like we are getting in the next game. And soon we will see what's going to happen in the next game. I mean, it's a 1v1 for now. And it will be really interesting to see what happens here in the next round. Now, fun matches all the way. And I wonder whether we'll see any Mecha game. But you know what? If players can substitute, casters can substitute as well.
That's right. And this is Contract here joining alongside with Sir Cloud. Unfortunately, Chuchu will have to take a break as she's under the weather for the day. But you know what? The show goes on. We wish her a speedy recovery. Now, this is definitely a very huge day for all the players on board. As you can see, that game phase is already on. We'll definitely want to see what they turn up in this upcoming map, because there's gonna be any moment that they'll be holding back.
You know what? This is a proof that Contra scammed me, you know. Not only scammed me yesterday, but also scammed me like an hour ago.
Oh boy.
Wow, we know. This is one of those moments there. You know, I know moments.
Yeah, for context, I was supposed to beat him up, and somebody's here got a book launch not too long ago, so you guys can go ahead and check it out. Feel free to, visit his socials, and you'll find out a whole lot more. So, what am I missing out for today, other than, the fair?
I was about to get to there, but yeah, thank you. Well, I guess speaking about missing, you probably miss all these amazing players. I mean, name them, right? Ernie, D2E, G9. Just putting their names up there is like, brings back a lot of nostalgia feeling. And they will continue on their reunion here in number 3.
Yeah, it's really great that we have these players back. It really throws me back to the days of PMCO, especially in this mode. And so we're gonna have a whole lot of good time. Already shots being fired onto Yuhai's legs. At least it's not too shabby after all. We managed to survive, but take a look at this strategy. They're going for the left flank as nades are flying all across the corner. Still, no takes down yet coming from Team Yuhai for the moment.
Yes, but it's 4-3 now. Looks like both teams really want to win this. In Game 1, it was the blue side. Game number 2, it was the red side. So this is pretty much a decided game for both of them. And we will based on like the points collected so far, like both really want it onto it.
And we're looking at long-range exchanges coming through. Nate finding one alongside with Rosemary's help. What an angle that they've gotten right there, and Shadow's going to look for a whole lot more as Peanut Butter tries to push through, looks for D of ESG, almost cleaning him down, but he's not going to find it yet.
Oh, 8-7 now. ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be super duper close. But we're about 10 more seconds before we see Mecha summoning platform start. And there will be probably one of the bigger changes between the two teams. Who will gain that Mecha might have the upper hand?
And taking a look right now, Team G9 leading the fray with 3 frags and still adding more points to the tally. They got to find ways to push through, but things are looking really tough for G9 side as they are definitely being held all the way back. D2E, they got to strategize once again because they cannot afford to push out like that.
Well, I'm all in Team G9. I booked them first, so yeah, but they team Ernie, and the loser actually has to abide. So yeah, right now I'm leading 19-20. Yay!
Looking really good so far for the side of Team G9. C1 is really holding down the line there on the right flank. Meanwhile, we see even all these mortars being shot into place, and it's going to be a great shove, holding themselves back. But AT so far looking for a stellar win for the rest of Team G9.
You know what, Contra, to an extent, I mean, if you're like casual player the game and you're playing this mode, great to like use the Mecha and then whatever things there are in the game. But if you have a level of firepower as these guys have, they don't need Mechas. They probably can shoot better than the Mechas themselves.
Yeah, I would say so. You just take a look at how well Rosemary as well as Nate T could just rely on, you know, the classic M4s and such in order to secure all these long-range shots. It really didn't feel like, hey, I need to utilize all these brand new equipments to get myself all powered up. It just shows you how tough these players are when they compete in the Super League.
Oh yeah, it's like a, well, I wouldn't even call it a preview anymore because you're on the last day and not be every.
Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, now please give a big round of applause for the welcome RRQ player to come over here for an interview. ขอเสียงปรบมือต้อนรับ RRQ หน่อยค่ะ เดี๋ยวขอเชิญหน้าตรงนี้เลยนะคะ เดี๋ยวเชิญมาทุกท่านเลยก็ได้นะคะ Okay, actually you can stand here for the first one second, please. All right. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 person. ทุกท่านคะชมการแข่งขันเมื่อสักครู่นี้เป็นยังไงกันบ้างคะ Okay. For the fast, the quick interview right here. So actually, the first one you can for the answer my question for. The first thing I would like to know that how do you feel about the competing for today, that show match and the getting back to the stage after the long time.
ก็วันนี้รู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับกับการได้กลับมาเล่นในโชว์แมตช์วันนี้แล้วก็การได้กลับมาอยู่บนเวทีครั้งหลังจากที่ไม่ได้ขึ้นเวทีมานานมากๆแล้ว
ก็รู้สึกสนุกครับมันไม่ได้เล่นนานแต่ว่ากลับมาเล่นมันก็ฟิลเดิมแล้วก็บรรยากาศการแข่งขันก็ความรู้สึกก็เหมือนตอนที่เรายังแข่งอยู่ตอนนั้นก็ฟิลก็จะประมาณนั้น
We are happy about it. It's really fun and all the feeling that we have been past in few years are back to us. We are really happy about this.
All right. So for the second question is any unexpected in this challenger or surprise during this match?
ก็ระหว่างเล่นโชว์แมตช์เมื่อกี้เราเจอความท้าทายหรือว่าเราเจอเรื่องเซอร์ไพรส์อะไรบ้างไหมครับระหว่างเกม
ก็เซอร์ไพรส์เป็นหุ่นยนต์มีคนขี่ครับ
Maybe it's about the robot, all of them riding the robot to us.
All right. Okay, so we go to the next question. Can you share any behind the scene that show match right here is or the surprise in during this match and this moment for the fun story from today this event?
พูดถึงหลังบ้านหน่อยครับว่าตอนมาถึงเราได้มีบรรยากาศสนุกกับเพื่อนๆหรือว่าเราได้ทำอะไรกันขำๆปั่นๆกันบ้างหรือเปล่า
กลับมา กลับมาเจอกันก็รู้สึกสนุกอยู่แล้วครับไม่ต้องอะไรกันละ
We are really happy that all of us are here together.
เอาละค่ะคำถามถัดไปนะคะ Is there any player that you look up to or that you feel is really too strong for this match today
มีนักกีฬาคนไหนหรือว่าเพลเยอร์คนไหนที่เราคิดว่าเขาเก่งมากๆในโชว์แมตช์ครั้งนี้ไหมครับที่เขาเฉิดฉายมาก
ๆที่เล่นเมื่อกี้ใช่ไหมครับ
ใช่ครับ
Rosemary ครับ
Of course Rosemary
for sure okay for the last question and share some word to all the your support and all your team today
มีอะไรอยากจะพูดถึงเหล่าแฟนๆที่มาชมแล้วก็เหล่าทีมต่างๆที่เข้าร่วมการแข่งขันในครั้งนี้ไหมครับให้กำลังใจ
ให้กำลังใจทุกทีมนะครับตอนนี้ก็ทีมไหนที่กำลังแข่งก็พยายามครับผม
All of the team that playing today try your best we are supporting you
alright so thank you very much for all of you please give a big round of applause alright so ladies and gentlemen back to our caster and players on all the game
Well, the very nostalgic moments, I must say. Even the players themselves said that it's nostalgic to be back together, playing in the same line, not technically the same line, playing together, but most importantly on stage. So with crowd watching and all, I mean, this just brings back all the memories.
Indeed, and I definitely do love to see them back in action. I hope that, they come out of retirement and just join us back here in the PMSL one day. Who knows if that is going to be a possibility, but that was some legendary names that we've had on board, and it's good to actually see them back, even for a little while. So definitely with that concluded, we're getting ourselves ready for the main event, the grand event, to see who will make it into the Esports World Cup and also who will take the title of this summer's PMSL.
Yes, and okay, since right now I'm sure the players are prepping themselves up, but for you, who do you, if you have that one team, right, who do you think will be the champion?
It's really tough where my heart as a Malaysian is leaning towards Yudu Alliance, but I'm also rooting for Boom Esports to go through as well. But let's take a look at the teams one more time, as these are your finalists that will compete for today. Realistically, we can see that majority of them still have a really good chance to be able to compete for the top 5 spot. Boom right now, sitting over on the top of the table, is looking mighty strong.
Yeah, not gonna lie about that, right? I mean, it has been a long journey for all these as well. Overall, they started with the league stage at the 8th of May and through 3 grueling weeks going through the league stage itself, the group stage, last chance qualifiers, Super Sunday and all that. And now, we actually made it to the grand finals, the final 8, the best 16 teams in these seasons of PMSL. And this was the format that they had to through.
That's right, we've already went through the entirety of the group stages, and also each Saturday run we see the last chance qualifiers to make it into the Super Sundays, and that's where they collected points. And we unfortunately have to say goodbye to another 8 teams that didn't manage to make the cut through those group stages. And now here we are in the grand finals, as they have already had the head start points carried forward into their initial run, starting from just the other day round, and that basically gives them a little bit of an upper hand to start off this finals. But even despite that, you could definitely tell that certain teams, they have already propelled ahead, even despite them not having that #1 spot.
Yeah, of course, these points will propel them ahead even further towards the trophy and also the moolah of $200,000 US. And besides all this, is also the slot to the PMWC, which will be a whooping amount of prize pool as well.
Indeed, and first, before we jump into action, let's take a look at our top 2 teams at the moment as we compare some of these stats. Boom Esports so far has been one of the most aggressive teams out there. We expect them to also rake up plenty amount of numbers per round, especially in the hands of Yummy Main. And also, when we take a look at the head-to-head, we have TALON Esports in the fray as well, with Axel having just as much of a firepower as Yummy.
Yeah, the points, the difference is just not too big. 2.0 versus 2.1, 409 versus 429, and so on and so forth. But is slightly below Boom, and Boom obviously in the driver's seat right now. Just checking out best moments from Boom Esports. I mean, they have been explosive, especially when it comes to day number 2. Day 1, they were like, okay, they kind of maintained this, but day 2, they were explosive. And of course, it's not, I would say at this point, it's not only Yummy, but it's the entire team really working like a well-oiled machine to bring as many points as possible to put them in one spot now.
I absolutely agree with you, especially during the group stages. We don't really see that many chicken dinners hailing from Boom Esports. Usually high number of frags, and also this time around they added both together with the number of eliminations as well as chicken dinner. They are looking absolutely on fire on each respective map, and there was only one bad round that they had. Even when I say bad round, they still managed to eliminate some of all these players in the lobby in order to secure plenty of points before they even bow out. And this is just the power of what Boom Esports has to offer. Meanwhile, of course, their competitors, the Xavier, Feudal Alliance, TALON Esports, as well as BTR, are giving them a really good chase as we take a closer look into the overall rankings.
Yeah, we look at the numbers, right? Although Boom is at number 1, but the difference between them and Xavier is only 12 points. And they have the same amount of chicken dinners, at least now that is. But when it comes to placement points, Xavier has a little more in the placement points department. And assuming that at this moment, the amount of points, the tiebreaker would favor onto Xavier. But let's not forget, like teams like IQOO Alliance is still not too far away. With 6 games more, anything can happen.
Yeah, indeed. And meanwhile, once we take a look at the bottom half of the bracket as well, they're fighting for that chance to qualify to the PMWC. There's going to be millions on the line right now to even get into the points against BIGETRON RA. This is still going to be a little bit of a chase as the teams such as Vampire Esports, Team Flash, or even FaZe does stand a solid chance. Meanwhile, we want to see a little bit more of a rhythm coming from PIGMY Esports, PEA, NKT, 7line, as well as XERXIA. PEA started really strong, but I think just the other day on Phase 2 of the PMSL, they couldn't really continue on with that same form of momentum. So let's see what they built this time around.
Yes, and this time around, well, nothing's going to change here. In terms of sequence, we're going to start off with Sanhop, followed by 3 Erangles. But do take note, ladies and gentlemen, after second Erangle, we'll be taking an extended break just to give our players time for Richmond. And then we'll end the day with 2 Miramas. And in case you are finding your timing a little bit weird, well, you might want to tune yourself to the time zone that you're watching this. These times are based on GMT +7. So let's say you're in +8 or +9, you add 1 or 2 hours, depending on which time zone that you're checking in. But I'm pretty sure by now, I mean, we've run this for like almost a month now. Everyone should be attuned to the timing, so you know when to be on a break and when to come back to make sure that you don't miss out on any of the action.
That's right, folks, as we are going to be getting our first map here inside of Santa. So there's a little bit of expectation that these teams who are running at the top of the table here is just going to be running at certain teams in order to break as much points as possible. As we've seen in the group stages so far, this is going to be action-packed, really fast-paced, and I really wonder if we're going to see the current top 5 to be able to celebrate with chicken dinner, because that will make things a lot more competitive for the ones that aren't Boom. But for Boom, if they do get another win here, it really solidifies their chances to lift the title.
Yes, and if they do, it's 2 back for Boom Esports. It is going to be insane. And you gotta think, right? We will have 3 editions of the PMSL this season. Technically, if they win this one, and that is 2 for so far, technically technically no one can overtake them for 2024. Like they will be undisputed if they were to lift this trophy.
Yeah, and speaking of which, you just reminded me that they are the ones defending the title as well. So this is where they will look to basically secure a back-to-back and bring it home to Indonesia, just like how Alter Ego has been able to really outshine everybody else last year, but this year really looking like a boom year so far. I may say too soon because the competition isn't over yet. Of course, speaking of which, Alter Ego isn't doing too shabby after all. They're at 78. What are their chances here to make it into top 4 or even make it into the top 5?
Yeah, well, based on my rough intuition, right, I think for them to challenge for the title, it's going to be really, really hard right now. I mean, there's a reason why the teams are up there and they are still up there. But I think for teams like Alter Ego and also PMSL Esports, another powerhouse, at this point, they'll be looking forward to if it can secure the slot to PMWC.
That's right, as we are back into our stage that's being set perfectly for our last 6 matches of the entire tournament. It's been quite a ride for you, Sir Cloud, as well as for Choo Choo. It's been weeks, and can you just imagine what the players have gone through so far? It all boils down to this very moment.
Right, and we see the team cheers here. I also want to put out like this superstition that among the players during last season. So if you remember that last season, so during the grand finals, the opening of the team that won the previous edition is supposed to place to be on the pedestal. So last season, Ego did not place the trophy on the pedestal. They got someone else, like some of the staff, to actually place it. And there was a reason for that, because they have a superstition that you do not touch the trophy before you actually am able to touch it, if you know, right? Before you actually win it. But this season, what I noticed is that during the opening ceremony, PMSL Esports, they actually put the trophy on the pedestal. I don't know. I'm just putting it out there, right? These are superstitions that I heard the team. Just say.
That's pretty interesting to note, because maybe with a brand new year, they have also changed a brand new model, and they're definitely hoping to bring it back. And they do understand that, you know, even if you put it back with your own hands, it has belonged to you. That legacy will still be there, and for you to keep it, you must be confident enough to be able to hold it back by the end of the run. And I feel like Boom, they're definitely looking forward to do so.
Yeah, I know, right? And even though outplayed by the rules last season, but they came up second. So I mean, maybe they kind of wiped like some of the superstitions here, and that's why Boom is like, yeah, like what you said, super duper confident. And just to add on to the situation of Boom, right? They did not start this season with maximum amount of league points. Last season they did, and they went on to become champions. But this time it was Alter Ego, and Boom had to come in from behind. So you got to give it to that mental fortitude as well. The fact that they did not start up there, but they are still able to catch up. And here we are at the start of day 3. They are currently leading.
Yeah, and you know them very well, especially for their coach that has been able to instill such a strong mentality on all of these players. And not only that, you take a look at all the other teams as well. The Savior, Alliance, Talons to be the major dark horses throughout the course of the tournament when we first begin, has now risen to the top 4 and also looking to that title challenge as well. I'm hoping to actually see some upsets happen in between the way. Well, of course, I'm not taking anything away from the current leaders of the pack, where while the race is still on, anything can still happen here, as we can hear cheers from across the hallways, as teams are definitely eager to bring home some massive wins.
I get you, Contra. I know for us as viewers and casters, we love a little bit more. You know, if it's like, okay, maybe like the last 2 games or the last game, like before we decided on the champion, like there is no way the points can be overtaken, then it's a little bit anticlimactic. But we'd like to keep the suspense up. Right? We'd like to keep the suspense up. Maybe like a team like from the middle, whoever it is, right? Name it, right? Alter Ego or maybe Vampire, they keep with 5 chicken dinners just to catch up to that number 1, and they made the final game really, really dramatic, and it could be one of the biggest comebacks that we've ever seen before in the history of PUBG Mobile. I think that'll be a pretty good story.
Yeah, I definitely think so as well. As we take a look at the current highest damage dealers throughout the finals at the moment, it's been Linux as well as Axel's duo that has been able to really put up those huge margins, and you see both of them currently offering a lot of points back to the team to make it into the top 4. Of course, you have familiar faces coming from Puma as well as the Savior. As we go into that notion where you were mentioning about, very dramatic finishes, I think we've seen it in a couple of finals before, where one of these days there's just back-to-back chicken dinner wins that have been able to cause quite a stir in the standings. Right now, if we follow suit into what the standings are telling us, it's realistically the Savior as well as Judo Alliance to be challenging that title alongside with TALON, but I want to see it to be a little bit more competitive. We're looking at teams like BTR as well as RQ who are looking to break into that triple-digit margin. One good win or even 2 will basically match them up into the top 4 as well. So let's not count them out at all. Well, look at the rest of them who are also trying to put in some pressure into qualifying for the PMWC. I think all eyes are not only on Boom right now to lead, but also to see whether if BTR can hang on to the top 5.
Yeah, so if I were to put out a little bit more storyline to the thing on which team, or I would say which region might be the champion, or who I would personally like to see becoming a champion. The team that has not won, or the region that has not won the championship the longest is Thailand out of these. But Indonesia, obviously, last season and the last is because of Boom and also Alter Ego. And then you had the Savior of the seasons, I believe it was about 2 years ago. And then you had Yudu Get coming in as the first PMSL champion, so from the Malaysian region. And then if you rewind it further, it is Thailand during the PMCO region, and that was way back, and the format is a lot different than the current season. So I guess if there were a region that will be making that comeback here and put up a good storyline, maybe a team from the Thai region would be pretty interesting.
Yeah, speaking of which, the current team from Thailand that's looking to be leading the fray for their own region is going to be the Infinity. They're currently placed at 7th with 81 points. Now that you've mentioned it, it really felt like it hasn't been that long, but now that is definitely on the table, there's definitely a lot of pressure, especially with them being the host of the current grand finals of PMSL. There's a lot of fans cheering them on. That could be their 5th player to propel them up ahead. We shall see how much can Infinity give in due course. With 6 maps to go, there's definitely a lot here at stake. And honestly, even when we look at the numbers, FaZe Clan might even have a chance. I say might because they haven't really had the best of start back in day 1 of the finals. Even on day 2, things are looking rather shaky with a couple of matches that see them go out really early. But they are looking to be able to recuperate as we are looking to begin our first match of the day.
And ladies and gentlemen, Contra is secretly a Infinity fan. And you know why? Make sure you close eye when we switch to the caster cam, ladies and gentlemen. And tell me in the comment section what we're going to see is going to be game number 1 of day number 3 grand finals. Here we go.
First match of the last day in the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia as we take flight from the corners of Camp Alpha heading into Kampong. Of course, plenty of possibilities that will happen in this very last map of Sanhok to be played in the course of the tournament. What are you expecting right here, Sir Cloud, in terms of what these battles will bring to us?
Well, I'm a numbers guy, right? So if I were to look at the average points, Boom Esports 19.5, and then you have the next team which is 11.5, So the gap is real big, and based on the numbers, Boom Esports really solid in this map. And not only that, look at this average damage, 2 players from Boom up there. Even average eliminations as well. We do have Yummy and Razy out of the 4 that we can see on the stats. I mean, the stats do favor Boom Esports, so I will expect them well.
Yeah, definitely looking mighty solid right now for the side of Boom Esports. As you can tell that they are so well versed in this map at the very same time. 19 average points here inside of Sanhok throughout the group stages, throughout the finals. They've been looking super strong, and we've seen them back on day 1, inching so close to win that chicken dinner. And my, the first circle is already bringing up all the way up north. So based on track record, Boom Esports, 2nd place on the first day, and on yesterday's run, they got the chicken dinner inside of this very map in particular. Now, with such a difficult circle, will that throw a curveball at all?
Yeah, I know, right? I mean, this is the circle guarding us that, hey, you know what? It's the last day, and it's also the last sign-off of this season's PMSL. Might as well put an interesting circle. So, in the previous 2 Sanhok circles, it's a pretty okay circle. I mean, it's like one of those, like the main peninsula, that's like 100% land and all that. But this time around, it had to end with a bang, with the first circle separating the 2 islands of water in it. Probably about 50% of water, so that's about 50% of land to be played. That also means, Contra, we may see a lot more early this time.
Yeah, that's what I'm really hoping for as well. Now, we have a glimpse of Team Flash on our camera for a moment. I think that area of play will be vital for them to hold. Just across the bridge, around the corners of the Oasis, I call it. That's going to be a really tough place for other teams to crack, so long as Team Flash remains to be in place. Meanwhile, inside of Camp Alpha Island, it's going to be sieged by Alter Ego entirely. As we have the first fight breaking through, Team Flash is already losing out Batman, but PIGMY Esports, they are also suffering heavy casualties. Only Billbot left standing.
My, oh my, both teams have the chance to be in the top 5. But if an elimination happens to them, then it's going to be big. But unfortunately for Team Flash to win out, there was a little bit of a trade between them and PIGMY, but they could not secure the points. So, pretty decent win there for PIGMY in the first fight of this round.
I don't think that they were prepared enough with all the resources, especially when you start off around these areas here. Team Flash didn't really have, the best of equipment. They do have standard stocks to begin with level 1 gears, as well as a Vector and an M4 to work with. But usually when you're dropping around that area, you're kind of segregated, which is why PIGMY Esports, they just ran through. And despite that, I'm surprised that PIGMY Esports have managed to survive with all 4 players intact.
Oh yeah, trade of bodies, but nobody went out, so it's a worthwhile trade for PIGMY Esports. And let's not forget about PIGMY's position as well. Okay, right now, with 2 points collected, they are at 69s. And if we were to look at like between them and BTR, which is the bare minimum, move on to the next stage, they are only about 27 points away from BTR. So 27 points with 4 games to go. I mean, all of a sudden it sounds pretty realistic for them.
It definitely is realistic for now. And you wouldn't know whether if BTR is going to drop a game or 2 in between, because the pressure, even towards veterans like BTR, is starting to mount, especially when you're here borderline chasing against the top and also being chased at the same time. They're definitely not in a comfortable spot, but same goes to Team Flash right now. Oranty needing to give a little more of a passage to the rest of Infinity, looking to take over. And like you assume in the early game that a lot of teams will be moving in very early on. And this is what happens here in the early game, because they know this is going to be the centerfold of where it's going to end up.
Ooh, and Team Flash, despite them having only 2 players, humongous split between the 2 of them. One on Peninsula, one in Hatton. I mean, it will put them at a very big disadvantage, especially in this kind of scenario where Infinity obviously have the full squad, and all they need to do is with that one single player, which is Conti on the other side. And the Infinity, it's not going to be hard for them to do that. And with that one knockdown, that would definitely Team Flash with only 1 player.
And that that's another tally onto the side of the Infinity as the crowd cheers them on. And yeah, back towards what you mentioned there. Very peculiar move coming in from the side of Team Flash with such a split, which we would have expected them to maybe hold with all the members intact. One has split up into Hatin, which sees them play a little bit more passively. It really is going to be hurting them in terms of what they can gain in that area of play. Meanwhile, as we move into Paradise Resort, is XERXIA versus Boom. All eyes on Boom right now as they try to clear up the entirety of the sector. But over on the south side, you can see that XERXIA is definitely looking for an entry into the hotel lobby. Shots now being fired over the side of Pondbit, not really dropping him at all. But XERXIA, this is a full squad sent towards that corner. I hope that they're not funneled through because Boom has already gotten themselves stocked up with a lot of grenades.
Yeah, and Xavier moved away from this area. Obviously, this is the regular spot, so everything has been looted. Definitely, these two teams will not like to get much out of that area by now. But not only inside Paradise Resort, all the way off, we have Vampire Esports and Alter Ego. Wow, two big teams here. And so happened that Vampire Esports and Alter Ego, they're just next to each other in the open with a difference of 4 points. So if there's any opportunity to eliminate each other, they'll definitely.
Yeah, and speaking of which, Rosemary is also on the watch. So any wrong move coming from Vampire Esports is going to be quite lethal. As we take a look at the updated circle, we have BTR moving into the alpha side. Very interesting maneuver as they're hoping to journey across Hatin and perhaps turn a bit much later on. Stone now trades off against Octa, pinning one member down to the side of Alter Ego. Now this is going to be a sticky situation for the Infinity side.
And go. Oh, long range spray by Stone. Pressure to Hans for you. Knocked down from the side of Alter Ego, but still not out yet. Rosemary. I love Rose's position. Look at this. Clear shot onto Shrus, but of course with this kind of long range shot, you expect a little bit more recall. He's trying to take it and not able to get a knock. It's okay, at least he gave a warning shot to the other members of Vampire Esports not to advance.
True enough, but that's not going to be stopping them at all. Vampire Esports look to claim what seemed to be for free, but that's going to be taxes to be paid in the form of damages soaked from Rosemary. But the more he hangs over on the top side of the hill, spamming through all these bullets, he's gonna run out of resources eventually. And Alter Ego, I think that they will just leave that one member behind. Without Octa, this is definitely gonna be a little bit more tricky to maneuver around. But Alter Ego's got a really good spot over on top side of the hill. Meanwhile, BTR holding down throughout the course of the river. Now meets against Sem9. As they launch the attack, it's going to be Satar that will be flushed out. And Sem9 takes out the aliens.
Wow, Contra. I think you just cursed them. Yeah, when we talk about like Team Flash's potential of when you're like, oh, BTR, who knows, they might drop a couple of rounds and all that. Yeah, that just had to happen.
My predictions, it can work for or against time to time. But as the journey goes on, we would see RRQ bow out. That's two Indonesian teams already suffering a loss such early into stage 2. And now we're taking a look at Boom as they will have to go up against the challengers Yudu Alliance. Oh boy, this is definitely looking very rowdy, and Boom, I can't really say that they're stuck. They still have a really decent position just across the outskirts of the north point of Paradise Resort, but there's plenty of teams surrounding them.
You know what? This drama that we've been asking for, like BTR RRQ out, opens up a lot of opportunity for teams below them, the Infinity, Alter Ego, Vampire Esports, and so on and so forth, to give them a little bit of hope. And they must be telling themselves that, hey, you know what? They have been eliminated. The teams above them are out. So this will give them an extra boost, extra motivation to really power through this round, to try to overtake them at the final match.
Yeah, my eyes are definitely fixated onto the Infinity right now. They're tied in terms of points. Since they found that first elimination, this is their best chance to look to overtake not only RRQ, but also BTR at the very same time. Within the span of a round, can they do it though? Sem9 looking to regain whatever that was lost in the past couple of days. They start off really strong with his 3 points, but can they get more? This is definitely going to be a tough ask, but they are not too far away from the circle. They eventually will have to deal with FaZe Clan as well as some ongoing engagement coming from the back of boot camp. That's going to be TALON taking things a little step slower.
Well, as for the circle, it was the main peninsula. So Team Flash, they were hoping for like, okay, we have that split once we get the circle, and unfortunately they lost Conti the process. Now only Gosu left and Lee Cotton where the circle is not at. But Alter Ego will face the Russians by 7.
Humility crushing down the hopes of Kenny to infiltrate. It's going to be Rosemary taking charge, and that's going to look for more as well. He takes down Rosemary, but not going to be out just yet. Big nades coming in from the side of Sam 9. And Alter Ego looking to strike right back. It's going to be Yuhai holding down the line against Alpha, but he's got no room to breathe, but he finds it though. Yuhai manages to suppress one member side of Alter Ego, but they are currently outnumbered. But that leaves only Hans for you. But FaZe Clan sees this as a golden opportunity to strike as well. Oh boy, this is going to look pretty tough for both Sam 9 and Alter Ego.
Oh man, just look at the crowd right now, having their eyes peeled. Who's going to win this fight? 3 teams in the same era. Hunt still went down the Mala for FaZe Clan. But TALON knocks out, took out Victorious. I mean, there's so many teams right now, so close to each other by FaZe Clan. They're not dying, but all in on the Yuhai.
Yuhai, how much damage can he do as a one-man unit? FaZe Clan is looking to clean up here as more and more nades are tossed in from the side of Mormon. The rest of FaZe Clan knows that there is still another lurker within the site, but they are very disciplined into handling this situation. As you can see from your right side of the screen, majority of these teams have been able to pick up so many points. One so far not getting points at all. Boom, XERXIA, as well as Team Flash. But the battles are really starting to kick up a storm right now. Milla now cooking another grenade, and that will easily flush Yuhai off of that position. 7-9, both positions, but 4 elimination points will add up to the tower.
And it is Milla to secure the final blow. And look at excited for their home team, man. This is something that I truly like, looking at the crowd, you know, cheering for their home team and just ending the show all together, man. Contra, I wish we'll be able to get that experience in the future.
Yeah, I wish that we get ourselves that casting desk on stage once again. It's been quite a while since our English desk is over on the corner, as we are from our theater studios as well as our humble boats from time to time. But we make do as long as we get ourselves a perfect coverage of what's happening here in the PMSL. Utilize looking for a trade right now, knocking one player off the map. Not that we get to see quite plenty of. Speaking of Udo Lines, they are in a poised position, already in the circle, holding it down alongside with DX as well as NKT. Now, trouble definitely lies for those that are on the outskirts, especially now. XERXIA is gatekeeping the rest of TALON Esports.
And Vampire Esports in the water. Looks like they are living to the acronym PMSL, PUBG Mobile Swimming League, trying to swim their way into the circle. But check out the southern side now. TALON to XERXIA, here we go.
TALON having a great heel to hold out. Yoru's going to find a perfect angle. Can he get more? And it's just going to be Lobby that just steers his way across. But there's still more trouble lying ahead because FaZe Clan, they were also through the other corners of the shack. XERXIA, they left there with only one player taken out. With the rest of TALON, they're striking all the way back. Lobby could not go too far. Hiding behind a rock. How much longer can he hold out as Axel is dealing with the rest of them as well?
Here we go, TALON. They must win this fight quick because the blue is just right them and it will put pressure onto them. And it looks like they managed to secure 5 elimination points, with just TALON. Trying to catch up to utilize DX as well as Boom. XERXIA have been eliminated as well. And unfortunately, they still go out without any play points at all in the grand finals.
And it's really tough for XERXIA. I mean, we take a look at their group stage run. They had a great first week, and after that, it's been a downward spiral. Heading into the finals, they have not found any form of momentum. But when we take a look at PIGMY, they're all stuck on this broken UAZ, barely any cover in between Infinity, and also another squad standing in the way. Things are looking rather tough for the rest of PIGMY side to even find any room to trade back. But they're holding on to that position for the moment. Now, Team Flash has managed to cut across the bridge, immediately being spotted out by 30K.
Yeah, no points at all for Team Flash. Unfortunately, as they went out at number 10, Team eliminated, allowing FaZe Clan to potentially overtake them. And I can understand excitement from the home crowd fans. But Vampire Esports and FaZe Clan facing off each other. They have to win this fight quickly because they play by the edge of the circle, especially for Vampire Esports. Up to steal on the outside, Mel is picking up by Tony K. And now it's only Mormon and 9 on left.
1-for-1 exchange. Huge nade, almost clipping onto Mormon. But he's got more to offer from his side as well. FaZe Clan trying to actually prime one through the doors. Will not find Tony K for the moment, but this is not what the Thai fans are hoping for, these Thai squads to be clashing towards the corner of the map. But this is the circumstances that they're being put through, regardless of the situation. Nine Noise holding from the back end of the hill, trying to negate any form of an angle of push coming in from the side of Vampire Esports. TALON somehow finds their free passage. They were one of the latest teams to join in from bootcamp, and take a look at them, looking to really sweep them off the rugs. The Schweppes clears off the area. Mormon's already out. One member left standing away from the side of FaZe Clan at the moment. 3 points in for Vampire Esports.
Oh, Vampire Esports, but they won the fight, but they haven't won the war yet. Now, TALON will be the one to block them from coming in any further. 9 on alive, 9 on looking for revenge to near the cross. But lucky enough for Vampire Esports, did not land into the compound. But we move forward to TALON against Judo Alliance.
And they've been striking hot, like everything's just being offered on the table for the rest of TALON Esports. Judo Alliance getting flushed by TALON. Linux with a clean takedown, and they're definitely looking for another one. It's only going to be IQOO that's going to be inside the shack as he holds through the window pane. Linux looking for the push, damage being done. But how much more can IQOO offer? Gonna switch it up to the SMG, but that's not quick enough. We got the DBS lined up for IQOO.
And that's the advantage of having the TPP. You're able to see the movement of your enemy, plan ahead. But now he has to plan ahead as well on how to get into the circle. The Infinity now on the outside with PIGMY. Both teams trying to get it on the other. Logan comes in. Trigger. Logan gets one knock, but they're not out of it just yet.
Vampire Esports have quite a valiant effort trying to make it through the edge of the circle, but they will fall short this time. As TALON is the next team to bow out, they also got surprised by the overwhelming forces of Judo Alliance. Now, the Infinity marching through the smoke, but will not be able to find those members of PIGMY, as Dimsy is the one that will try to hunker down this position, but will be picked up from Spider Tan.
Infinity just fight big. Just need to wrap up the job. And there you go. Infinity wins, but they have to find a way into the circle right now. On the southern side, PMSL Esports next to them is going to be T-Saver. It's going to be number 1 and number 2, potentially with each other. But we also have the Infinity looking over the shoulders of T-Saver.
And you just look at how patient DX has been throughout the entire course of the show so far. As the Infinity has been able to win battles after battles through this oasis. But they really have to go in for a quick reset. Not much time left, as they're already looking to leave the area, understanding that there's not enough time to go in for a pickup. Boom Esports now smack dab in the center of these compounds, whereas DX coming from the far corners of the map, trying to make an escape with the vehicle, being shredded off. DX now stuck right in between, but this is just a big damage to be done for Boom.
Smack that, get on the Yummy says to his opponent on the other side. Beautiful blow eco to knock down one of his opponents. And on the other side, we do have NT still alive. We have not seen much action for NKT, so I wonder how they're doing at this moment in the middle of the circle. Yeah, there you go. Within the compound. And they do have a while other teams trying to cancel each other.
Spot the corners of Tambang here, hiding inside of the warehouses. It's going to be a safe refuge for inside of NKT as the circle shifts even further into these open terrains. Boom Esports will have to cross into the roads or just force a position into the warehouse. Razy knows that two members of DX is stuck behind the corner. He's definitely looking to pick up these 2 points if he can. Yummy finds another one, takes down Spider Tan. As the rest of NKT, they are definitely in a tough predicament because they're being eyed by even the Infinity from the north.
And play zone took out the Spider. Now NKT only left with Mr. Joe. And Triple F, Boom Esports coming into KT. The ball was not NKT moving forward, but D Xavier. Nice off back of the Boom Esports from cutting across.
Big nades now being prepped from the side of NKT to stop them from moving into the warehouse. But look at the X, they're covering stuff out in corner. Yummy is always on the watch. There's not much left to be done as the play zone will devour members on the side of NKT, and Razy will secure these 2 takedowns upon members of the X. Now, it's between the home crowd favorites, Infinity versus Boom, 3v3.
And here we go. Both teams pretty much 50-50 between the two of them. The Infinity pretty much on that circle, but they managed to find their way in. Now it's going to be a fun fight. It's going to be PDM 3v3, ladies and gentlemen. Infinity and Boom Esports. Comes to you 3v. Boom Esports have a little bit of advantage, but nice spot by Tiger.
Perfect lookout to secure one, and now they're on the upper hand. There's not much areas to play for Boom. They might have actually settled for a second as Infinity scores the ticket there for Thailand.
And this is Infinity, the whole team of Thailand to open up with the chicken dinner. And Roger, got them the chicken dinner.
I was just trying to tell the story of how the Infinity could still find a way into the top 4. I didn't expect them to really come up with such a showing in game 1, but you just love to see it. The crowd, the roars, and the emotions on stage. They've been looking forward for this moment. The Infinity are back to their winning ways. They've got one back in round 5 back in day 1. That was back in Miramar as far as I can recall. But the Infinity, they have such a stellar performance right here in Sanhok.
And look at the amount of eliminations they got. And do it right here, 10 eliminations for the Infinity. So that's going to be 20 points collected by the whole team. And the MVP this round is going to be Tiger X with 6 eliminations taken by him, 851 damage, 350 damage received, 30% team concentration, and the maximum survival time of 21 minutes 33 seconds. Let's also remember the Infinity, they didn't have the easy, they didn't have a full squad, but yet they're able to shut down the leader, Boom Esports.
Yeah, and when you take a look at how clean Tiger X has played, they were taking charge of that north point, facing off against multiple teams before even getting into the quarters of Kambang. And it was Tiger X that was the one that spots out Yummy, and that really blows that position away for Boom Esports. But yet again, Boom, as we expected them to do well, they have done so yet again. Every match of Sanhok so far have seen them finishing top 2 or top 1, and that has remained to be the record. Let's take a look at the highlights before we continue with our story.
Though it looked like the circle favored Infinity, but they had to fight against PIGMY and a couple of other teams who scored this chicken dinner. Brought them 20 points in game number 1, followed by BIGETRON Esports 11 points and D at 10 points. So the number 1 and number 2 team, very, very close, only 1 point difference between the two of them, and followed by TALON, still a good show with the 10 points collected in this round.
Yeah, and when we add up all the points all together, it really feels like things are still at the very beginning because of how these teams have been able to secure those double digits in order to maintain their current form. But for BTR, they got eliminated very early on, so we may actually see them be challenged up next. Same goes to RRQ, so the Infinity with this chicken dinner will only overtake 1 position. We'll send them into the 6th right now, and we'll definitely keep a closer look as we take a look at the overall rankings at the moment. Boom will remain at the top of the table with those 10 points to be apart, and definitely DX is not going to be too far shy with that as well.
And welcome the Infinity to the triple digit club, 101 points collected. They're in the top 5. Top 5 is going to be the bare minimum, ladies and gentlemen. Move page 2. So we got a couple of movers here. FaZe Clan moved up a little bit to number 10. XERXIA, still the only team to not gain any placement points at all in the grand finals.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what's really going on in their current form, but we'll actually get to that much later as we take a look at the head-to-head. It was really between Tiger X versus the entire lobby of Sanhok, but Razy was the one that has done the most coming into these final battles across that north section, which we saw Boom tactically hold down the centerfold of the fights that's happening over south, and eventually when they make it through, there wasn't enough room for Boom Esports to realistically play that one out. So that was the whole ordeal of how the game closes off. But TALON, though, have yet again surprised and wowed all of us. They came in from boot camp, they swept in very late into the situation, taking out teams like XERXIA and many more, and they got so much damage to offer.
Yeah, no doubt they did a lot of work here. We saw a lot of action side of TALON, hence they came up with the most damage amongst all the other teams. By the Infinity, Boom Esports, and IQOO Alliance as well up there in the charts. And ladies and gentlemen, in case you somewhat just join us, well, Boom team, the Infinity, scored the chicken dinner to boost themselves into the top 5.
That's right, as this will definitely get the crowd all roaring for the moment. We'll take a look at what the next 5 maps will offer as we're going into our trusty old angle. It's going to be back-to-back matches, 3 maps in a row to be played out in the most favorite map of all the players as well as the fans out there. So we'll definitely want to see, can BTR bounce back strong as well, because now they got their position taken away, and the Infinity, this is their hopes into locking that PMWC entry, or flight tickets, I might say.
Yes, of course, the slot's important because you don't want your season to end early. That's number 1. Number 2, the PMWC offers a huge amount of prize pool, so it's definitely something that the teams don't miss out. And in case, just to keep you guys updated as well, in previous years, you might have heard about the PMWI. Now it has been rebranded to the PMWC with a similar amount of prize pool. So if you know the value of the PMWI, it's a lot. Well, PMWC is going to be pretty much the same case. And BARUZ Sports, they won 2 PMWIs back to back. They're like super duper rich right now. But I'm pretty sure they don't want to miss out on this one. They probably still want to have a chance of history to become 3 back-to-back champions of a similar tournament.
And now that you have pointed it out, indeed, they're not only looking at more than 7 figures to be earned when they do get their chances into the PMWC. Now, also with the Esports World Cup that's in conjunction, it's really the centerfold of the stage for all these teams to showcase to the entire world of esports, not only in the realm of PUBG Mobile, of what the Southeast Asian teams can actually offer. So I'm really happy to actually see all these teams in their current prime form. Of course, even in previous iterations, we've seen so many great victories coming from Thailand, from Indonesia, and they're looking to still prove that they have what it takes to take the global title home.
Yes, and so I mentioned about the contrast pin, right? So you can look down there on him. Yep, there you go. A hidden Infinity fan there. I see the subtleness. I see the subtleness there. Yep, and
Very
that probably
subtle.
brought the charm to Infinity.
Probably. I do hope that I can collect different kinds of pins. They gotta send it my way, and make their own if they don't have one. So that's just a coincidence. I mean, I was put in here on the brink of like a few minutes just to first sub in for Chu for the moment. I hope that she's doing okay. And when we take a look at the current situation for all these teams, I think that this round of Sanok definitely have caused quite a stir to those that are not within the top 4. Now that top 5 position has been compromised by Infinity, I'm hoping to see whether if they could even lock in into the group stages than to play for some really difficult rounds into the survival stage instead, because that's definitely going to be a lot of tough teams from across the globe that will be contending around that survival stage as well.
Oh yeah. Looking forward to see the World Cup as well, because it's like a PMGC basically. You put the best teams in the world all together playing at a stage. I mean, it's technically PMGC, right? And different than the previous edition, because there was a voting element in the previous edition. This time around, it's all through qualifiers. So basically, you're putting the best of the best teams in the world to be. Expect teams like, the newly rebranded from Starwood Esports to now Finalists to be there as well. Probably teams from the Chinese region to be there as well. I mean, there are a lot of amazing names that we can expect from there. And that will happen somewhere around the end of June to the start of July. The official dates will be announced later.
That's right. We'll keep you guys posted on that while we are preparing our way into our second match of the day. Now, ergo, I think a lot of teams have already played all these difficult scenarios, multiple endings into Sonoshka military base, have seen even the toughest prevail, and we've not really seen too much that have been too much of an oddball that have caused too much of a stir for all these players out there. But looking at the constant right now, I think that Alter Ego, this has been one of their best maps so far. But in the finals, they have not really found that rhythm. Do you feel that Alter Ego would look towards this upcoming maps to be what would bring them back up for a chance to the PMWC?
Ooh, I mean, okay, the slot to PMWC is still reachable for Alter Ego. They scored only points in the sign-off match. But if you ask me, I'll probably give them... Okay, assuming that they still perform the way they are, I'll probably give them till maybe the match today, and maybe that's about it. But of course, that also depends what happens with the middle pack as well. But looking at like how the Infinity, the good momentum, and some of the other teams in the middle pack did fairly well too. If Alter Ego, I'll be really scared at this moment. Like, they have to somehow channel that feeling to performance.
They have to channel everything, their energy, their strength, their mental fortitude into the matchup here as we take a look at Rosemary, who have been part of the show match for a little bit of a warm-up, but I think that it wasn't exactly a warm-up run for the Sandhouse bout that they have already gotten through. I think they managed to get just a couple of points out of that, but nothing too substantial so far. So in order for them to look for ways to still keep more representation of Indonesia into the PMWC, they definitely have to work hard for it.
And so, of course, it's not going to be easy to be the champion, right? You really have to put in the work. And if you want to be the best, you got to beat the rest, as I always say. And these are the best of the best in this season's of PMSL, now duking it out with each other. 20 more seconds before we will see what happens in following round. And this will be huge here. Because game running by. Like, time is not on their side. They have to make this happen right now. They want to lift this beautiful trophy. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's head on to it. This is XERXIA.
As we journey our way into the beautiful Aragel, we are looking at a flight path starting in from Zarki, headed into Milton Power. Now, that will leave certain areas to be unreachable for the first drop. Places like Three Moss Quarry, Very Fury is going to be out of bounds. Meanwhile, there's still certain opportunities to move into Lobo if teams would like to move into the military base island. So this should still be pretty decent of an ordeal, but I will expect a lot of teams to be fighting for those vehicles.
Yeah, with this kind of like flight path, I would say so as well. If that happens, then again, we're going to expect some early individual clashes. Might see an early first blood as well. So far, teams who drop early, Vampire Esports, their regular alternative drop if Primos is not going to be a direct option for them. They should be fine up there in Zarki. I mean, normally teams don't really challenge Zarki because it's just way too in the corner. But maybe somewhere in the middle we might see that splash. I am keeping in my eye around the area of Pachinki. There is like a good amount of overlapping colors there and potential a tussle for it to happen in the area.
Indeed, and we'll take a look at a spread formation coming from the side of the Saviors to be taking corners into that territory of Pachinki as well as the outpost of Gatka. While keeping an eye close on our leaders of the pack, PUBG Esports, we're sitting at 149 points. As the rest of 7-9, they just take those vehicles to journey their way through into a different state. TALON Esports always starts off in Yasna Pollyanna. I don't think it's going to be too difficult for TALON to eventually move in, but my eyes definitely will be locked into a lot of teams over on the central area, like you said. There's plenty of teams around that area of play, and with this first circle moving around the central west, this is going to be a little bit challenging. Expect to see teams to eventually move into Mount Gatka for a stronger hold later on.
Yeah, I do agree. I think Mount Gatka we may expect to see like maybe teams taking each corner, and at the same time, because of this split, like teams will need to kind of decide like, okay, Mount Gatka, that's what of course you can only do that if you're like one of the early rotators into that area, because you will edit like teams to be up there first. But if you're like one of the late rotators, or if you naturally drop away like areas like Milta where BTR likes to go, then they will need to realize like, okay, do we want to stay in the main peninsula, or do we want to go straight up shooting range area in hopes for the circle to land its way into where we are?
That's right, and for now, there's just plenty of time for the teams to really prepare for their bout later on around that region. And I wouldn't even be surprised if it does end up in those open fields in Gatka as well, with this possibility being shown to us very early into this matchup. So all these rotations have to be set in perfect timing for teams to not be caught out. But stage 1 will definitely have this little standstill. And this is one of the few times where we don't really see first blood throughout the course of the couple of minutes of play, as we are already moving into stage 2 real soon.
Yeah, it seems to be a very peaceful first start. Looks like what we kind of predicted, the vehicle tussle didn't end with any first blood. But that also means that right now we still 64 players in the game, and as we move on to the next stage, and because is that we have this 50-50 split on the circle, I would say that we'll see something at stage 2 because of how this split is, and even fights at stage 3 onwards.
Yeah, I do assume that majority of the action will be from 3 onwards as well, judging from the game plan of majority of the teams. Now, I want your opinion on to a few names on the list, especially for PA. They started off really well on day 1. What really happened in day 2?
Oh man, all right, it's one of those mysteries of life. But I guess what I think that this all comes down to expect. We gotta give PA the benefit of the doubt, right? It's their first time in the grand finals coming on this sort of stage, playing with the same 3 teams. The same 16 teams or 15 other teams throughout the course of 3 days. Like in the league stage, you will have a different set of teams every day. So it's kind of hard for teams to really pinpoint what you might do. But you have the same 16 teams in 3 days, it gets even easier for teams to kind of predict like what you do. And naturally, if like you're doing very well, and if you are in one of the top teams that you're being talked about a lot, like a lot of teams will want to pay close attention to you. And I think that's what happens to PA.
And I do believe that as well, especially on day 2. It seems like their same game plan did not work out according to what they have definitely ideated so far. As we take a look at the early scuffles, we have XERXIA that's getting into a little bit of an action. Boom will be able to cut across from the north point through the bridges into the sectors of South George, it seems, at the moment. They might be interested to take over the hill later on. And going back to what you mentioned about PEA as well, yes, they are definitely an uprising team hailing from Malaysia. And their journey so far has been impeccable, right? Like their first ever season, already making it into the grand finals. I think that it also goes to show that experience definitely pays off, especially for teams like Boom, to know how to deal with certain situations. But for what it's worth, PA definitely has put on quite a showing back in day 1. Day 2, readjusting. Day 3 now, I want to see what they've got. Meanwhile, PIGMY as well as XERXIA has been here for the longest of time on the North George. I don't really expect them to go on a full-blown fight because North George is tough to navigate. There's plenty of all these estates for them to hold. So they'll just be noisy neighbors for now.
The unwanted neighbors call the police and probably someone else to deal with it. And I guess that's what these two teams will be hoping for, other teams to deal with their neighbors. But with this kind of circle, I would expect more teams to come by North George, frankly speaking. I think being a North George is very strategic in case if the circle like pulls all the way down south and nothing else on the northern side, then at least they will have better access to get into the main peninsula or on the South George of things.
Absolutely agree, especially when there's like 2 bridges that you could utilize and plenty of defensive outposts for them to hold. Speaking of defending, it seems like NKT is being held into this area of play because Rosemary's here, the star of Alter Ego, looking to strike. Smoke's already being popped up coming from the GOT as NKT hoping to be able to at least maneuver off of this area as they've already had decent amount of loot. The rest of BTR, they're playing on the Gatka side, just below the mountains. But DX, they're across the corner, so they're taking precautions there. As we move back to the south side of George, we always see Vampire. We always see names coming from the Thai region to be holding into this state, but not exactly fights breaking up between VPE, FaZe Clan, or even XERXIA.
Wow.
To say the least.
Contra, you mentioned about Vampire. Look at the spread. 2 on North, 2 on South George. But looks like majority of the will be down south. And the Gatka Mountain, we talked about the Gatka Mountain. Interesting, no teams up there yet. But I noticed movement from PUBG Esports. They seem to be headed. So if they're able to be the first team to put themselves up on the Gatka Mountain, that will give big advantage.
True enough, but I think that for the moment, whoever goes up also receives a lot of attention throughout the course of the matchup so far. So it definitely will be very daunting, especially when they don't have enough resources. I see teams like DX to be able to hold into the top of the mountain later on because they're on the foothill for the moment. Either Alliance, they are a lot more interested in taking the center field of Gatka instead, in hopes that if it closes deeper into the territory, they will have a better round of play.
And now, teams migrating, hard migration for a lot of reasons, especially for people who need to migrate from the northern side into the main peninsula. Because it's whoever is taking the attention, especially that you mentioned earlier on, the areas to allow the teams access to the south side. So far, we don't see anything yet. Maybe teams really interested with gatekeeping because of how compact circle might be. And when you gatekeep other teams, another team could be overlooking you, and there could be a third party that might happen. So maybe that's why these teams focus on to getting into better positions rather than trying to gatekeep other teams and tunnel visioning through the bridge.
It's just a calm before the storm. A lot of preparation, like you said. Sem9 trying to hold by the electric towers as Vampire Esports is going up close and personal. This is where Sem9 goes back on wheels, trying to give away this position. Vampire Esports understands how valuable this area is to play, because even despite it being out in the open, you can see a good crease as well as dip for them to hold out. Meanwhile, such a long range as they're able to even find some damage to be done towards the side of NES. Now things are starting to be a lot more interesting for the side of Sem9. Caught in between, there's one over on the hill side as well. So this is where they could not really leave the area until Vampire Esports is being challenged.
Yeah, so far, speaking about challenges, interesting enough, we're heading on to 3, but not even the first blood yet. I mean, it just shows that all these teams are super duper disciplined. Like nobody's really taking big so far, and I guess that's what happens when you're in the final day. Even though if the on the end of the overall chart, you still want to give yourself some amount of in order for you to be able to gain something out of this last day. But Circle 1, Gatka Mountain definitely will be a huge spot, and expect more teams to go there now.
And on top of that, there's also South George to be contested as well. Just across the bridge over onto North, it is still going to be viable in the play area. So expect a lot of all these Thai teams to be able to reap a lot of rewards, because we see Vampire Esports, FaZe Clan, and even XERXIA to be within that vicinity. Meanwhile, for teams like IQOO Alliance, this might be a little bit of a struggle to cut through for now. The Savior holding down the line. Sem9 tries to make it way across. SM giving a little bit more of a chase. Doesn't seem like they have managed to hit the mark just yet. FaZe Clan takes over the hill, hoping to connect some shots towards the side of the Savior. There's only a shack for them to really hunker down for the moment as they lose a vehicle. Another park right out in the open. 9 Noise is going to deter them from moving out and about. And Yuhai takes that opportunity, will knock down Nate T.
All right. Just a knock, ladies and gentlemen. Just a knock. But not end just yet, so technically no first blood. And look at the compound that the Xavier managed to get into. Looks like they should be able to reset as a 4. 8 for now. Still no first blood. As we enter the half of stage 3, moving on to stage 4. This is arguably one of the wait for first blood.
It definitely has been a very long time. I do love the visuals set onto the main stage as well when we have stages closing in. And right now, Vampire Esports is hoping to challenge the rest of Sem9 that have entered their territory. Vampire Esports very well versed onto how to play by the containers, but they're pretty spread out in the open. Or should I say, one by the hill, and another one all the way far back into the factory estates. It's going to take a while before Vampire Esports full commit into this fight against the rest of Sem9, but taking a look at that position, they're not really looking for it for an early fight just yet. They can just hold still, wait for stage 4 to eventually bring more players in, and that's the perfect moment to strike, as a lot of these teams are now on that rotation. Infinity, they've won the first game, are now on their journey. This is going to be a rough ride though. A lot of weapons pointed at the side of Infinity, but thankfully none of them drop out the vehicles.
And okay, here we go. Infinity has to go up to the Gatka Mountain. Alter Ego's there. There's going to be the first big click and see here, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. The Infinity was going to get it earlier on against Alter Ego. And I think blows to each other. Dropping monitored by FaZe Clan. From the lower ground, got turned in, knocked down by Alter Ego.
What a flush it has been. Even despite them arriving in the scene with the rest of Alter Ego holding true, they have definitely put up quite a fight, but the damage has been done. Tiger now just limping his way, and that will be the rest of Infinity going out very early on, unable to challenge on top of the hill.
Oh man, and I noticed that the circle went entirely onto the main peninsula, means the 3 teams on the northern side will need to migrate. Infinity unfortunately goes out with only 1 point this time around. And that opportunity to teams like BTR and Alter Ego to overtake them, but FaZe Clan will start off a fight with Vampire Esports.
They already found 2. Great picking coming from the side of Mela. He's gonna eye out on Tony K as well. Fluketh just holding it into a deeper position. He might be the change that Vampire needs. If he does drop big grenades towards the side of FaZe Clan, it might actually alter the course of this fight. Vampire Esports hoping to really pin out the rest of FaZe Clan as they're still in a very difficult predicament. Here comes the jump shots as they're hoping to clean up the rest of these vampires, as this will be a clean takedown. A Thai squad wiping another, and that's 4 points for FaZe Clan.
We can see a fan of FaZe Clan on the monitor, ladies and gentlemen, putting a lot of support for their favorite team. But for PEA, right now they're going up NKT, the two teams who came from the PMNC into PMSL, and NKT do triple up right now. PEA fighting back.
What a rush coming in from the side of PEA, and now Spartan understand that there is one hiding right underneath. He's going for the jump shot, and he gets it!
Go.
Beautiful work coming in from the side of NKT as they're hoping to leave ruins because everyone who stays here will be in tatters. Kiddo locking down their target as he understands that there is an NKT member that has hopped right down under the god, just holding down by the outskirts. And this whole area of ruins is being surrounded.
Kiddo now with the final first aid. He's out of utilities. Be able to secure that one elimination point for sure. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, Kiddo. Okay. Oh man, the smoke blinded him. That could have been a point to be picked. But Kiddo will be able to make it in time at least to secure that 1 point. Okay, we gotta move away right now, but we keep our eye on the elimination feed.
The rest of Team Flash, they just arrived to the same corner where the rest of Vampires have been wiped out, and now FaZe Clan is preparing for another different battle as well. NKT still has one member on the corner of ruins somehow. But Mela ready to strike. The rest of Team Flash having Young to hold down the line. He only gets a couple of angles, but he can take down the two members, just flushing them out. FaZe Clan is on a streak. 2 teams crushed by the Thai Titans.
8 elimination points in the hands of FaZe Clan right now. They're picking up the hill. It's just that FaZe Clan, they'll be playing the rest of the round with 3 players, but Peel went down to 7-9. 7-9 taking a couple of points out of PIGMY. But looks like 7-9, wonder where they are, because there were a few occasions that I noticed that the vehicle was blown up. But let's see, the circle will be crucial right here. It should go up to the high ground. No, it goes down 50-50, and Aldo has the high ground circle.
And they've won that previous battle, which means that they are definitely in that prime position to really dominate this entire area of play. But there is challenges coming from FaZe Clan later on. 7-9 being tagged. Meanwhile, from the side of DX, it's going to be a long journey. They're in between the 2 teams as they're dealing with 7-9 first and foremost. The rest of the Savior looking for a way out. They've already lost a few vehicles as well. It's not going to be as simple as what they will intend to be. And they're out of the circle. Only 10 more seconds on the clock, as I say, for them to find an angle to cut across to challenge Alpha Ego.
Oh, Nate! Set up the UI! Oh my goodness, Contra, somehow that Nate did not land on the UI. It's a miracle! Man, I thought UI was a corner there. It looked like the direct hit.
What a toss that was, right? From the top side of the kill with that area, it's really tough to actually land it. So I understand why Yoha didn't manage to survive. Some damage has been done though. Meanwhile, so many smokes here being popped open from the side of DX, hoping to just hold into position. RNJ spotted out by Venturas. Kenny also biding a little bit more time. A lot of attention now towards the side of DX because they have no vehicles to work with. They have to run out in the open. Oh, commotion awaits for the Vietnamese aces as they're slowly being picked apart by all these high squads. There's XERXIA, there's FaZe Clan. Where else can they go?
Oh man, there's nowhere to go, nowhere to hide for these Xavier right now. FaZe Clan and the elimination points in the pocket. They're definitely dominating this. And so, Uno Alliance in action as well against BTR.
BTR just hiding by the smokes here. Uno Alliance definitely has a little bit more of an upper hand. Lapar, what can he do? He has no vision. He's got no clue. And all these nades are flying right in. The Malaysian side suppressing down the red aliens. BTR right out of the open as they are slowly getting picked apart at the same time. Luxy will have to find ways to halt the progress of Yudo Alliance, and RQ is doing exactly that. They're popping a couple of nades, but they're also trying to defend for their own lives as well. Luxy now trying to hold out for them to go in for a reset. Zuxi will now be revived, and Yudo Alliance, they're being cornered up. This is going to be real tough. As much as they put up a fight, this reset will see BTR re-aggressing.
Well, early on we saw Xavier out in the open. They are out right now at number 9 with 2 elimination points. As Hanyu from Alter Ego takes out XERXIA somewhere else. Nate sent across onto BTR. Zuxi will be able to evade. Lapa will be taking the off angle on the southern side. While Yudo Alliance, high guy is keeping an eye on the red area. Zuxi fires back, but not able to get a knockdown just yet. He's banking on the smoke to give him extra cover. While Luxy in its support position from behind, trying to find a good angle, trying to find a good vision as well to Yudo Alliance.
Well, a great tactical play it has been for the side of BTR. They've been holding into such an awkward angle for them to just pick up a fight against this Yudo Alliance side, which is being forced to also back away because they understand there is RQ also within sight. This is going to be a tough nut to crack. Lapar still lurking as he's inching closer and closer. Nades are still available, but a lot of all these resources has been depleted. Leon only left with smokes. Therefore, they're just going for these open peaks, which is going to be a 50-50 in form of exchange. But FaZe Clan, they still have these 3 members up on those hills, still looking for a challenge. Whereas Alter Ego has been able to also reap rewards from the hill as well. 6 points acquired. And now this long-standing fight really sees these squads to be holding a lot of different areas to play, but this is BTR's chance against Yudo Alliance, driving out. I think Luke's down as the exchange just goes through. Jimmy is the next one to fall as well. 1-for-1. Oleo stands tall.
Oh man, Oleo somehow he managed to survive. Now he'll be picking out Leon's. But the rest of BTR, they lose Lapa. Zuxi is going to be the last man standing, but BTR is rushing to members of Yudo Alliance, but he has to be careful because RRQ has arrived as well. Zuxi has to defend his behalf. RRQ circling around Zuxi. One last hit to get the knock. Man, he's so lucky, but Leon moving one knock down the Pickle instead.
And the foes will now become friends to hold down against this RRQ side. BTR left with only 1. And so much damage has been dealt by Zuxi. It's just so impressive on how he managed to make the cut. He's only got 2 energy drinks left. How can he survive? He just has to pull as much points as possible. Leon's has managed to really open up the doorways here. Zuxi somehow managing to survive from that detonation at the very same time. Lost that vehicle. Not many areas to hide out. A minute from now, Zuxi's got to make the decision.
The enemy of your enemy is my friend, when this is the exact situation that happened. And at this moment, BTR is actually doing circle. But we move over to guys up to Alter Ego, FaZe Clan, and boom. I've been in the same for the longest time, but we also have 2 RPX from XERXIA still holding on strongly on the other side, but he does not at all. BTR eliminated number 7 with 0 elimination points. Alter Ego, Ultimate Alpha, the last active member.
And suddenly all the fights are taking place on top of the hill. Boom retakes this area of play, flushes off members on the side of Alter Ego, leaving only 1 behind. Alpha barely surviving to make the cut. Hans for you, stuck in the middle of the smoke. The rest of FaZe Clan now dropping those nades, and it's starting to clip onto lobby. Pombit goes in for the Hun. That will be a very quick cleanup as the rest of Boom Esports, they're looking for this massive climb to take down FaZe Clan. Can FaZe Clan hold on? Mela now takes the vehicle to reposition into a deeper territory as the rest of Boom Esports have now get a glimpse of Mela, only for this last split. What a tough ordeal. And look at the shift of the circle. They eventually will have to move down once more.
Oh my goodness, it favors RRQ at this moment. But let's put focus on Tutkaka Mountain. 3 teams, and 3 teams to be exact. FaZe Clan, Boom Esports, and Alter Ego, who will come out alive. None of them truly get circle at this moment. And it's almost not close in about 12 more seconds. They have to make a decision on how they're going to deal with each other now.
And also don't count out Yudo Alliance as well. They managed to go in for that full reset having 3 members still intact at the moment. Whoever survives the tail will have to take a look at what's below. And Alba gets caught out. Alter Ego crushed by Boom Esports. That was a swift blow. Alter Ego, much better run into the top 5, but now hitting into the top 4. All at stake here for Boom Esports to pull in a chicken dinner. 11 points right now. Still holding into that #1 spot. Bella tried to do some damage to her Pseudo Alliance. They're the ones with the information gathered up throughout the entire sector, but they don't have the circle to play with. They have to find a forced entry down the hill, and I'm not sure how are they gonna make it out.
Man, at this moment, Contra, what does it take to stop Boom Esports? And they're not dead. They need Mela. FaZe Clan only with Torres left. FaZe Torres pick up his buddy. We stayed there too long, and then they could land onto them. Lucky enough, the second nade did not enough. Frenzy's popping up this nade. Frenzy showing his up. Frenzy will be able to toss the nade across, but he will not going to get anyone entirely. But no! It knocks down Mela. 1v1. And Frenzy! Nade! And shooting combo! To take down 2 members of that, and now FaZe Clan and only has 1 more left.
And Fratisi does it all. Such a clean take coming from this solo player. There was no other Boom players on top of the hill, and he has managed to really deter FaZe Clan from getting more in this equation. Boom Esports adding more to the tally with Yummy getting that knock, Pump as well, finding members of the side of Yudo Alliance. This hill is for the taking as they look to divide and conquer. By Noise, the final member being for the side of FaZe Clan, keeping their hopes up. But who's gonna stop Boom right now? Or to suppress? Same goes to Yudo Alliance. Now Nine Noise has been spotted out as well.
Oh, man.
Boom Esports, this is their game to take.
Oh, man. Contra, what does it take to stop Boom Esports now? All you need to do is finish off the final member of FaZe Clan and the final active member of Yudo Alliance, and then, and if you look at the positioning of Yudo Alliance, there's no way Olio can survive. There's Frenzy will make sure that was the target of Boom Esports. And now Boom Esports in the drive still. Leo's doing the next one to fall to the hands of Nine Noise. Now it's all in for Boom to wrap things up.
It's FaZe Clan versus Boom. 1 versus 4. His position compromised as he will eventually be clipped up into the top corner. He's trying to pull up as much as he can, but Boom stands tall. Another massive win for the Indonesian side. Boom Esports with the chicken dinner.
Literally standing tall with the Yummy, Frenzy, Crazy standing up to celebrate that chicken dinner in day number 3 of the Grand Finals. Contra, my goodness. They were consistent inside of game number 1 and they scored the chicken dinner in game number 2. What it take to stop Boom Esports?
Absolutely nothing at the moment. You just take a look at the numbers tally. 7 frags from Fratisi. You saw how brave he was pushing up FaZe Clan. You saw how Razy has been able to really stop teams from pushing them all across, and everybody has contributed into such a massive margin. Minimum of 3 eliminations, and this is double digits by elimination itself. Fratisi, what a play that was.
Oh man, 7 eliminations, 1,062 damage, 205 damage.
As we take a look at some of all these stats, this is where the rest of Boom Esports have conquered the entirety of this massive fight. Just solely taking 1 step at a time, rushing up the hill, and just conquered it entirely so. And take a look at that perfect travel distance, my friend. 3-3, that's a magical number.
I know, right? How often we just not a number. And oh man, what can I say? Not only they amaze us by the gameplay, not only amaze us by the concept, but also the travel distance. I mean, of course, it's just a coincidence, but hey, you know what? Tell me a moment that you see this kind of number again, or maybe even ever. As we check out the best moments from Boom Esports.
What a round that was from Boom Esports with another gigantic win. This is a 28-pointer with the chicken dinner, and FaZe Clan has been able to also add up a massive 20 points. Utilize keeping up with the score caps of 10 points, hitting into this second map in general, and Alter Ego finally find a little bit more of a momentum to be able to gain 9 for themselves.
Bruh. If we look at how they rotated, like they came from the in, it's not like they had the circle on top of them all the time. Even the circle ran away for the guy come mountain down to the open field, but they still managed to chicken dinner. There's almost nothing that can stop Boom Esports. It's just insane right now. And look at the gap, Contra! Look at the gap! 39-point gap between Boom Esports and G-Safe.
I'm not sure how the Saber is going to do it, or even Yudu Alliance will find these kind of numbers. We're talking about with only 4 maps of play to chase up against Boom Esports. And this is definitely a tough ordeal for those who's hoping to take that trophy away from them. And this is why Boom, you know, they got that trophy pretty much up at the ready. And they just want to ensure that they claim it by rights of how they perform. My, it definitely was a very difficult game where we saw them coming from school, moving into ruins, and now, even despite this disadvantage, nothing can stop them.
Contra, I just had to fact check. The time they won PMSL, they scored 179 points. So, are you telling me there's nothing stopping them from getting this trophy this season with the points collected already right now? This is insane. In fact, it's a proof that the Boom Esports, they have improved in terms of performance this compared to last. And with Frenzy showing up this season multiple times MVP and even put head-to-head with 9 Noise. Look at the stats, it's way ahead of Noise.
It's just wow, and look at that ridiculous number. 3,244 damage to be done throughout the course of the battle. And we thought FaZe Clan was really controlling the tempo of the game. It was until Boom actually arrives to take down everybody else. So that itself was just a wild ride of a round inside the Wrangle. But we got more rounds to play here in this map. I'm looking forward to it. Now, Utilize have been very consistent with these top 4 finishes. I wonder if they will eventually be able to really be at least giving Boom the run for the money.
Okay, mathematically, with 4 more games to go, it could still have Boom drops the ball hard coming in the following rounds. But if they can score 18 frags consistently, it's going to be insane. Now, FaZe Clan doing not too bad as 14 eliminations for themselves. Alter Ego, 6 eliminations. It was okay if it wasn't Alter Ego, but because it's Alter Ego, I can understand that the expectations are a lot higher than 6 eliminations, and followed by a Yudo Alliance coming in 4th this round with the most elimination gain. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen. First chicken dinner brought in by the whole Infinity, and it is Boom Esports with the second chicken. Tell me, what does it take to stop them in the comment section now?
They're just on a roll. It doesn't seem like they're gonna drop off at any given point in this match. And even despite that, imagine even if they drop 2 games, they are still going to be within the lead. That is how dominant Boom Esports have been so far. The Wrangle heading into match 15. We're just gonna see if the rest of the teams can rise up to the same match tempo. Can they rise up to the same challenge and offer these numbers like how Boom Esports did? We'll have to wait to find out. But for now, these 2 games have been absolutely incredible. I can't wait to see what else is in store for us.
Oh man, Contra, man, this is insane. I mean, a team that not only is consistent this season, but also improved from the previous season. Oh man, I mean, I know it's a bit too early to tell. If I were to put my money onto any team right now to be able to challenge for the PMGC title coming end of this year, I'll put my money on the Boom Esports looking at how they're performing now.
Yeah, it just would always see them come up with massive results regardless of the situation. But when we take a look at the wide spectrum of what the world of PUBG Mobile Esports offers, there's also a lot of strong teams across the world, as you did mention, Style Esports now having their name rebranded as well. Like, we'll see if they could even challenge them.
Yeah, it feels like they're, if not on par with all those Mongolian teams that we used to see in previous seasons. I mean, oh my goodness, Boom Esports, they're not only at peak performance, they have overdone themselves, if you ask me. I mean, we're only 2 games in and they already created like more than 30 points. There's almost no way to, there's almost like, I don't know, I hardly have any doubt at the moment, and I'll be really honest, I hardly have any doubt at the back of my head that Boom Esports will not be the championship. They are on course to be back-to-back champions.
Indeed, and at the same time, they're also looking to beat the previous high score record, and now they're already locked into place with 4 more games to go. So they're definitely going to set up a brand new tally. Even if you're telling me if they're going to break into the 200-point margin, I will believe you as well. So it's really leaving all the other teams to be fighting for qualifications into PMWC instead.
Oh man.
What a margin. My. It's just ridiculous. The work rate coming from all these 4 players, like, you just don't know which one will strike harder in each respective rounds.
Oof. Okay, so I also want to point out that, okay, Boom Esports, I did see Frenzy coming as the MVP, and he has been MVP multiple times. He's no stranger MVP. Now, he actually joined Boom Esports during this season, and he transferred from Kagendra, which was I think you can call them a tier 2 team because they have not played in PMPL Indonesia before. Okay, but before I end my story, Fluke is being subbed out for Nuzi, and it's the first time that we see Nuzi in the grand final. So, for me personally, I've always seen Kagendra that team that can really push through and can make through into the professional stage. But unfortunately, they were just 1 point behind in the PMNC Indonesia. If they scored that 1 point, they would have been in as a team. But because they did not, the team disbanded. Individual players respective into new teams, as we see here in the PMSL era. And Frenzy is actually one of them. So I must give it to the coaching staff of Boom Esports good eye to spot the talent like Frenzy, who came from Kagendra, technically a tier team, and now making superstars out of him. Just like how once upon a time they made superstars out of Yummy, who came from a tier 3 team. The coaching staff, the staff of Boom Esports is just one of a kind. But let's see if they can do it again in Irregular 3.
It's match 15, with only a few more rounds left to see who will hoist the trophy, and Boom Esports are definitely poised in that position. And of course, like you said, hats off to the coaching staff of Boom Esports to be able to scout out the player from Kagendra, and now gives him the biggest of stages to play, and might have actually given him another ticket to the global stages as well. As we take a look at the flight path, we start off from middle to power hitting into Georgia Pool. Not going to be too different as to how the trajectory was. This time maybe not leaning too much on Zarky, but a much more balanced flight for all of them to play. Now, bringing back into the substitution, I'm definitely interested to see what Nuzi has to offer, because the entire season, he has not really played those games at all. But now we see him in the finals, ladies and gentlemen. One of the favorite from the past couple of seasons of PMSL is now back here to play.
I totally agree. I really look forward to seeing like how Nuzi would perform in this round. I mean, he has been for quite a while, like what you mentioned, right? And let's see if he's really well up for it. The good thing is that at least he played the show match, so at least he has a little bit of a warm up from that show, and the fans will be looking forward to see what would Nuzi will be able to bring to this time. And of course, Newsy being one of the best players around back in the day, the time with the Infinity, he has not reached peak performance with the Vampire Esports. So for Newsy to come back to his glory days, with the final few rounds that he will be playing or might be playing, he'll be able to show that he is still the hot stuff from the Infinity coming into Vampire.
Yeah, back in his glory days, we see him really pulling off some clutch plays. 1 versus 4, 1 versus 8 even. I can believe that Newsy could actually pull it off. But now a lot of times have really changed throughout the course of the tournaments, where you see so many young bloods really gunning out for the title. So perhaps this change would give a little bit of a better run for some of the members of Vampires, to say the very least. As for the Savior, though, still at the number 2 position, but will eventually be challenged by IQOO Alliance with such a consistency throughout the course of the day. There's not a single round where they drop their match with less than 10 points. So far, it's been absolutely consistent. It's great to see IQOO Alliance at this rate, as they're definitely hoping to at least guarantee themselves into React.
Whew. Well, I mean, we got 4 more games to go. I know, like, it sounds like we are over some of these teams, but okay, 4 more games to go. All right, 4 more games to go. Anything can happen. This is a game of 16 teams, so yeah, we'll put our fingers crossed as well to see maybe some form of drama as we go down the games. At this moment, okay, if we want to talk about, like, the current benchmark is 102 points for the Infinity, at least the bare minimum of top 5 to gain the ticket to the next round. Personally, might still give it up to, okay, we're talking about 4 more rounds. I personally might stick to, I'm just putting out a name, right? Probably PIGMY. Up to PIGMY, probably still has a chance to try to, like, in that slot.
Yeah, just look at the current standings at the moment. These are the potential teams that could still pull up a challenge, provided if there's any fumbling coming in from names like BTR, FaZe Clan, Eagle, and especially for Infinity, that's currently holding it to that 5th position at the moment. But look at how BTR has played out that previous round of Wrangle. I think that things have been looking to be pretty good so far, although it's not exactly the kind of finish that BTR fans would have actually hoped for. But considering the circumstances, they were up against IQOO Alliance as well as RRQ. It was basically the best that they could pull out. Meanwhile, this is a start coming from the side of Milta, which will eventually see them having a little bit of a smooth journey through. So I really do wonder how would other teams navigate this first journey heading into this first zone.
You mentioned about IQOO. I also want to put out a point is that if we recall last season, IQOO, they did great in day 1 of the grand finals, and then they struggled day 2 and day 3 was a little late for IQOO Alliance. I also want to give it to IQOO Alliance that this season they did well in terms of consistency. Just look at this; they're still at number 3. The amount of points collected are pretty healthy as well, and the IQOO Alliance definitely improved from last season. But
definitely
yeah, improvement. I totally agree with that. However, I feel that based on the points and how teams have been performing, it is not IQOO Alliance's fault if they end up not winning the championship. It is just other teams just doing a little bit more better than IQOO Alliance. So I still gotta give credit to IQOO Alliance for the.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. Meanwhile, we do have a fight going on. It's going to be FaZe Clan here, picking off one member side of Team Flash. It's going to be First Blood. And Mela, once again, has been able to rack things up for the Thai squad. And FaZe Clan is currently on the rally. After that massive round that they had through Mount Gatka, and now they're definitely looking to be poised on their journey, moving into the further northern territory of 70. I'm just expecting this fight to be a little bit more drawn out against Team Flash.
Another early for Team Flash, similar to what happened to them in Sandhawk. For PA this time, would last a little bit longer because of how their gameplay is. They like to come in a little bit later, these early fights, but this is a rare occasion that EA actually loses a member early. Speaking about losing a member, Raze knockdown. Now it's not out just yet, so it could be a long-range knock and they could revive him. Shouldn't be an issue. But it could be an indicator that Boom Esports is not all invincible.
Definitely so. It's still very early, and Boom now having one member's deficit might actually allow certain teams to have a little bit more hope into securing the chicken dinner. I say chicken dinner, but Boom could still always do it with Tree, so don't count them out at all. And KT in close proximity, so they are definitely looking to challenge eventually. PIGMY and the rest of XERXIA, they're holding into a really great estate over onto the north here, as teams are seemingly looking for a position over onto these open territories. Team Flash has been driving around, and they haven't really found themselves a good spot just yet. Everywhere they drive through, it seems like they always run into somebody. Those who might have actually heard the engines roaring from the side of RNJ, they will continue on wheels. But for now, no casualties. That's pretty great for both sides. But for the moment, we got 30 seconds for stage 1 to close out. And this time, with all the teams already understanding how things will play out, we see a little bit more aggression in the early game compared to what was maybe a snooze fest back at stage 1.
Yeah, it's a bit of a different dynamic this time. Already 3 players eliminated, one member of Boom Esports. And just to add a little bit of flavor to the since it is Boom Esports losing 1 player, it kind of gives that a small hope to the other teams. Like, hey, you know what? Boom Esports lost that 1 player. Maybe just something might come up. But what came up, of course, is Circle, and our center around the area of Koreana. TALON would love this Circle. But let's move focus on the Vampire Esports for now up against PEA.
PEA now holding it down, but it's only going to take 1 shot coming from Vampires to knock him down. You know, trying to pull in some points. We'll be able to secure 1, but Kido will still fall through. What a flush coming in from the side of Vampires. The Schweppes! He goes in for a challenge, but Jim is doing all the damage. 2 members being knocked. Now it's down to Stone. What a turnaround. But enough damage to be dealt with. Vampire Esports will survive to tell the tale for now, but that is not going to be a happy ending with the rest of XERXIA moving in the way. Stone pulls out the last stand, and that's all they can afford.
This is when Esports wanted to celebrate the win against the PEA, but XERXIA had come in. Yep, Molly there, but not going to be an issue. I don't see any of the teams close by, so they have the time to reset. But good timing that coming as third party for XERXIA, and the third party outside of the circle in. And yeah, I guess XERXIA really had a good art to decide exactly when to come in.
Yeah, this is a much better start for XERXIA, as they managed to steal away a couple of points from the likes of Vampire at the same time. Now, TALON Esports is going to be absolutely happy about this scenario, with the circle now moving directly into Yasnaya Polyana, which is why you see majority of teams are around the North Point. FaZe Clan taking over the gas station, as they will be on the lookout for any teams coming into the vicinity. But he's going to find 1. Meanwhile, a lot of damage being sold from the side of Nate T, as RRQ tries to deter them from entering anywhere close into the city. Savior, though, taking over the sniper's nest. They're going to take the center full of the attention, so we want to wish them luck with that, because there's just going to be a lot of teams that will be eyeing out onto this area.
Yeah, the sniper tower. At least the circle is still huge enough. Like, for teams to really want with the sniper tower is probably not the right time yet, because there's a possibility that circle will away from it. So I guess these areas, as long as they can themselves like just shoo away teams that potentially might come by to the sniper tower, they will for at least this stage for now.
Yeah, they will be holding steady at the meantime. Meanwhile, the rest of Sam 9 are moving from the southern side into the Medusa intersection. Would expect a couple of teams to be around the corner. FaZe Clan they got a widespread going on. We saw them in the gas station. We also do have one parked up over onto these shacks as Mormon will rejoin the rest of the squad. Now being spotted out by RQ. What a sharp shot from Kenny! What on earth was that? And Liu quickly drives by just to secure it, but goes ahead into the Pekko's crosshair. The rest of Set 9, they're trying to drive into the city. As you can see, more and more of these teams are journeying their way into the outposts. This is not going to be an easy journey at all, as they will meet up with the rest of FaZe Clan.
Okay, we go, but some has to be careful of their back though. A lot of teams from the inside of just like they are shooting onto the outside. FaZe Clan, they do have an upper hand. Yuhai is pretty low at this moment, about 10% of health left. But FaZe Clan, they cannot go up because of the presence of PIGMY.
And it forces Yuhai to take a swim right now. Jabrensky over on the other back will be taking an eye out on him. Set9, they just basically tried to full set it, but they don't have full intel on what's really going on by the lake. And they're just slowly shred to bits, leaving only Yuhai right now surviving. RQ joining in from the back, whereas FaZe Clan, they get themselves some safe refuge, but not for long, because PMSL Esports, they got the higher ground, and somehow Yuhai still survives.
Someone managed to get away, but he's not too far away from the circle, so stage 4 might not favor this area. We need to wait and see what happens. But the amount of colors on the minimap itself, like we have 4 different colors here. PIGMY is going to move in on the clan. Probably they anticipated some sort of an advantage, but they have to keep an RRQs on the other side as well, who could basically come in the third party, just like how XERXIA did with Vampire Esports.
Both members in the waters right now. It's Yuhai that will survive, not so much for Liu. It's just going to be a gridlock situation. Such a tense play from inside of FaZe Clan. They understood that wherever they step, there's going to be a few members overlooking. Meanwhile, Luxy finding one member on the side of the Infinity. Got killed, he's already out. Hexus keeping an eye out for the rest of PMSL Esports. It really seemed pretty awkward for some of these guys out there, but at the very least, they're in the circle.
Now that is, circle is getting close to soon. But for Yudo Alliance, who not in the circle, at least in OP, still tanking out the blue. But he has his other teammates within the circle, so he can follow up with them. But it's going to be XERXIA waiting at the top of the mountain. Leon's trying to get as much information as possible. Look at the elimination feed. FaZe Clan, Ventorans, knockdown, and execution happening on the side of PIGMY onto FaZe Clan.
Yudo Alliance taking a slower approach coming in from Mount Stalber. This will be a very strategic point of play, but they got to deal with the rest of XERXIA that you did mention early on. BTR as well as Boom are hugging by the foothill. They do have some real estate to cover for the meantime. And it looks to me it's 50-50. It could still go into some pounds over onto the Yasnaya City. Or it could just be in between these hillside, where we will expect a lot of fights to be taking place by the terrains. Now smokes that are being popped up from the side of FaZe Clan, holding a very defensive play. Pekko tries to crack this case open, as they will have Snake to be joining the fray as well. RQ are definitely jet set and ready to take them on. But PIGMY, they're also looking for an opportunity. Nine Noise is already down. And that is the Pekko falling through as well. A lot of grenades exchange. And there's just going to be instances with even XERXIA having some flights over the top side of the hill. Nine Noise being down. And the rest of RQ, they're just really holding down the line. And FaZe Clan, they got to find ways to get out of this equation.
Here we go, RRQ. Trying to find another entry point past FaZe Clan, but it's going to be easy for them to know exactly where the members of FaZe Clan are at because of the smoke that's still active. Torres managed to be picked up, but look at the position of FaZe Clan. I mean, if they go front, it's going to be RRQ. They go to the back, it's going to be PIGMY. It's almost like the pick your poison sort of situation. The way it is, PIGMY has the better situation within the circle. All they do is just hold their line and wait for either FaZe Clan or RRQ to come up. But nice access across.
And he knows his position. He's just by the corner. Hexus has scanned through the surroundings and he's gonna go for a wraparound. Venturez, the only member standing for the side of FaZe Clan, try to go in for a pickoff, but it will be BuildBot that secures it instead. Now the fight continues on. RQ will have to deal with the rest of PIGMY Esports, one member being suppressed, but they're all pretty much hunkered down into that building. A very disciplined play, but it didn't seem like PIGMY has taken advantage of that situation yet.
Yeah, they don't want the risk of coming out the circle and putting themselves in an uncomfortable position, so they rather wait in the high ground. I think it's an okay position for them to be in. But we move to the northern side. Aero Starbuck, Judo Alliance, BTR, and Boom Esports in the same area with only knocked down. Judo Alliance, finding it difficult to hike up to this hill.
It's definitely a little bit of a stiff climb. Jimmy will have to go for a different route instead. Tiger X spot out through the smoke. Sharp eyes coming from Subsea. Gonna add their first point for BTR. A lot more to hunt out. NKT right beneath the hill as well. Meanwhile, it's been a commotion for the side of Judo Alliance. They've been here for the longest of time. With this shift going on, BTR definitely have a little bit of a spread going through, as they are taking notice of Boom that's holding on the upper state. TALON still inside the city, but this will still move all the way up towards the open terrains of the wheat fields, as well as the hill of Stalford.
Okay, so if you want to put a challenge to Boom Esports, this is the right moment. On the circle, 3 other teams around them. Let's see if they can survive this. Came out a good win in the previous round, through a top circle as well. This will be the next challenge. But this time around, they're going to be playing with 3 players. But oh, hang that thought for a second. 3 teams. Another challenger has arrived, so it's 4 teams around the area of Boom.
This is definitely going to be a little bit of a rough run, but for now, Boom, they got a defensive pole. They got those estates to work with. Estate can just hold through the town. Jimmy now being tagged up. Zuxi will just clean things up. 2 points added to the table for the side of BTR. Meanwhile, Leo spotted out. There's just no safety net for the side of Judo Alliance. We've complimented them on how well they played for the past 2 rounds. But this time, they're just absolutely surrounded.
Yeah, playing with 3 players at this moment. Let's see Judo Alliance how they're going to overcome this. And the good news is that they're playing on the east circle, but the bad news is that they're on the lower ground, so the terrain will not be advantageous to BTR. Slight elevation against Judo Alliance, but then again, because of the single shot, the spray by Santa. Finally in this moment, managed to hit this mark. One more side of Judo Alliance, and it looks will be knocked down. And the final member of Judo Alliance, final 2 members of Judo Alliance on the other side instead. And Leon is there. Nice knock by Leon Bombit.
And Boom, they try to clear off the final member. Yes, they will. But it's going to be BTR that shreds the majority of Judo Alliance. Yummy saving his teammates at the moment. Or should I say, just a little bit too late. Now Boom is only left with 2 members standing in the way. BTR is really taking firm control of what's really happening over on Stalford. Meanwhile, in the city though, PIGMY have arrived, but into the hands of TALON Esports. It's only Dimsy left. What can Dimsy do? It's going to be Misery that will find it, and TALON will close out that team fight with 5 massive points in the tally.
Oh, 5 massive points, and Misery able to pick up his teammate, and they have the circle, so they still be okay. They have the time to reset, and there you go. Beautiful defense here, or offense here, a make both by TALON Esports, knowing how Yasnaya works at the hand, the regular drop spot. As we shift back over to the northern side, so we have XERXIA here, Team Flash, BTR, and of course, Boom Esports still in the game.
Still fighting as if they still have 4 members intact. They're trying to suppress BTR from moving anywhere further close towards that territory, while XERXIA is also circling from the right-hand side. It's now being pumped. The rest of BTR, they get to restock from the bodies of Judo Alliance. The Infinity playing from the southern side as well. So look at that 1 pointer in. This is the best chance for BTR to reclaim that number 5 position. But still going to see whether if the Infinity will add a little bit more points to the chart as well, as the rest of Team Flash is coming in from the far eastern corner of the map. Meanwhile, RRQ just sneaking their way through. No vehicles. Doesn't seem like it's a problem for now, but DX, they're still in the game, still looking for those chances, but majority of these players are all the way up north, so expect them not to take too much of those points for now.
Oh, time is not on any of these teams' side. 2 more seconds before the zone starts to close. All of them will need to move. We have 4 different teams here still in the game. Luxy spots out one from Team Flash right below, but not able to get out. Zaxi will be knocked, but Luxy's there together with them. Pick up shit happen anytime soon. That's a ton knocked down by Gosu from the lower ground. Who needs a career advantage of a shot like Gosu?
Big pickoffs there coming in from Team Flash, but Frantisi is continuously done damage, and this time finding Luxy as well. Talon so far doing such a great work holding down on what's left inside of Yasnaya City, while the rest of Team Flash, they see this as a golden opportunity to find a few pickoffs in the form of XERXIA as well as Boom. Now Boom has only one left. RNG takes out Frantisi. As they will take that steady climb downwards, the rest of Talon are moving into the zone. But it's such an open area play. They need smokes in order to survive. RNJ though, dropping another Molotov. Yummy has got a tough ordeal to move out of his way. Both Esports is finally eliminated here in the third day of our finals, as they will still find plenty of points to book out. I say plenty, it's actually 2, but it's been a long fight.
Yeah, but the fact that it could that long, I would say it's commendable for Boom Esports. And for Disable, overtake Disable only has 1 active player at this moment, so it's going to be impossible for any team to overtake them this round still. As for XERXIA, so far they're looking so good being a team at 16, just showing that they will not go down without fight once to get back to the home flash comes to them on the underground stage. Team Flash on the lower ground against XERXIA, and at the same time there's another team on the southern side that could be monitoring the situation, so they gotta be extra careful of any potential backstab.
And this is also a round where RRQ is looking to regain some form of momentum to be able to be challenging that top 5. The slot for PMWC is still on the line. XERXIA trying to flesh out the rest of Team Flash now. Those nade exchanges without any form of vision coming in from the side of Foreign TV, while fights happening over on the lower end. Hexa's now having his position compromised, while Axel is trying to be flushed out by a decent effort coming in from Hexas, but that will be the end for RQ. Meanwhile, the shots are coming through for XERXIA as they dominate the starboard hill.
Oh, XERXIA showing that they really want to get back to the fans that come to support round. And they still have the high guy advantage, and Batman eliminated together with Kosu back to back. Polygen takes out Axel somewhere else. That fight is happening together with Xavier and Talon. Team Flash out at number 5. We're now down to the top 4 teams and we're all at stage 6.
This is also an opportunity for DX to find a little something here. Only having 2 members though. The ones poised for this win has got to be the 3 other teams, Talon, Alter Ego, as well as XERXIA. This is definitely going to be an interesting way of playing the final round of this Angle 2.0, I would call it. Finding Rosemary will be a member of XERXIA. Megamind will be able to secure that. Whereas, moving into this 2-2 split, they have full information of whereabouts of all the other respective teams. Alter Ego still holding into a very deep territory, but they will need to find a circle, so this is going to be challenging for them.
Ooh, look at this, another elimination instead of Alter Ego. Megamind will be taken out by Alpha. And Alpha, counterfire power back. See, Alpha is out, leaving Alter Ego with 2 players left. Look at these 2 teams going at each other. But then again, the risk is bigger for XERXIA right now as one of the players are just by the blue. RNG will force to move. He only has 2 bursts, but he won't have time to use it. He has to move forward. But Lobby are leaving. RNJ to be the last member on the outside active. And now RNJ tries to cut in, but he has to win the fight against Octa.
Octa, last member standing as Hans was forced out of his position. Octa looking to zone away completely the course of XERXIA, now depleted with only 1 HP left. Can he pull through? And yes, they will. XERXIA eliminates Alter Ego. The Thai fans absolutely ecstatic about that. With only 1 member left, this is a good chance for TALON to seize the game in their hands. The nades now tossed a little short towards the side of the Savior, as they're just hoping for a defensive hold. They definitely don't have any areas to even go for a Jiggle Peak. What can they do about this DX?
Well, I guess at this moment what they can do is for the circle to favor them, but the circle moves towards TALON. DX, look at how much open space they have between them and everyone else. As compared to XERXIA, they have the high ground. They can still navigate around to go down again to the circle, but for DX, I don't see a way out for them.
It's just going to be a desperate attempt coming in from the side of XERXIA. These, we see Urs as well as RJ in full form. This is how XERXIA usually plays out their matches. They can still contribute to a whole lot of damage to be done towards the side of Talon Esports to make the fight a little bit more evened up. Arjun now spots one out. Urs receiving a little bit of a tag, but not close enough to bring him down just yet. RJ retaliating. Meanwhile, Talon is playing a very disciplined game. They try to hold as much of the territory as they can. Now DX walks into a trap set by Talon.
And they have noise. It's either TALON or the blue. By at least 90, he gave himself to the blue. So 1 point in the hands of TALON. DX number 3, 1 elimination point. Now XERXIA with the high guard advantage. TALON, they could potentially do it for the home fans. Look at the amount of eliminations, 15 already by now. LC is going to be the only one standing left. 1v3 is going to be his game.
It's only got a rock to hold true. 3 members against the Thai side. Urs, let's show us some damage. Misery now on the first push. He goes in for a hop just to get a little bit glimpse, but not much to be done here. He can only do so much as he does knock one down, but the chicken dinner is to be claimed by TALON Esports of Indonesia.
And TALON in pursuit or at the top 5, scoring this chicken dinner. Obviously, the stakes are higher than XERXIA. With country at number 16, with honestly not to play with. So TALON will be really happy to score their chicken dinner for themselves as they want to book their ticket into the PMWC.
A step closer to Riyadh. And this is definitely an immense effort being shown from TALON, not only showing that they understand the city of Yasna Polyana the best, they have also taken ground control where whenever a team steps foot, you saw the results when PIGMY Esports tried to move into the towns. They absolutely got bested by the likes of TALON Esports. And majority of these teams that were hoping that the circle pulled all the way up north to the hillside, they got themselves stuck with not much to cover with, and TALON has got the bird's eye view. It is Yoru to be the man of the match.
The latest signing of TALON came in from GPX as the MVP this round. 6 eliminations, 1,303 damage. Arguably, this is the highest single person damage in the finals. As not only TALON, we gotta give credit as well to XERXIA. Look at the travel distance, 50,000 meters. So much work done by XERXIA, but they still to get themselves to a second place finish with a lot of elimination points. This is the best round they had in the grand finals. And welcome back Alter Ego into the top 4, followed by RQ, who came from the area of Yasnaya, fought a couple of teams, and still in the top 4.
And that was a big win coming from TALON Esports to seize 21 points, as that ties the points up with XERXIA at the very same time. An immense effort coming from XERXIA to regain any form of momentum heading into the final day, whereas we see great maintenance coming from Alter Ego as well as RQ to keep their dreams alive to play in the PMWC.
Can't wait to see the overall scores. Expect the slot to PMWC to be rather dramatic coming in to the final few matches. Really got to go with TALON. They have been performing fairly well today. Alter Ego, some slight improvement here with the 8 points, but since a lot of points, 21 points actually pulled up the first and second place team, I think this is also an indicator that these two will see a lot of low numbers, and it looks like NKT happened with only team not get any points at all.
Yeah, meanwhile, with majority of these teams really going for all these engagements, but what was really fascinating was the fight around the compounds, where we see Lake Yasnaya to be one of the core focus, with teams like RRQ, Udo Alliance, well, not Udo Alliance, I believe that to be 7-9, and also PIGMY to be around the state. They were the ones that comes with the short end of the stick at the end of this match. Except for RQ, they managed to reap a lot of those elimination points from that specific instance. But when we add all these numbers together, how would it actually favor certain teams out there? Because we see majority of all these numbers still favor the top 4, except that Boom, they fall short this time with only 2 points added up. They're at 180, not to be worried about, but for now, we don't really see much movement within the top 5, but Alter Ego pushes themselves closer into the triple-digit mark.
So 36 points difference between the Xavier and Boom. Still maintaining that gap, and I think we kind of expected this as well. We did talk about it that the Boom Esports wanted to them this round. The Xavier or Udo Alliance or any other team below them be able to overtake them. But I also want to see like the top 5 teams, right? Because I think the points are closer there. The Infinity 104, BTR 3 points behind them, and have other teams that are relatively close by in terms of the overall points. So the top 5 is still one of the key objectives for some of the teams. But on the other hand, XERXIA, a very good round by them. But because of the gap between them and 7-9 is kind of big, that's why even though they had a good round, but it's still not to overtake 7-9.
Yeah, it really seems like it's going to be a tough ordeal for these teams who are around the 13 to 16 point margin. So with that being said, RRQ realistically have a chance. They're currently sitting at 95 points. So if they do score a chicken dinner within some of these rounds, they can still look for that spot to contend in the MWC. But for now, we'll focus our eyes onto even teams like DX. You mentioned that it's only about 30 over points. That will mean that one chicken dinner will put DX much closer in the race.
Yeah, DX. I wouldn't count them up yet so far, because 3 more games. So let's say if you gather, like if you get good rounds, right? Like let's say you get 20 points per round, and assuming that the teams on top don't really do well, because that could potentially happen. You cannot count out all those possibilities. That maybe we might see a surprise. The main thing is that realistically, it's 3 more rounds to go. Whew, I don't know. I am still putting out there like 30 plus gap. It is pretty healthy for Boom Esports.
Yeah, I gotta say so, but when we take a look at the approaching rounds, we're already going into the final Erangel map. So I think that DX, they've always fancied opportunities when it comes down to Miramar, but we'll hold you guys for now because it's been some exhilarating ride. So we'll take a short break, and when we do come back, we'll give you more action here in the grand finals of the PMSL Southeast Asia Summer 2024.
อยดีเลยว่ะช่วงเนี้ย PMSL รอบไฟนอลแล้วด้วย
เปิดกล่องสุ่มไม่เคยได้ของดีๆ
ปากดีปากผมจัดการให้
คนอะไรคุยกับตูดไก่ไว้เนี่ย
โอ้โห ขอลองของหน่อยวะ เปิดกล่องสุ่มได้ของดีเพียบเลย
เฮ้ย เก็บดวงไว้ใช้ในทัวร์นาเมนต์มั่ง
แล้วดวง PMSL จะไหวไหมวะเนี่ย
ก็มัวแต่ขอของดี เปิดกล่องมันจะไปเหลืออะไร
ไม่มีของดีอะไรหรอก เกมเนี้ยเลดดรอปมันดี
โอ้ยเจ็บเกินเลยอ่ะตรงจุดโอ้ยเอ้ย ขอตรงจุดกว่านี้หน่อยดิ
ลงตรงนี้เลยนะ
เข้าเลยพี่ตรงจุดเอ้ยมาลวนหน่อยนะ
โอ้แพ้อีกแล้ว เล่นอะไรเนี่ย
เอาดีใครกันแน่
แบกมันทั้งชีวิตเลยเนี่ย
สกิลปากนี่ที่หนึ่งเลยนะ เอาไหมสักยกไหม
ก็ได้หมดอ่ะ
มา
ก็มาดิ มีอะไรจะสั่งเสียเปล่า
จะเอาก็เข้ามา เข้าดิเข้าแล้วเนี่ย
ยิงดิ
ยิงดิเออ
เดี๋ยวกูไปอ้อมเดี๋ยวกูไปอ้อม
Oke kok, sekarang kita bisa lihat dominasi Boom dan sekarang berada di posisi 1 juga. Kira-kira apa yang bakal dilakuin sama para coaching staff buat anak-anak antara mainnya lebih agresif atau mainnya lebih objektif lagi?
Sebenarnya sih kayak kata Yami kemarin, kita sih fokus ke diri kita dan kita main game kita aja gitu. Kita prepare selama 2 tahun bahkan sekarang kan. Jadi kita nggak akan kayak change our play style. Kita akan continue playing the way we do and the result will speak for itself.
Oke, terakhir, apakah bakal terjadi 4 kali PMSL, 4 kali juga tim Indo juara dan 2 tim doang yang berhasil mendapatkan back to back?
Kita masih back to back sih. Dari 3 yang lalu aku juga udah story, aku udah Twitter, aku udah make a post. Aku pede banget kita akan back to back.
So basically, right now we're not gonna change our play style. We're just gonna focus on ourselves, as Yami said on the last interview yesterday. And yeah, we believe that whatever we achieve, whatever we already train at the training part, we believe that we're gonna be the champion. And then, yes, of course, I tweeted before, I already posted on my Instagram that I believe my players can be the back-to-back PMSL champion. And that's it, guys. Let's have fun and check whether Boom can defend their title for this season. I'll see you guys later. Oke, sekarang bersama saya adalah Sanskuis, seorang pendukung tegar semua tim-tim Indonesia. Oke, jadi setelah match tadi kita bisa lihat dominasi Boom, mendapatkan WBCD juga dan menjarakkan poinnya lebih jauh lagi lah. Oke, sebagai seorang fans yang datang daripada Indonesia, gimana perasaan kamu setelah melihat performa tim-tim Indonesia di hari ini?
Ya pastinya sangat puas sekali ngelihat Boom bermain dengan baik. Mereka sempat sangat jauh di hari pertama, namun mereka bounce back di hari kedua dan di hari ini memantapkan untuk sisa match. Semoga mereka bisa lebih stabil dan saya harapkan nggak cuma Boom tapi tim-tim Indonesia yang lain juga bisa lebih baik lagi dalam bermain. Alter Ego sudah mulai naik dari segi poin. Semoga itu juga bisa di-maintain karena harapan saya tidak hanya Indonesia jadi juara tapi Indonesia juga bisa mengisi 5 slot, 5-5-nya Indonesia kalau bisa menuju ke PMWC.
Oke, terakhir, kira-kira kalau Boom juara kali ini di Thailand, di bumi Thailand, bagaimanakah fans-fans Indo nantinya di PMSL terakhir?
Kalau memang Boom juara di sini, 4 kali berturut-turut Indonesia juara, ya kali di Indonesia kita nggak ramein. Saya harap semoga fans di Indonesia PUBG Mobile, entah siapapun tim yang kalian dukung, pastikan kalian datang ke venue, entah di mana venue-nya, kita ramaikan lagi, kita buat pecah, kita kalahkan atmosfer yang ada di Malaysia, kita kalahkan atmosfer yang ada di Thailand. Dan saya juga terima kasih kepada teman-teman yang udah hadir karena di sini nggak cuma saya, tapi juga ada caster-caster lain, Eldoge, Reski, Windy juga pada hadir di sini. Ada juga fans dari luar yang hadir ke sini untuk support Indonesia.
Okay, I think that's a lot, but then I'll try to translate. So first of all, they are feeling proud that Indonesian team are performing for today. Like as we can see, Boom, on the first day they are not doing very well, but then they managed to come back on the day 2, and then right now they get a winner chicken dinner. Even though Alter Ego starting slow, but now we can already see the momentum of Alter Ego. So as a caster, as a fans that coming out from Indonesia to Thailand, they are hoping that all the 5 teams from Indonesia can qualify to the PMWC straight for the top 5 spot. And as for the next season, they hopefully that right now they become the champion 4 times PMSL. It's always the same team from Indonesia that become the back-to-back championship. And yes, they are looking forward in Indonesia, and they are and for the fans, please come to the venue, make a proud for Indonesian country. And yeah, I'll see you guys at the Indonesian Stadium next season.
3 games remaining. All right, 3 games remaining in this final competition. This is the final day. 3 games to go until we crown who is the winner and also who is the top 5, who's going to make it into the PMWC. Right now, I'm here with Logan. Logan is part of the Infinity Esports team from Thailand. So we have a few questions for Logan and also his team as well. Now, Logan, yesterday, Infinity Esports made such good improvements and you climbed the ladder really well, especially in the last game. You did extremely well. What adjustments and improvements did you make to make your team boost their performance so well yesterday?
ก็หลังจากเมื่อวานนะครับที่ทีมเราปิดไก่ไปเกมสุดท้ายแล้วพอมาวันนี้ทีมเรามีผลงานการเล่นที่ดีขึ้นแบบก้าวกระโดดอยากรู้ว่าทีมเรามีการพัฒนาหรือปรับปรุงอะไรมาบ้างครับ
พวกผมก็พยายามเล่นด้วยความมั่นใจเหมือนเดิมครับพยายามไม่ใจเสียแล้วก็เล่นเรื่อยๆเหมือนเดิมครับไม่คาดหวังก็ไม่กดดันตัวเองครับ
We try our best to stay in under our performance, we try not to feel a lot of pressure about it, and we will try our best to win the competitions.
Okay, we have 3 games remaining. What can you do to make sure that you be crowned champion? Because this is the final 3 game and you're in the top 5. You have a high chance of being champion, but it's not easy. What improvements do you need to make sure that you become champion?
ก็เหลือแค่3เกมนะครับก่อนที่ว่าแชมป์จะถูกตัดสินว่าจะเป็นใครแต่ว่าทีมเราก็ยังมีโอกาสที่จะขึ้นไปสู่ที่1อยู่แล้วก็ยังมีโอกาสที่จะติดท็อป5อยู่ทีมเรามีแผนหรือว่าเราจะมีการพัฒนาปรับปรุงยังไงในอีก3เกมที่ต่อมาครับ
ก็สำหรับพวกผม3เกมท้ายพวกผมก็เล่นเต็มที่เหมือนเดิมครับแล้วก็ไม่ได้ปรับเปลี่ยนอะไรครับแต่ว่าจะเล่นให้เหมือนเดิมแล้วก็มั่นใจเหมือนเดิมครับเต็มที่ครับ
We will try our best. We not gonna change anything else because we already under our best performance. So we just try our best and play without pressure.
Is your goal to be champion or be in the top 5 so that you can advance into the PMWC?
เป้าหมายของเราคือการเป็นแชมเปี้ยนหรือว่าการแค่ติดท็อป 5 ก็พอครับ
สำหรับผมตอนนี้น่าจะไม่ได้มองถึงแชมป์ครับแต่น่าจะมองว่าทำให้ดีที่สุดมากกว่าครับ
For me personally, I think we will just try our best. We don't really aim for champions. Just focus on ourselves.
And I heard that there's a lot of fans here to come to cheer for you, especially this is Thailand, your home turf. Anything you'd like to say to all the fans here?
ก็มีแฟนคลับของทีม Infinity มาเชียร์เยอะมากเลยมีอะไรอยากจะบอกแฟนคลับที่มาเชียร์เราบ้างไหมครับ
ก็ขอบคุณทุกคนเลยครับที่มาเชียร์ทีม Infin วันนี้แล้วก็ทีมไทยทุกทีมด้วยครับมันมีผลต่อพวกผมจริงๆเวลาได้ยินเสียงกรี๊ดเสียงอะไรอย่างนี้มันทำให้ผมฮึบครับแบบพร้อมสู้ตลอด
Thank you all the fans to support us, the Infinity teams. No matter my team or the Thai team, we are really appreciate you to be here. Thank you.
And also, apart from all the fans club here, I heard your family's here as well. Who are your family members who came here to cheer for you?
ก็เห็นว่าครอบครัวมาเชียร์กันทั้งครอบครัวเลยแล้วก็ใส่เสื้อของโลแกนมาด้วยมีอะไรอยากจะบอกครอบครัวไหมครับที่มาเชียร์เราวันนี้
ก็พ่อผมมาเชียร์ครับก็สำหรับผมพ่อผมเป็นแฟนคลับที่ใหญ่สุดและของผมไม่ว่าจะรายการไหนเขาก็ตามเชียร์ผมตลอดครับมีผลกับผมตลอด
Today my father is here and my father is the biggest fans of mine so I'm really appreciate that he is here and he always here for me every time
When it comes to esport, I mean, there's a lot of parents who think that playing game is not a sport, but it's a hobby, and it can be a waste of time. How did your father become appreciative of being a gamer and making it into a career and an esport career?
ก็เป็นที่รู้กันนะครับว่าการจะเป็นนักกีฬา e-sport หรือว่าการจะก้าวมาสู่วงการนี้ไม่ใช่เรื่องง่ายแต่ว่าเราทำยังไงหรือว่าเรามีการพัฒนายังไงถึงเราได้มาอยู่จุดนี้ครับ
And how supportive was your dad in becoming an esport gamer?
แล้วก็เราต้องอยากจะแนะนำคนอื่นยังไงเพื่อจะต้องการที่จะมาเป็นนักกีฬา e-sport เหมือนเรา
ครับก็ตอนเด็กๆจริงๆพ่อผมสนับสนุนผมมาตลอดครับแต่ว่าพ่อผมจะพูดกับผมตลอดว่าเล่นเกมได้แข่งเกมได้แต่ว่าต้องเอาการเรียนด้วยครับแต่ว่าตอนแรกก็มีแม่ที่ยังไม่สนับสนุนแต่พ่อผมสนับสนุนผมมาตลอดครับถึงตอนนั้นผมยังไม่ได้ดียังไม่ได้ดูแลตัวเองได้แต่พ่อก็สนับสนุนเชื่อผมตลอดจนผมทำได้
When I was young, my father always supporting me no matter what I want to do, but he keep always telling me that you can play game, you can be in the competition, but don't forget that you need to study also. So and later after that, my mother at first she didn't really quite understand it, but I try so hard and my father support me a lot. So right now, both of them really helpful and support to me.
Yes, that's the question I was going to ask. Does your mom accept you playing a game now and becoming an esport gamer?
หลังจากที่เราได้เป็นนักกีฬาโปรเพลเยอร์แล้วตอนนี้คุณแม่สนับสนุนเราหรือยังครับ
สนับสนุนแล้วพอผมได้โชว์ให้เขาเห็นว่าผมดูแลตัวเองได้ผมมีวินัยเขาก็สนับสนุนครับ
After she knows that I can take care of myself, I can be in this career, so she fully support me.
Anything you'd like to say to your mom and dad who are both here right now?
มีอะไรจะบอกคุณพ่อคุณแม่ไหมครับ
ก็ I love you ป๊าป๊ามาม่า
Yeah I love you
Okay 3 games remaining and of course Our Thai team, Infinity Esports, is in the top 5. They probably want to become champion, but it's not easy because right now Boom has taken the lead. But anything can happen in the final 3 games, which is why these 3 games are so important. And now I would like to send it back to our casters because Game 4 is ready to kick off and going. So, ladies and gentlemen, good luck to every team, and let's start Game 4.
And that was an interview with Logan, and for a very heartwarming one. Thank you to our host with all these wholesome questions. As we go back into the drawing board here, this is the top 4 gunslingers as it consists of TALON, XERXIA, RQ, and Alter Ego.
Yeah, I just want to take a moment to point out that Logan is actually half French. So that was his dad there in the crowd. And just so fun trivia, Logan doesn't translate it. But of course, it's for the home fans as well to be able to understand what's described by Logan in his speech. But great speech by Logan, gotta give it up to him. He's a great guy, by the way. And other than those numbers, here are top 4 gunslingers. So Yoru, look at the gap between everyone else. 1,353. And then you have RNA with XERXIA's best performance, 900, followed by Hexas, who the moment he subbed in RRQ in the grand finals, he has not left his seat, 778. And of course, no Rosemary, no party, 637.
Yeah, and I'm just really surprised that we are seeing Euro really going in with such a gun-blazing performance for so many rounds in the row, and even bested Rosemary in these couple of rounds. So we hope to actually see some of these names step up. But when we take a look at the middle pack, names coming in from TALON, RRQ, Alter Ego, these teams are the ones hoping to really pull through to make it into Riyadh for the PMWC. And the middle of the table is really looking to be a very stiff competition, coming in from the Infinity, holding on to that number 5 spot at the moment. As we take a look at what's coming up next, we're moving into a final round of Wrangle. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. If you guys are in the venue, yell as loud as you can. Well, probably you won't be tuning in there. So anyways, as we continue on, the Wrangle has definitely offered some of the best acts so far. Any expectation for our final 3 games, Sir Cloud, as things are slowly drawing to a close?
I hope, this is probably not an expectation, but I do hope that we'll see a little bit more drama. I mean, we thought this before the show started, and drama meaning that the points all of a sudden came so close that the final game matters for whether it's to enter the top or whether it's even for the championship. I know that obviously if you're a fan of a particular team, then you will want it to just go all the way and probably wrap things up by before last game, but I'm sure there will also be a lot of neutrals out there watching and just want to have a good time and see a little bit of a dramatic ending to our finale in this season's PMSL.
Likewise, I'm part of the neutral party where we just want to see really good games and perhaps some shakeup coming into the competition. Now, I guess what the drama is about is that BTR, they're now being pushed back down into that 6th position, and Alter Ego is also coming really closely. Although Alter Ego is number 7 right now, they got 98 points, and that's basically less than 10 points to chase up against the Infinity as well. So the Infinity definitely will have a little bit of pressure on their shoulders, but like what Logan said, put that pressure aside, we play our own game, and I don't care if we get the title or not, we just want to make sure that we show the best performance so far as a team.
Yeah, you transcribed it right in words coming in from a player who has had multiple championships under his belt, especially back in the day, the glory days of the Infinity, with having Mecha and also Newsy in the lineup. They had a couple of off seasons, I must say, when Mela and Newsy left the team. But this season, the Infinity seems to be starting to come back. Now, not like the Infinity that we have seen before that is just over-dominating everyone else, but they seem to be on it. And this is some sort of like a rebuilding season since they had a main change in their roster from the previous season to this season, and they seem to be on a great path and can score the ticket into the next round. Well, we might see a better Infinity coming forward.
They definitely are on the right trajectory, moving forward every step of the way, especially when we saw how groups see a little bit of shakiness coming from the Infinity, but they still pull through, and here they are, ready to rock and roll. And I also do love the interview we had from Jang speaking to fans, and also the big boss of Boom Esports, because they are definitely looking to secure the back-to-back win. So all eyes on this team. They will be challenged by DX, however. So the possibilities are for DX to overtake. It requires another round of Boom to be all 3 and maybe 2 chicken dinners or a close win with high numbers of frags for the Savior. Is that going to be possible with only 3 rounds of play? We'll have to wait and see, but we've seen some crazy rounds from DX before, especially back in day 1 with high elimination points as well as the chicken dinner. Well, it's only about putting the best foot forward for now as we see the backstage where the teams are getting a little bit of pep talk as well as drawing up some last minute plans headed into the final 3 rounds.
Man, Contra, I really love these behind the scenes because like unless you are at the venue and unless you get certain access, you wouldn't be able to get to see these kind of scenes. And I'm glad production really puts it out for general public to see what exactly happens behind the scenes. We obviously don't get the pep talk, but at least we get a gist of how they prepare them coming into this round. So big up to production for putting up this sort of image for us to really get to know these players behind.
Yeah, and that makes me miss these kind of environment a whole lot more. This time around, DTR will get the substitutions through. Gen Boss will be in play. And I didn't miss out on who exactly goes out for that.
Yeah, it was Gen Boss who came in. Yeah, but yeah, I guess that transition really quick as well. But yeah, I guess the necessary changes overall for BTR of how they have been performing. It's not like they're like bad, I must say, but again, it's because of the status of BTR. But you gotta give moment his moment. Okay. He's always like this. The team mascot, I call it.
He is definitely the party starter in every single occasion. We just love to see him on stage. And even despite that, taking a look at FaZe Clan, they are also part of the competition to take that number 5 spot away from their brothers, the Infinity. And you know what? There's been some rivalry going on for FaZe Clan VP as well as the Infinity for the longest of time. And some of these players have been in each respective teams beforehand. Now we're already getting the players all set up. Now, I guess like to really turn up the narrative onto this one, Infinity, BIGETRON, Alter Ego, FaZe Clan, RRQ even, they are definitely on that very tight race, just hanging by that rope, and in 40 seconds or less, we'll see which one will secure a better standing.
Ooh, man, it's so tight. I mean, the home fans are definitely hoping for their teams, whichever it is, to get something out of it. And like what you said, FaZe could still make it, even that Pi could still make it. And we're talking at least the top 5. And NKT is probably a bit too far, but at least they still have until Fire Esports in my books to be able to make it into the top 5 at least. 3 more games where we start our match up to the extended break. So head on to game number 4.
Here we are, the last round of Erangel of the entire PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia, as this time we'll take the path from Severdy heading into Sanaskal military base. Very fair balance when it comes down to where teams could basically end themselves into their favorite cities, but is there going to be a heavy contest in the early game? It really depends on where the first circle appears into this matchup. So right now, we're definitely keeping our eyes onto not only the top 5 teams, it's all the way down to even, say, 10th position up to VPE. One could argue if VPE gets a win here, they're definitely in the race for the top 5.
Yeah, so VPE with on the northern side onto Zaki. just like how they normally would, with depending on the flight path. And they're going to have a clear start at least, because normally around that area you will get many teams are challenging them. But that is the start. Doesn't matter how you start, how you end for Vampire Esports. For another top contender, Infinity dropping straight into mid base, hoping for the circle to favor them. Of course, if they do get a mid circle, it's going to be a big advantage for teams who like to drop there. And they have the entire mid base on the side. But Contra! My favorite circle!
Ask and you shall receive. The moment that you mentioned about that possibility, the Infinity, they will get a little bit of a head start right there. Though we are currently not receiving the entire grand scheme of the picture right now, but don't worry, we get this sorted out in moments time. However, when we take a look at the current position so far for the Infinity, 104 points, and BIGETRON Aliens, they are just 3 points shy to get up close and personal to tie things up. I wonder what will happen in this game.
Yeah, it's so tight there. There's so many possibilities, right? I'm also thinking of like the possibility of maybe climbing into the top 4. I know there's a slight gap there, the top 4 onwards, but because we have 3 more games to go, TALON Alliance, they cannot be complacent. Assuming that their goal right now is like, okay, as long as maintaining the top 4 would be cool, but they cannot be complacent the fact that the Infinity, they somehow have a boost or a buff because of already playing in the home ground, that they are performing fairly well today itself, and there is still a potential that they might overtake TALON and Alliance with the amount of points, the amount of games available.
Yeah, and on top of that, when we take a look at how proud Logan's dad really looked, the family support, everybody's really having their backs as well. You can definitely see that the Infinity, they are feeling the vibes, feeling the energy, feeling at the right mood, not only to perform, but really to show up that they have been one of the best so far hailing in from Thailand. So definitely all eyes are on them to maintain that lead. And first, apologies for a little bit of the feet delay, but don't worry, we'll get you sorted once again once we do receive a little bit more of an insight as to what's really going on with our 4th match of the evening.
Yeah, I was kind of excited to see the circle, but it seems like we may be heading for a restart, so hopefully a different circle, I don't know, but of course it's all about RNG, right? We might see circle again. If we do, not going to complain about it. Of course, it is the last day of the PMSL this season, so if we do get all these insane goals, that'll be fun. But if I were to like summarize my thoughts for today, it's actually pretty exciting. There's no like, okay, this one clear circle that is easy for all the teams. Like, all the circles are pretty tough. Sandhawk between the 2 islands, and then you got the first Erangel, which was a Gaka Mountain finish, and then you got the second Erangel, which was a Starboard-ish circle, Yasnaya Starboard-ish circle that has some level of water because of the lake. So I think circles today have been pretty exciting.
I agree. Like, there's no better way to actually end it on a high note, especially if you give all the best players the perfect challenges possible to see how well they will fare against the rest of the competition so far. And even when we take a look at Boom, well, there's not a single game that they basically got it landed for free, right? For most of the parts of Erangel, they really had to fight against the position of the circle. They managed to get 1 win, and they also have maintained a consistent record heading into that Sandhawk round. It's been looking rather convincing as to why they've been so successful throughout the course of the grand finals. And not only that, when we take a look at TALON, Infinity Alliance as well as the Savior, they're having a similar sort of formula to really get into great position. So I think that throughout these weeks, these teams definitely have prepared a whole lot to subdue whatever curveball that has been thrown at them.
Yeah, and it's and that's like the proof of challenger, right? Because it's not like, okay, you get every round it's on top of you and you kind of get lucky with it, and yeah, you just got the ticket just because you get the luck of the circle. But the Boom Esports have been showing a level of consistency even without the circle. Now maybe some fans can argue that, but the second era they didn't really do well. But hey, you know what? It's like what, 8 games in total. There's bound to be some games that they might face a hiccup. And naturally it just happens, especially if you face a tough circle. But at the end, it's all about the overall points collected, and who can deny the fact that Boom Esports is right up there with a healthy gap that they are not performing, or are definitely performing as a whole.
I agree with that, because all these hard effort that they've been able to put through from the group stages heading into this grand finals right now, they've been looking to be the monsters of the tournament because of their reputation to be so aggressive in all of this match, and just knowing where to put themselves to be able to seek all these golden opportunities, which they just do it so much better than a lot of all these teams out there, because a lot of all these other squads, they have the right ideas in mind, but Boom has always been the tough squad that nobody seems to be able to crack when they're playing in this tournament so far. But today, I think that it's been a really good form for teams like FaZe Clan, the Infinity, some brilliances coming in from RRQ, I may say as well. Though we want to see a little bit more effort if they were to make their way to get themselves the ticket to Riyadh.
Yeah, you know, if we talk about like some the teams that like I'll put it as a personal thought, right? Some of the teams that I personally would like to see do well and also put up a good performance, good show, it's going to be NKT. And why NKT? Because throughout the entire... Oh yeah. So I hope I answered. I read your mind then. Because one thing about NKT that throughout the league stage, I thought that they were pretty entertaining. Like there were some sinners who like, which were like kind of mind blowing. And I talked about how much I like the IGN Mr. Joe. I felt that that IGN really rings well with the tongue, you know. So it's like you call it like Mr. Joe. It's like, I don't know, it just gives a very cool feeling to it. I don't know what you think about it.
Well, I definitely believe in Mr. Joe on what kind of vibes that he brings to the table. We see some nice clutches from him from time to time. Mr. Joe definitely is going to be in the house, ladies and gentlemen. But same goes to all the other rest of these players out there. And for those of you guys who, you know, might have just tuned in directly to the grand finals, what happened to some of these teams out there that you've been cheering, like Dodak, Team Secret, Warp Team? Fortunately, got eliminated through the group stages. And now in the grand finals, it's really about the top 16 teams that make the cut. And there were instances where, you know, NKT, they looked really good in, you know, first 2 weeks. And then there were also positions where NKT, they risk getting eliminated as well heading into the final week.
Yeah, you were there when unfold during the last day, right? And NKT, they got a murder, I must say. And yeah, they were really, I wouldn't say really, it's all about like them putting in the effort to get the points, right? But it's also about like other teams not do as well to overtake NKT. There's like this, there's like a couple of factors that brought them into the grand final. At the end, they are in the grand finals, and I believe that throughout the course of this, people wouldn't remember what happens during the league stage. People will remember what happened in grand finals, and as long as they make their way through, I think NKT, the home fans proud.
I definitely do think so as well. And speaking of which, we also see a glimpse of PEA, a Malaysian squad that has definitely been raising some eyebrows back in day one, even scoring a chicken dinner in the grand stage of the PMSL means so much to not only the audiences over on the venue, but also for the fans supporting back at home, because these are the stories that they've been trying to tell to everybody out there. Since PEA, they're an up and rising team. They weren't exactly a team that other squads would fear, but they have definitely proven the point that they are well versed on how to play PUBG Mobile, and will be able to still give very worthy competition towards the resident, and they're definitely looking to stay for more seasons to come. So I hope to see even more heading into the upcoming seasons ahead of us. But all eyes once again locked towards our gentleman on stage. Oh my, that's I wonder what he's wrapping his face with. That's a really warm-looking. Do I call it a teddy bear? It feels like he's getting hugged by one.
It feels like he's being munched by one.
Okay.
You know,
It
there's
is
this.
teddy bear.
You know, there's this movie that has this alien called the Fader,
The what?
a face hugger.
Oh, face hugger.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of it before. Which movie was that again?
It was Aliens.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So what it does is that it hugs onto the face of the victim, and it lays eggs inside of the victim through the face, and you know, it's a whole alien story. Like then the eggs hatch within the victim, and yeah, that's a thing for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep. You definitely don't want to face against any face huggers out there, but if there's going to be any aliens here that's hugging into their seats, it's BIGETRON Red Aliens. They've had name iterations like the Red Villains as well, but you know, time to time, I often get myself confused. But the Red Aliens right now, I think that they're definitely in a really good spot. Now, with the timer's back up on our screen, ladies and gentlemen, that means that we are clear to go for another retake of our final round of Wrangle. So, Facehugger aside, and fun fact to that name Facehugger is also a pro MOBA player, hailing from Indonesia as well. I know because, yeah, I've seen it before.
Okay. Hopefully he's a good hugger, not a good face hugger. Well, yeah, everyone could use a little bit more love. But definitely a lot of love for the trophy. It's shiny, it's beautiful. I really like that. But who will take it back home? Let's check this out.
We schedule another flight for our final matchup of Wrangle, as we will now take a different course this time, moving from the corners of Liptovka, headed into South George. Now, we may or may not get that island ending that we so desire, but it's okay. This is going to be the last dance, heading into the classic map, as we will see epic battles take place. There's only 3 rounds of play here in the grand finals, and all begins right here on the halfway line.
And looking at the flight path, looks like we're going to get another Zaki drop for Vampire Esports, since it's the close up. And dropping directly into PMSL is going to take them quite a bit. Definitely style that Vampire Esports is used to. So another good spread up north as well because of the presence of Vampire. I'm hoping for a mid-range, of course, because if you think about it this time, now PIGMY towards shooting range to 20, so that's kind of like their new drop, so they left mid to space for it. And for the Infinity, they are not heading towards Novo again, or Novo base. They drop around the area of South Jovo Pool, just to get that kind of circle. So yeah, no mid-range circle, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a Kaka's ending, very, very likely.
There is still the possibility of Pachinki, School, or even Rozov, depending on how it shifts as well, but there's so many teams now fighting for those vehicles, and I'm afraid that we might actually see some pandemonium in the early game, but thankfully for NKT, Mr. Joe is definitely going to be safe for now. And look at that, we now see Team Flash also claiming a territory of Yasna Polyana for themselves, so we might see a fight, we might not see a fight with them against TALON Esports, as we have seen beforehand. And I may have spoke too soon about NKT, as BTR will claim first blood in the hands of Zuxi.
Oh, Caster's Curse is not a thing, ladies and gentlemen. It's just a myth. Just putting it out there. But it looks like NKT, they're trying to get a revenge against a member of BTR, but not able to land any knock onto them. Zuxi get away to safety. Although 30% of health, but at least he's fine for now. Vehicle went away, A-OK. But for the rest of NKT, We'll be playing the rest of the round with 3 players. But the good news for IKT is that at least they drop into the circle.
Yeah, it's not too far off as they're on the corners of farm, which is why BTR is definitely look for a little bit of that challenge. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports, they are in a territory where a lot of all these other Thai teams are also playing. We've got the Infinity, and I do believe that FaZe Clan is also not too far away from the hospital grounds as well. And not forgetting XERXIA, who's also on the north end side of Jokopol. So, XERXIA, off of that win, we want to see what more damage can they do, especially with the rest of the Thai squads surrounding the area.
And for the benefit of XERXIA being one of the home team, at least, I guess at this point, realistic for them to even get into the top 5 is a far-fetched. But at least if they don't end number 16, I guess, yeah, they don't. You know, it's I think back to the home fans, right? Like they still put up a fight. It's a storyline of them putting up a fight, not giving up, even though they know that they are very, very far off from even qualifying PMWC, and they still put on a good show, and they don't put themselves at number 16 today. I think it's a good return to the home fans.
It definitely is, especially as a tribute to those who come in to support from all across the country. As we are now having all the players, the best players of Southeast Asia under one roof. I kind of wish that we get more and more of all these big tournaments to be happening all over Southeast Asia as well. We've taken visits to Indonesia, to Malaysia, to Thailand, and I'm really hoping that at one point we get to also see them playing in Vietnam as well. That's one venue that I think a lot of all these Vietnamese fans will be eager to just go and support home crowd favorites, DX. Speaking of DX, they are still chasing, but is it too far-fetched now, Sir Clout? It's 144 points versus 180.
Ooh, I mean, that's the golden
3
question,
games.
right? 3 games, 36 points difference. Okay. How would mathematically it's still possible, right? So you gotta think about it. What if BOOM Esports had a disaster? Like
what
0 points or maybe 12 points every round, and DZ all of a sudden they went all in Super Saiyan and they scored like 2 chicken dinners with 20 Asians. I mean, mathematically that's kind of possible still.
It is definitely very possible, but to require BOOM Esports to crash out with no points at all is a tough ask, which most often than not, other than that round, which they end up only securing 2 points because of the fights that were breaking out by Stauber, they walk away with at least 2 points. Any point that BOOM adds to the table right now is just going to make life so much harder for DX. So, that being said, it has to be a bad game from BOOM. It has to be a stellar game from DX. Meanwhile, anybody else will be happy that, hey, there's more points on the table to be earned here, especially for Infinity, BTR, Alter Ego, FaZe Clan, and RRQ.
Right, so I'm going to return the question to you since you asked me about PEA, right? X, fall from grace. I mean, they had a good start, they had a good league, stayed well, but all of a sudden, coming into day 3, day itself, DX, they're losing the plot. Like, in theory, why do you think that is happening to DX?
I think that they're playing relatively too safe, where they're not really fighting for the optimal position to gain points. When I say gain points, it's in terms of pick up fights, getting those elimination points. Rather, you do see DX to be playing a little bit more consistent when it comes down to positioning, though. If you take a look at the first 3 rounds of play, they have still end up in an average of a top 4 finish, to say the very least. So, other than that, it's just really about them needing to be in the prime spot, like how BOOM will always fight for a position that they deem is ideal to farm those numbers, which is why BOOM got that massive 32-pointer in that one round where they got themselves that chicken dinner.
Yeah, I think point there, the fact that you pointed out like top 4 finish for DX, they got that, but their amount of eliminations are like, to the best of my memory, was like only eliminations, although they were in the top 4.
3.
Yeah, it's like a low single-digit number. So I guess that just tells the story, right? Like they are not taking the fights where they potentially could just 8 points. I mean, even if they put themselves in a position that nobody is around them, guess that's where you need to kind of like pre-plan, right? Maybe we need to play outside in so that we come into more fights and potentially able to get points. Because if we think about it, right, DX, when it comes to firepower, this team is undoubtedly one of the highest fiery teams among them all. I think you're right. They should be a little more confident with their firepower to try to take away those points.
And I think that they're definitely in a good position to do so, especially now with the zone shrinking towards PIGMY. They have players being set up around the course of the hill. So whoever wants to drive across Potato, good luck with that, because there is a lot of spots now ready to take them on. Meanwhile, with all the great migration going through, we see BTR up close and personal against the rest of Alter Ego at the moment. Not too far off, Yudu Alliance also contesting for their kills as well. Three-way warfare is about to begin, I do believe. This is just going to be a little bit more preparation as the rest of BTR is still keeping their vehicles intact, so perhaps they're not really looking for a move just yet.
Yeah, feels pretty similar to Irango number 1. Whereby Irango number 1, we don't see any first blood at all until like stage 3 onwards. This time we do see that was doing a vehicle tussle involving NKT and a BTR, but in that we don't see much. So it feels that teams are playing as safe as they would want, just like how the first Irango was playing, and playing it very disciplined, not over-committing the fights, not doing unnecessarily. And this is where we are in the current position where we have so many still alive and in stage 2. But that also would mean when it comes to 3, all havoc will break loose.
I agree. That's what we all look forward to when that happens. Now some taps have been sent across towards the members of Team Flash. Just a little bit of signal warning. Meanwhile, the rest of XERXIA is going to wrap around from the Gatka region to slowly get into PIGMY's side. They're taking things really carefully as they understand that teams, they love to play across the hill, and that's going to be FaZe Clan that will claim it for themselves. And just to go back into that as well, when you did mention the pickoff coming from BTR, they add one more point in. They're just inching closer and closer to the Infinity now, only needing about another 3 points to eventually get their way across to reclaim that number 5 position where they start off the day with. Batman now holding down the hillside as the rest of BTR and also other teams are looking to challenge eventually. Meanwhile, into school, we're seeing members of the side of PEA holding it from the north. I'm surprised the north point is a little bit more cleared up than the rest of it.
Yeah. Normally there would be teams taking the spot, but we don't see many of them. So there could be an indicator a lot of teams are playing in the middle. Now we'll be showing the map in a little bit more, ladies and gentlemen, and that's where we'll be able to paint a better story on how the teams are playing in this round. And there you go. So just skimming through, a lot of teams played in the middle, and even though the circle shifted towards the northern side, we still get a lot of teams within the circle still.
Indeed. Meanwhile, Boom has already secured that great real estate in between PIGMY as well as Rosa. So that's going to be a firm hold over onto the northwestern side for the team that's hoping to defend their title. Meanwhile, I got a glimpse of the centerfold of the field. There's teams like RQ, Alter Ego, and so many squads right smack dab into the city. An urban warfare to end. I say this may as well be better than whatever happens inside of the Sonoska Island, which we were supposed to get. But hey, I'm not complaining right now because we're going to see who else has the best of muscles to survive the onslaught of the fight in the city.
So you know, ladies and gentlemen, among us, that Contra is the only one that loves Urban Warfare Finale.
I'm sure the fans could appreciate a little bit of that because it's always gonna be whoever checks the corridors better, whoever drops better grenades, as well as how to maneuver around the city. Meanwhile, I want to take a better look at what's the surrounding like. Now, we get a good glimpse. It's XERXIA over onto the cathedrals. PIGMY on the far north, as well as DX somewhere in the centerfold. Here comes the rest of Vampire Esports driving by, somehow not caught up by the rest of XERXIA.
Nobody really wants to pull the trigger. I guess they don't really want to exit themselves, especially for XERXIA. But I noticed that a couple of shots were fired by a pick that would tell the other opponents that where they are. Easy by Vampire Esports unchallenged much by other teams. But if it does end up inside of PIGMY, well, the Xavier is still in there, and that's their regular draw spot. So we can make the assumption that they would have the knowledge of how to navigate around the city of PIGMY.
I hope so too. The Xavier smack dab in the center. Leaving the area will be a death sentence for a majority of the squads that usually play inside when the circle shifts. But for teams that are very well versed of the nooks and crannies of where to hide, where to fight, they definitely fancy it. Meanwhile, Line's looking for that pickoff against what I do believe to be Mr. Joe on the ground. NKT got into a rough run in now, sandwiched in between a couple of teams. Sam9 as well as Alliance seems like the Malayan Tigers are looking to strike. And it will be Kenny S that will be really circling them like a hawk right now. Big Nate's tossed in blue zone, zoning off of the side of NKT at the moment. There's really not many places for them to hide.
Nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. I mean, the moment they step out of the shack, they're going to be in the open. And Alliance being one of those teams who could potentially still challenge for the number one. We want to try to pick up as many points as possible out of the hands of NKT. But NKT, they have 1 point away to the blue zone. 2 more players for NKT still alive, still tanking it out. But Judo Alliance, they have to shift the focus as well to other teams when they pass by, especially Sam9. It's not too far away from them.
Smart play coming from Sam9 though. Overlooking the hill, trying to scout out the dangers of what PIGMY has to offer. But Leo is also on the lookout for depth. Whereas Infinity tries to defend this area of play against the rest of XERXIA, driving by. Nate's now being tossed. Logan falters to the ground. No support coming in from the rest of the Infinity. They will have to ditch him. Unfortunate for the side of Infinity. They're hoping to get catches, but instead they're the ones who got caught.
Ouch for the Infinity. I mean, they cannot afford to drop the ball. BTS just right behind them by 3 points. Mr. Joe taken out by depth, leaving NK only 1 player left, but he's still spending time at the blue. TALON took out Snake RRQ. And on screen right now, the Infinity, the home team, playing for the outside circle, the migration in, hoping to not bump into any other team. But looking at the minimap, I mean, it's hard to go away from other teams since we're at stage 4 now, with 6 teams still available.
It's so crowded up inside of the city right now with another shift of the stage. I do believe that it does end up within the territories of the city, as well as on the far south side, which is where the teams are holding out to, towards all the hills, potato hills, if you would like to call it. Sam9 now visited by the rest of Infinity, arriving to the scene, looking for a fight, but then vehicles are depleted, unable to take down Deb, and that makes them pay for their lives. My, not really working out so far for the Infinity.
They try to fight back though, but not only Sam9, they need to be worried about a good amount of teams around as well. Oh my god, Tuni! Finish off a U-high from Sam9, and this opens up the floodgate for not only BR, but Alter Ego, FaZe Clan, RRQ. The points are so close for the Infinity.
And this is where they really have to face the music. They only can play for the final 2 rounds of Miramar, but the battle continues on. FaZe Clan now being struck down, and XERXIA on a hot streak. They're even trying to lead the rest of FaZe Clan. 2 members down, nobody to save 9 Noise or Mela. And look at who's on top of the hill. It is Vampire Esports. It is the Thai teams fighting one another to see who is the supreme Thai at the end of this journey.
Mixed feeling for the Thai supporters, looking at the favorite teams canceling out each other. And now XERXIA, they're in a tough position. Vampire Esports with a high advantage will pick up RNJ. And now Vampire Esports, the back with elimination points, looking for more, found their third, and now looking for the next target. FaZe Clan as well as a good amount of players from have been eliminated.
At least we do hear some of these teams do have a crowd favorite, and that is going to be the members of VPE securing those 3-pointers out there. Crowd erupts in joy. Still 7-9 trying to strike through the smoke, does find one. Yuhai tries to clear it out, but the Peko still so elusive, still hiding in there. They don't know what's left of it, and he comes in, striking it down. Yuhai with a drop shot. He saves the day for 7-9. This is the best performance so far with 8.
Beautiful drop there by Yuhai. As they move back over to PMSL Esports, and this time around against Team Flash without circle at all. PMSL Esports, they do have vehicles, still active and looks to leave this, but Team Flash is not going to let them go that easy. He gets out of the vehicle. She's space crazy. Not able to get knocked out just yet, but it's going to be yummy. Easy from DEA fighting against the Team Flash. Batman navigating around the smoke, not able to get a good vision of what's happening within there. And now Batman needs to face the blue as well. PMSL Esports, Bobby will be taken out. Team Flash fighting back.
And Team Flash, they deter the entry of Boom as well. A collateral damage being done on both sides. Boom, only left with one member. They secured 2 points, but at what cost? TALON Esports now striking onto Frantisi, and that nade seals the deal. Floodgates once again opened up for the savior in the city of Pochinki.
Ooh, and 7-9 just went out, but they got 8 elimination points in their hand. Now, with the talk about like PMSL Esports and the possibility that might happen in the coming 3 games, including this one, they have been eliminated with only 2 points this round. These 8 points got TALON with 5 eliminations already. Anything can happen.
Somehow, a whole lot of damage still being struck by the side of the god. Final member remaining for NKT will not last to tell the tale. TALON Esports still on that hot streak. We've seen this team perform. We've seen the damage they can do. And they do it yet again. Is now Jin trying to survive. Can he heal up in time? He cannot afford to enter the city at all. And there's still a few bandages? Only bandages? I don't think he makes the cut. PA, they settle for 8.
Yeah, we can see his health going down faster than heal up. So it's just a matter of time right now. If it's not 8 and then 7, not much difference in terms of placement points. So PA, here it is, officially bowed, taking back 1 elimination point with them together.
A top 8 finish, to say the very least. Meanwhile, Yoru is the next one to fall off. So that also leaves 6 teams. This is the fastest round that we have in the grand finals, it feels.
Oh, yeah.
What on earth is going on here in Pochinki?
Yeah, from a chill start, all of a sudden, you have a lot of moments where you blink and say, but you ask for it. This could be a Pochinki finale. And guess who in the middle? The Xavier, PMSL Esports, closest contender for the title.
All they really have to do is get rid of PIGMY Esports, then the entire city is for them to claim. But the final circle might end up in these open territory, which will give them a little bit of trouble. Meanwhile, Utilize now being flushed by Rosemary, who will look to strike. Not having a chance here, Utilize trying to survive as long as they can with Leon. Just holding down the line.
Whoa!
Getting that knock, looking to secure the number as well. Play by Leon.
What a solo play by Leon! Beautifully done indeed. But now his next mission is trying away from the blue. He does have a vehicle though, but his position was compromised. Gave away the idea to Vampire Esports that somebody's going to be there. Now easy. You did point out that they do have PIGMY. They need to clear them off to have Pochinki all for themselves.
Now it's going to be Tony K that will be able to eliminate Alter Ego. To top that with this chance, they'll be able to overtake Infinity. BTR, they only got 2 points so far. This is going to be a good chance to create a gap between them as well as Alter Ego, and also seize that opportunity against Infinity at the same time. Vampire Esports, 7 points of elimination. They're definitely looking for the chase through the top 10s, moving up the ranks. This is where they're still trying to sniff out where exactly is Leon. That nade! It hits! It's Tony K!
It's the one and only Tony K. And look at the assignment for the crowd. Knowing that Tony K, with that one nade, eliminated U2 Alliance. And that gives one step into claiming this chicken dinner. But dedicated competition, look at this. All our top 4 teams, all of them still a full squad.
This is not the kind of Pachinki fight-off that I have expected. That majority of these fights are actually taking place outskirts instead of within the city itself. And up till now, the Saber is still standing there with 0 points to be accrued. So they need to eventually get out of there and start looking for more, or else these chances are slowly dipping down. Car goes down to the hands of Stone as Tony seals the deal. My word, they are on a rampage right now, hunting out for BTR.
And we're about to find out the next piece of circle in about 4 seconds. It could still go into the city of Pachinki. And if it goes there, the Xavier will be the happy bunch. Of course, together with PIGMY, since they are unwanted neighbors now. But for Vampire, just look at the spread. They have 2 players on the left side of the road, 2 players on the road. Wherever the circle shifts, they have at least somebody there as a marker.
And with such great information gathering as well, this could either go really well or really bad for the side of Vampire Esports. Same could be said about BTR as they are holding it out onto the sniper's nest. That bunker is not going to last for too long of a hold. The moment that the rest of the ones in the city knows of their whereabouts, then it will be increasingly difficult. Especially where BTR holds, it's not exactly within the circle, so they will have to leave eventually. So all eyes are on BTR. They managed to overtake one team. Can they do another one? As we take a look.
Look at the
Esports closing in.
map. And PIGMY, some of them do not have the circle, so they're forward. And this is where we might see the clash between PIGMY and Xavier.
It's bound to happen as they slowly set foot with a flank being set up by IQOO. Meanwhile, Lamborghini is holding into the far right. They have not spotted Lambo just yet. Billbot climbs over the top side of the hill. Good disciplined play to make sure that he's not being tracked at all. Footsteps definitely heard by Nate from this moment on. They're definitely using a lot of resources of all these nades, trying to clear off all these angles then to face check. It's a very stiff competition between all of them, and BTR, they have one caught out. XERXIA on the field. Before has to make it to the shack though. One member in the back. Not sure how this will fare for BTR, but they must go in for the fight against BPE.
There you go. Open fight between the 2 teams. Another set happening within Pachinki itself. Vampire Esports on one side of the road. The Russians doesn't be that easy, but they did it by sending a nade across, taking out XERXIA. Vampire Esports. We can hear the whole team cheer for their favorite team, Vampire Esports.
And now there is just multitudes of possibilities. Big nade landing onto Shadows as well. 1 minute down from the side of DX. IQOO, he's gonna steal that point away. BTR is gone. 4th place finish, only settling for 2 points of elimination. Meanwhile, resets are coming through. The rest of PIGMY looking to strike, but Nate, he's holding the angles. He finds IQOO. Down from the side of PIGMY, he knows that there's some gun barrels sticking out. 2 members down from the side of DX as well. This is looking to be bleak. 2 members left from the side of DX now, hoping to push through. Dimsy tries to clear off Nate from the top. He's got that Nate. He's gonna hop though. Just playing by the corners, and he's trying to move out of the zone just to find an angle, but he's got nowhere to run. Nate, can he do it? He's throwing a strange grenade, but there is not much space for him to work with.
Man, this should be their area, but they're losing the plot. Lost Shadows, Origin. 2 more to go against PIGMY. And that's the for PIGMY. Trying to for any members of these areas, but we got Lamborghini on the other side, DT on the other side. 2 different angles. Same time, the blue will close in about 15 more seconds here to be prepared to move into the circle. One thing off PIGMY.
And with the circle shifting towards BPE's favor, It's all about settling the scores inside the city. PIGMY, they got them all surrounded. Nate as well as Lambo, they just got to play off of whatever contact that they do get. You hear them running across. Nate now inside the building, but there's no clear angle for Billbot. He's going for the chase. Now he has to pick up the fight. Going across the corners and jump shots. Oh, they find him. PIGMY, they suppress the X.
My goodness, PIGMY winning the fight against Xavier. Now only Lamborghini left, the last remaining member. Not the smoke, but PIGMY knows exactly where he is, but they not need to deal with Lamborghini. They need to deal with Vampire Esports. As a squad now coming in technically as a third party.
Such a huge margin now acquired by the side of Vampire Esports. The floodgates, once again, like I said, open up wide as the Thai fans cheer them on, hoping for a massive win with 73%. This is looking rather good. And it's PIGMY that annihilates the X. 0 points of elimination? Are you kidding me?
What? They're all that 0? Oh no. I'm sorry we didn't talk about it, but Verizon a little bit more as now we're focused on the final fight here. Vampire Esports wants to rep against PIGMY. And Vampire Esports get something to the whole fast cheer.
A wonderful day for the Thai audience. Yet another win for Thailand. We've had Infinity really rating strong. And then now you see Vampire Esports and XERXIA, they picked one for themselves as well. And not only that, Vampire Esports with such a huge number to be racked up in this round, I think they are definitely in the race to book that ticket to Riyadh.
Don't count Vampire Esports out yet, just ladies and gentlemen. Check out the amount of eliminations that they have collected. They collected 15 eliminations, 25 whooping points in this round. If you gotta think about it, they had a really hard circle. They dropped in Zarki, had to make a long rotation. The circle kept going away from them, but nothing stops Vampire Esports.
Absolutely nothing will hinder them from claiming this beautiful win. And it's all due to the heroics of Tony K. How many times you see him leading the pack, leading the forefront of the attack, and always walk out unscathed and secure the 6 elimination points with massive damage to be done. But other than that, a lot of these fights are actually taking place on the outskirts, especially on that south side where BPE is at.
Xavier not even making it into the top 4. Instead, it's PIGMY, Sem9, and BT up here as South top 4 teams to focus. Just Xavier getting the circle for us, it should be a good advantage for them since it was in Pachinki, but they didn't take good advantage of that, going out without any elimination points at all. But let's revenge moment here with Vampire Esports to chicken dinner.
And here we have it. Vampires on top of this matchup with 25 points being racked up with their chicken dinner to be secured. This is definitely one of their best performance in the tournament so far. PIGMY Esports have bested DX in order to secure a top 2 finish with 12 points. Meanwhile, Seb9, despite them going out early, they got that 8 elimination points to secure a top 3. Meanwhile, this has been an impressive round from BTR to be able to also stash away for 6.
Oh man, look at this Contra. Xavier only scored 5 points from their 3rd place finish, pushing them to number 8 in terms of rankings. Ah man, I thought that could have been an opportunity they could have took, because for Boomies they collected 2 points. But anyway, other than that, Q and the Infinity went out without any points this round, and this will also Infinity in their pursuit for the top 5.
I would say the same goes to even FaZe Clan, where they're hoping to still keep things a little bit more competitive as well. As we take a look at the update, it will be BTR that will not only overtake the Infinity, Vampire Esports with that chicken dinner. They're only 1 point ahead of Infinity as well. The race is on. Ooh. And look at these teams. They're just neck and neck. Meanwhile, no shifts whatsoever from the top 4. That's what we do expect.
Yeah, 33-point gap still between PUBG Esports and Xavier. Still a very healthy gap between the two of them. But on page number 2, no movers here except for PIGMY, who finished 2nd with a brilliant against the Xavier in their home drop spot. And now this brings them to number 11. Still quite far-fetched, but 87 with 2 games to go. They have to score big if they want any chance of getting the top 5.
They definitely will need to pull any form of heroics out there. But speaking of heroes, Tony K definitely has been the hero for Vampire Esports, as the Wonder Boy once again shows that he still have what it takes to really put Thailand on the map as we compare him to Rosemary. Alter Ego, they also went in for those early fights over the southern territory, but Alter Ego didn't manage to get too much out of that. So it's still going to be 2 elimination points that has been secured from Alter Ego, nevertheless. As we take a look at the top 4 gunslingers, it's coming in undoubtedly from Vampire Esports, but we got Alter Ego, Seb9, and PIGMY to join in the ranks as well.
Yes, and Vampire Esports with the best performance to the chicken dinner, 2,269 damage. Alter Ego, 1,444, Seb9, 1,417, and PIGMY, 1,284. And here are the top fraggers based on the teams. Vampire Esports, 15 eliminations, followed by Seb9, 8, PIGMY 6, and TALON with 5 when they were not in the top 3, top 4.
Yeah, and it's definitely very interesting as to how this has occurred, because of how many of all these teams were just playing by the hillside and also looking to really sweep the edges, and that really sees Seb9 picking up those 8 pointers out there. I'm absolutely surprised that, you know, we saw the eruption of Thai teams going at each other, and Vampire Esports, coming a little rather late, has been able to reap those opportunities. Very unfortunate for the Infinity, but the show goes on. Now to our penultimate round as we begin our flight shortly into Miramar. This is where our eyeballs will be fixated onto a few names. DX, can they get massive rounds, as they have been a little bit quiet for the rest of these other matches? And also, who will take the final spot in the top 5?
Oh man, Contra. I just can't get it out of my head. It have been Xavier's round to try to close the gap significantly. At least close the gap significantly, but oh man.
So close.
I feel for it. I feel for it. I mean, I'm genuinely a neutral, but feel for like the fans of Xavier. That should happen. That chance to close that gap, put a lot more pressure to PUBG Esports for the final 2 runs.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at the similar trend, right? DX, they're always fighting for that center of the circle. They kept going for it, and that lands themselves in the middle of the territory of Pachinki, which, once again, we see a little bit more passiveness. We don't see really fights happening or the assertiveness to actually pick up any form of elimination, whereas PIGMY's in the same position. PIGMY's also looking out, trying to catch players from the side of BTR and anybody else, which got themselves so much more. If they were a little bit more proactive, I would think that they will be heavily rewarded for that instance and not be put into, yet again, this position. Now that means that they require a few scenarios again. Boom to lose out on these Miramar rounds, and also for them to at least score 18 points per round. That's not easy at all when you're playing in Miramar.
Exactly, in such map where it's very rough to navigate around. I want to point out that maybe some would say that they got the circle, they don't really need to move, the yada and all that. Sure, you got the circle, naturally you don't move. But now we're talking about the points for the championship, right? If you don't like put in the crunch time, then you know it's giving away the opportunity to boom esports. The best example that I would want is Vampire Esports in that round. If you notice that based on like the map, they went into Pochinki at some point, but they went out of Pochinki to come back in to look for, whether it's intentional or not, to look for elimination points. And they got a lot of them in that round, 15 elimination points by Vampire Esports. Because they know that if they want the ticket into the top 5, have to get elimination points. They cannot play passively. And that is what exactly Vampire Esports, Saber could have done the same.
I would certainly agree with that. And now, of course, with only 2 maps to go, there's just very little chances left. So they have to seize every opportunity on the table. That requires a shift of mindset,
lagi,
but let's go to
dengan
the
Coach Cap daripada BTR. Dan sekarang Coach, pertanyaannya adalah sisa 2 game dan slot ke PMWC itu cuma top 5. Ada 4 tim yang mau incar slot PMWC itu, yaitu Infin, VPE juga baru dapat Chicken, BTR dan juga Infin, BTR, AE sama AE. Jadi apa yang bakal dilakuin oleh pasukan BTR buat mengincar top 5 supaya bisa lolos ke PMWC?
Just play. Inilah saatnya chemistry dan mentality yang main. Jadi ya biar anak-anak main aja tinggal.
Okay, from the coaching staff, we're not gonna do anything much. We're not gonna change anything much. It's because for right now, it's only determined by the player itself, where we're gonna see how their mental is, how their strategy is, how their confidence is. So we're just gonna let them play. That's all. So I'll see you guys on the last game, I think, and we're gonna see who qualified to PMWC for the top 5 slot. I'll see you guys later.
Jounce really wants to take the stage once again because he's expecting Boom to be there so that he could interview them, perhaps.
Yeah, at this point, honestly, if I were Junks, I'll start to like suit up, you know, do my hair and all that. Because at this moment, Boom Esports is looking pretty solid for the championship still. Okay, some changes here. Octar is going to take a break and Boyce is win. And this is Octar Eagles' first swap today. And speaking of it, they can still gun for the top 5 slot. So making this change in hope for them to be able to get in, because it is so tight to be in the bare minimum slot of number 5.
That's right, Alter Ego. Now, with this substitution, just goes to show that they always have a game plan when it comes down to different maps. And Boyshield looking to be the specialist coming into the final rounds, heading into the tournament. As we've got 20 seconds left, Vampire Esports with that massive win are also ready to take on the challenge to secure their slot. As we head to our penultimate round, this is where we're at, ladies and gentlemen. The 2024 PMSL Southeast Asia will kick off their rounds in Miramar.
Match 17 out of 18. 2 games to go. And just looking at the Miramar average points, the stats favors towards Boom Esports. The closest contender, T-Series, is not in the top 8 in terms of average points. In fact, they're number 10. I mean, I'm a numbers guy, Contra, and the numbers look good for T-Savior to catch the number 1.
I'm not sure how they're going to do it, but they will need every a single muscle to be working all together, as well as their brain muscle in particular. Now, what's interesting to note is that Udo Alliance is also on the rankings on number 2, but the best player in this map overall has been IQOO, as he's known to be the sharpest sniper that's in the field. But on Miramar, we also do see the highest average eliminations to be secured by Frentizi of PUBG Esports, which is why he's been really holding himself really well in all of these matches for not only throughout the course of the group stage, but even today, he has shown up really racking numbers back for PUBG Esports.
Average elimination points of 5 for Frenzy, and the second place guy, just by behind me, is 2 points. He doubles the average elimination points of this contender. Man, all the stats do point to PUBG Esports to do well inside of Miramar. I don't know about this Contra. I don't know this. My gut feeling right now is that the final game may not matter for PUBG Esports. We might shift our focus to the top 5 then.
Yes, and with that being said, regardless of the situation, it really feels like Boom, the Savior, and at a certain extent, Udo Alliance and Talon have already secured their slot for Riyadh. It's more about how much more prize money you get, and do you actually walk away with the trophy right now? That begs the question, right? But now, number 5, BTR, is only hanging tightly on 2 points. Vampire Esports is on a roll right now, and with that hope really being given by Tony K and Co, I think that they also won't be resting at any given point, because the Infinity, they're 1 point behind. Same goes to Alter Ego. This is the kind of drama that we've asked for, and we have once again received it towards the tail end of the grand finals.
Yeah, the top 5 slot, that drama is even more dramatic than the number 1 slot at this point. Looking at the numbers, my intuition tells me that probably it's down to potentially Team Flash because of 2 more rounds to go. The next round might definitely change, but as of now, I'll probably give it until Team Flash. But teams like Team Flash, PIGMY, Team Flash and PIGMY, because they're like in the 80-point bracket, they have to come up big. But also at the same time, they have to hope for teams like BTR, Vampire, basically teams above them to drop the ball here. And is there a possibility for that to happen? Yeah, it can happen, but it needs all the stars to align.
It definitely does need everything to align perfectly for members of Team Flash to get a lot more. BTR looking to secure themselves the number, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Zuxy's already down. Where's the rest of BTR? Nowhere to be seen. That's PIGMY picking off one of their fellow Indonesians. But like you said, it's all the way down to Team Flash, so maybe it's a start for PIGMY. They got number 2, and that was close enough for a chicken dinner. They're in a good position.
Yeah, it's definitely for themselves, right? And of course, maybe to some of the EPG supporters, they might be thinking to themselves, oh, why did they end? You know, we should be supporting Internet. But yeah, in the first place, of course, you wouldn't know exactly who you eliminate because the names get masked if you're like playing inside them. So you won't know until you end the person. When you end the person, you'll be like, oh, okay, this guy. Okay, whether it's the target that you want or the target that you don't want, that's a separate conversation. So just to share it to the fans that we may see that's not, but for the players, they don't until they eliminate the person.
That's right, and at the very same time, when you are playing in a tournament, you want whatever advantages that you can get, not just for your nation, right, but for your own team. You want to be the one representing, than to have, you know, all of your fellow brothers from different organizations to always claim the spotlight instead. So in that sense, every team for themselves. Meanwhile, as we take a look at the rest of BTR, they've done this before. They camped the top side of this hill to overlook the entire surrounding of Picado and the rest of the field. They spot of movements coming in from what I do believe to be 7-9, or it could be another different squad. And now without the presence of Zuxy, some immense firepower has been lost from the side, but so long as they can hold out onto an optimal angle from the top of the hill, I think they will still be able to farm some numbers back towards BTR.
Yeah, I want to put out this narrative, right? So if you remember, like the day, like BTR is always known for this Indonesian term ngeprank. Yeah, so for the benefit of our English ngeprank, well, basically like how it sounds, basically they like to prank, meaning that they show up during the last minute and all of a sudden they could clinch something the last few games of the last game. And I don't know, maybe this is one of those moments for BTR because yeah, this is at number 5, cool, and maybe they would to like be able to slide in, and if it does go their way, it may even into top 4 because that would give them a better advantage into PMSL.
True enough. And when we take a look at the top 5 right now, we're seeing 3 names from Indonesia: Boom, TALON Esports, BTR. I'm pretty sure that BTR, if it's a prank or not, they're definitely not in the comfortable spot to, you know, pull some jokes in between. As right now, they definitely are in dire need to get themselves into a better position. But like you said, it has happened before. They're always moving into some of all these major tournaments with them positioning themselves at the brink of it, and then in the final game, somehow that Super Saiyan mode arrives just in the nick of time for them to just pull through. Now, is that going to be the case, especially when VPE Infinity is so close in the picture? EX now driving by very closely to another squad. I think they really want to play it a little safer this time around, just like how they did. But DX, a lot of opportunities that they had, they didn't acquire. Might have actually bitten themselves at the back by the end of the tournament.
Yeah, man. That definitely will stick. That will definitely stick for quite a while. I mean, it was a... Yeah, honestly, for me, it's a missed opportunity there. They should have just taken their chances, because if you cut it, for them to fall out of the top 4, it's very unlikely. But for them to catch number 1 at some point, there was still a chance. So if I were the Xavier, like my perception would be like, you know what? Let's just take our chances. Let's take a little bit of a risk, and who knows what come up. But yeah, that happened, and now we're at the stage where they have to really, really hope for Boom Esports to really watch it, and they have to do very, very well in order for them to have a chance. Now, they're given a second lifeline here. The circle's on top of these eights.
Yeah, this is definitely a massive chance, but at the very same time, I'm also looking at the charts yet again. Udo Alliance, this is one of the best maps that they play in the tournament. They're not getting the benefit of the circle, never mind that. But if they were to get about 10 points, that's an overtake against Xavier. Xavier's been very passive throughout day 3. This is not what I expect out of Xavier. So they need to still keep it within a good ratio of numbers in order to maintain that number 2 spot, because once you move to number 3, that's a few $1,000s that you lose right there. Other than, you know, them still securing that slot. So if they care about the dollars, that's what they gotta do.
Okay, I'll take that into the equation as well. I'll take that into the equation, yeah. And I guess maybe they're like, okay, we're just happy with number 2. Because, yeah, I mean, that could be a different thought process, right? If is it wrong for them to think like that? Not really, it's a few $1,000s extras. Yeah, why not, right?
Yeah. Meanwhile, at the very same time, like looking back into the top 4 as well, TALON is also coming close to overtaking Udo Alliance as well. And throughout the course of today, I think TALON's looking fantastic. And as a matter of fact, every single round always coming out with crazy amount of damage output. Now, Alter Ego, Rise and Shine, they see a really good spot for them to hold out as they slowly cut through the north. There's going to be a lot of great vantage points that they can overlook later on if they can move a little bit further forward, play that hill to take a look at Monte Evo. Then perhaps Alter Ego can be in a really good shape in this competition.
Yeah, Alter Ego points-wise, of course, only 3 points difference than BTR. Now it's all about making the right decisions, and like what you said, getting into positions that will bring them the advantage. And for Alter Ego, you know what? I just want to point out that Alter Ego started this grand finals with the maximum points, 30 points, being champions. But they slowly slid down, and now instead of talk about them going for the championship, it's all about survivability to move on to the stage of this tournament, which is the PMWC. I mean, it's a big turn of events for Alter Ego, and I think this is what the fans would not be expecting coming to the grand final.
It's definitely a wake-up call for Alter Ego as well, looking at how they've done so far in the group stage. There are so many rounds that they have definitely looked to be in their prime form, but they didn't really translate that here in the grand finals, unfortunately. As we take a look at the shift, this is going to the way of BIGETRON Red Aliens. Oh my, this is going to be one heck of a game. Speaking of which, one member of Alter Ego is down. Boychill just got into this game. He just got subbed in. It's an early exit.
And wasn't able to get into much action before he went out to snake for RQ. Like what you said, it's all for themselves now. Even for RQ, they want to have that chance to get into the top 5 at least. They will do anything it takes, even though it's taking down their own countrymen from Alter.
Even if it's taking out your own vehicle, right, it seems. Alva now being pepper sprayed to this lobby is gonna ensure that he stays put. Question is, how long can Alva withhold all this damage? If it's not from lobby, it's gonna be from the top side of the hill where we saw RQ firmly planted. Lobby says, okay, I'll deal with you a little bit later on because I gotta make sure that I get in a safer position. And somehow, they still got a long way to go. These two teams, they're kind of stuck in a really tough predicament because they got to move a lot further away. I'm not sure where the circle's shifting away to, but very likely closer to Picado than you may see.
Yeah, didn't really get a good glance, but it's somewhere on the outskirts of there. Now, pretty much in the open, no real city, so we're going to probably have an open fight towards the end of this round. But that also means that these teams are trying to carry the circle. Now, smoked up vehicle for Alter Ego. XERXIA almost had it. And if they manage to pull out that vehicle, that would definitely bring cheers to the home crowd. Knocked down, but not out just yet. They have a good amount of covers. So they should reset in time, unless XERXIA has something to say about that.
Rosemary has really got to find the angles right against XERXIA because they're approaching onto this attack. They know very well that they can completely zone off the rest of Alter Ego as they move into the farmhouse. Names over on the top end. Don't forget about that. Rosemary strikes them down. 2 members out. And Alter Ego rejoice. This could be it, Rosemary. The hero of Alter Ego.
Clutch by Rosemary. This is the Rosemary. The fans of Alter Ego love and miss. Where were you, Rosemary? Hopefully you shoot them back up to the top 5.
That was insane. That was not supposed to happen for XERXIA. The moment I mentioned Rosemary's gonna be the one holding down the line, and you could trust damn well he's gonna do it. And now, the next problem arrives. RRQ will try to negate any movement from the side of Alter Ego. But look who's here, the Savior, also wrapping things around. 3 teams on this sector. And they gotta make a quick decision there because it's gonna book it with only 1 vehicle left. And they have to take this fight. Vehicle shredded out. Rosemary and Alva survives the telltale. But what can Shadow do? Big Nate dropping in.
Here we go. David, look at the threat margin on this high ground. Nowhere for Alter Ego to go. Tucked between 2 members of Team Saber. Shadow moves in, and Alter Ego eliminated at number 15 with 4 major points. Only 4 points collected out of this round. And this gives hope for 3 Thai teams to be in the tie.
They're definitely in the race right now. And KT, they're also hoping to negate Boom. This could be the biggest difference maker in this tournament. DX is starting to get warmed up with those 3 points that they've acquired. If Boom gets another bad game, DX, they fancy themselves that golden opportunity, that last hope. Mr. Joe on the forefront of the attack. Spider-10 looking for the wings as well. We see Dep getting some pickoffs against Mr. Joe. So 7-9 is kind of helping out the Indonesian side to open some space. So Boom, they can slowly pick this fight up if they want to.
Oh, the Infinity. Not like this. Logan on his team. And then they send across. And the Infinity, they seem to be falling apart. Gen Force knocking down Jimmy. And the Infinity gets a second lifeline. Thanks, Force. Leon comes in as well. They got the upper circle. The Infinity good time and space to reset. And now the Infinity surrounded by so many.
And there's still BTR overlooking the hill. Whoever cuts across through those fights will still need to find themselves in a tough area of play. Meanwhile, NKT now push into the warehouse as the rest of PUBG Esports is playing from the outskirts. Spider-10, he couldn't really find the angles. Everybody's locked and loaded, and he will shred through. My word, Spider-10 with some swift moves. And Boom Esports is only down to 1.
Oh man, okay, alright.
None
now. Boom Esports goes out without any elimination. This is the second chance for these area. Let's see how take advantage of this opportunity. Same goes for Yudo Alliance as well. And we able to come out of this. Senior will be knocked down by Gen Force again. Gen Force really letting go of Yudo Alliance.
Set 9 going on a dominating streak while IQOO is trying to put every single thing on the line, but Yudo Alliance is slowly getting weirded down at the same time. It's going to be an Infinity. They survived to tell the tale. They managed to strike a few more down. Yudo Alliance down and out, both position. Gaptuni getting sprayed from where exactly he does not know, but he's trying to survive, but Satar will not let him through.
With that, Yudo Alliance is out. That's Xavier. Let's see what's our opportunity to be able to grab. Circle time, gentlemen, moves towards the northern side. RRQ within the circle. RRQ in pursuit at the top as well. BTR need to hold on to the top 5, but they are very on the outside circle towards the left side, especially with Vampire Esports.
They're trying to settle the scores here. What they need is elimination points, and they're hoping to get it. But Gen Force, he got knocked in the most important moment. But that sets up a nade. This is coming from Tiger. Oh boy, the last stand. And Tiger looking to clutch it up. Satar so seemingly looking for the final member of Infinity, but he could not get much. 2 members left for the side of BTR. This race in the middle of the pack is absolutely wild.
And it's insane, I must say. And now BTR, they have the positioning advantage thanks to Satar as well. They'll be able to lock out the Infinity, the final member of it. FaZe Clan still nowhere to be found. Empire Esports, they're having a really hard time at this moment. How are they going to overcome? They keep resetting, but there's no entry point for Empire Esports.
That's the final nade. That seals the deal. Infinity is already out. Vampire Esports now stuck right underneath all these other teams, like you said. There's still PIGMY Esports here battling with the rest of Team Flash. Vampire, they went on a huge reset. They don't want to be in the take of that commotion. Looking for a better surrounding eventually. As BTR somehow managed to get themselves unscathed. I say that, but Lapar's already outside of the play zone, unsavable at the moment. VPE, they're all right underneath him. This is a good chance for BTR.
Oh, BTR, look at this. More points to be collected, potentially. Oh! What a nice shot on the Gen Force. Vampire Esports will not win the fight. And now sometimes the only number 6 for BTR. They're still active. Oh, will not make it easy for Vampire Esports. With the positioning edge, he could still take out the members of Vampire Esports, but it's Vampire we're talking about. Just give them 1 second opening to peak. Satak will be punished. One they send across onto Vampire Esports, but not able to get the knockdown. Now Tony K is going to come in. Satak from behind. This will be the moment that Vampire Esports overcame the odds against BTR.
What a bounce back from Vampire Esports! In such an unlikely position for them to even survive. Somehow they bested the ones on top of the hill, BTR. They're overzealous. They wanted to take them out. But it has really bitten them in the back instead. Now you see VPE. They leapfrog with 7 total frags. Poised for them to lock in the final slot to react. It might just be the case, but there's still one more game to go. The battle continues here with only 7 more teams remain.
Contra. After all that action, Vampire did not lose a single member. That is how mind-blowing their performance is. This is the home run buffer talking about for Vampire Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Now the circle shifted away. FaZe Clan is up into the circle. Vampire Esports not have it. The next challenge now is to clear off their sides before they move in.
PIGMY Esports hoping to infiltrate the slum territories of Team Flash. Taking each slides as they are lobbing a perfect nade towards Spillbot. One member down. This is looking to be an even fight for the side of Team Flash. Just cutting the corners and almost pulling one more out. Impeccable nades coming in from the side of Team Flash. Slowly denying the advancement from the side of PIGMY. They get weirded down and more nades fly in. PEA ensuring some of these ruckus happening true. They might chime in later on. But right now, focus is onto Gosu. What can they do about this? And here arrives the Vampires!
And let's not forget about PEA as around the northern side. Vampire Esports, they want more points. Look at this as an opportunity for them to gain them, to solidify themselves in the top 5 at least. Vampire Esports so far with 7 elimination points. They send one player out into the circle marker in case they need to migrate in. PEA sending 2 as well, while monitoring the situation from the outside.
Such a gridlock situation. The moment that Team Flash steps out, PEA is waiting in the wings. And remember this, Vampires, they're also watching from the south. It's not gonna end well for either teams, but they might as well make do with this situation. Great jump shot coming from the side of Gosu, but he's not gonna find it just yet. So many smokes, so many deflates, and yet again, they can't get out of this.
Here we go, the blue will be on top of them, so the fight has to end right now. Gosu will be taken out by Vampire Esports. Big now, 2 ways gonna go. Batman comes in from the other side, and Batman will be taken over from the out the window with the DBS. Vampire Esports. Somehow they win this, but now they need to take out the blue at the same time while fighting against PIGMY.
Somehow, surviving to tell the kill. It's been a long, drawn-out fight for the rest of PIGMY Esports, and immediately they take the fight towards the rest of Vampire Esports, flushing them by. Vampires, they're holding down the line as they understand these 2 squads will have to march towards their way, but this is a very dangerous tip. Any form of nades dropped in could be proven to be lethal. Vampire Esports sees the split going on and manages to find one pickoff. Jabrenki finds XERXIA instead, and Stone makes good use of that opportunity, stealing the points away from PEA.
No! Not this. Vampire Esports still got it, but FaZe Clan they stole away at least 1 elimination point. Okay, Vampire Esports still got 9 of them so far. Vampire Esports is stopping them at this moment. The next challenge is going to be RRQ. RRQ right on the sides. Now Tony K spots them out. Tony K sprays, but because of how the rain is, it's not easy for Tony K to land the shot. But wait a second. Nope, behind Tony.
He's just by the corner. He's sleeping in B. Is he going to clean it?
No.
Vampire Esports, that's another 3-point out there. Make it 10 if they will. Oh boy. Keto, he's trying to make a dash for it. It will be the play zone that claims it. Well, now that they notice it, it's like, okay, let's get some free stocks. Not too shabby. They can tank the damage instead. And they got a free wheel. So that's good.
I've only they scored that 1 extra point, but it's okay like what you said. Free stock, that's fine. But now they need to prepare themselves for the next fight. They do not the circle. 4 seconds before the zone starts to close again. Vampire Esports. The living dead of Marama.
My. What a fight it has been. Vampire Esports now need to make their way into the circle as well. And look at that, D-Saber is still within the game. This is definitely going to be a tough scenario. And look at how the points has been for the other 3 teams. They're definitely looking to go in guns blazing in this final few battle. Big nades coming from the side of FaZe Clan, trying to deny the rest of Vampire Esports. Is we're going to be seeing whether or not can VP overcome this. Finds Mela, and it's going to be 1-for-1.
Here we go. Oh, looks like a trip between the two of them, but then again, FaZe Clan. Only 2 active players left. Forward! Nailed out by Stone! FaZe Clan, only 1 active number left. This is Clan for Vampire Esports. He's the rest of the round without truck, but that's okay. Vampire Esports charging in on the FaZe Clan.
Vampire Esports found that opening, and now it's really down to 9 Noise, but DX, they're also moving in the way. Vampire Esports, they get hauled through as they could not go in for the full push. 9 Noise scouted out by DX as they bring the fight into a point-blank angle. That's Keratin talking about the corners of the flank. Spotted out by Tony K as well. 2 members down from the side of VP. They have to force themselves to hold back for now. It's really down to Tony K at the moment. The Savior, they're taking their golden opportunity, denying any advancement for Vampire Esports.
Oh man, now it's only down to Tony K, surrounded by RRQ and D-Savior. Acceptance of Tony K. That could be the end for Tony K. No, not yet. Gotta have an idea. Tony K is that. D-Savior. It's time for them to get into action as well. Tony K, 10% of health. Still somehow survives.
Let's see if he can still clutch it as the rest of RQ is following suit. The entirety of the squad now cutting through the corner, but Hexus is definitely on the hunt for the final member of VPE. DX taking the south while the rest of RQ take it to the elevated angles instead. Tony K will be left alone, but there's still another nade in hand from Nate T. Not quite yet, but his back is returned against Nate T. He's got to find a way to turn this one around.
Here we go. Nate T. Does he know? I don't think he knows. I don't think they know that Tony K is behind the vehicle. Oh man, Tony K. What kind of invisibility is he using? Even RQ doesn't know that he's there.
And somehow, just like that, he sneaks past some of all these fights. And now Molotov's coming through. I think they got confused that there's just other members coming from Vampire Esports for DX to deal with, but instead it is RRQ. And he takes this time fully boosted up. He could potentially strike down those members from RRQ as well if he wants to. But they let them do that thing until the moment is right. But when exactly will that happen? RQ taking a very deep angle. As you can see, they're seizing majority of the map, only leaving the south to DX.
Now, we're coming into stage 9, when it's over close entirely. The one they're forced to move first is going to be RRQ, Tony K. They still have a little bit of space to play with, but the moment the Hexers move forward, you definitely see K. And by then, it's going to be a matter of who pulls the trigger first.
Savior playing like their lives depends on it. They understand this is that golden opportunity for the chicken dinner. Tony K hoping to pull into the top 5 with even more numbers. They've already got 10 elimination points so far. The first takedown onto the Pecco works in wonders for the Savior as Lambo opens up the fight. Now the rest of the Savior tries to reposition, and so much space has opened up for VPE as well. RRQ, they understand that they don't really have to force anything because they are taking majority of the center. The rest of DX, they eventually will need to slowly march in, and they have to be careful every step of the way. Here comes Tony K.
Tony K, no. Tony K got 2 RRQ! Tony K! Division there, more forward by Esports! And it's dead! Tony K! Eliminated here, and it is got 3 more points! By Esports! But still, D-Savior to finish up Tony K right after going. Those 3 points collected by Tony K could be crucial coming to the final round.
Tony K denies RRQ, and this win is much needed for this Savior to claim that chicken dinner. And at the same time, the Thai side, Vampire Esports, is hoping to claim that number 5 position to hit into the global rounds of the PMWC, and Stone is just getting started with the crowd.
Yeah, and you're thinking in moments, Stone opening a thing or two. Check out the amount of eliminations for PTZ. Not a big amount. So it's 6-8 eliminations. So it's 18 points for D Xavier. Now we gotta tabulate the scores to know how many points the Boom Esports got exactly as well.
Wow, what a game. What a performance. Talking about drama, this is what DX offers. The brink of the final game, they show up, and he is the MVP of the match. Huge damage to be done there, but it is Vampire Esports that have secured majority of the points in this match.
Vampire Esports, huge amount of eliminations, and let's include RRQ and me as well as the top 4 teams in this round. But then again, Vampire Esports aiming for number 5, RRQ doing the same as well. PIGMY pretty much the same, going for number 5. DZ, let's see how many points the Boom Esports get. Do they have a chance? Do they have a in the final round? Potentially overtake Boom, to potentially come up with the biggest drama ever, the biggest dramatic ending ever in the PML. Ladies and gentlemen, check out the highlights.
Lo and behold, ladies and gentlemen, this is Vampire Esports with 19 points acquired thanks to the heroics of Tony K. And this is a monumental win for D Xavier now with an 18-point chicken dinner to be acquired. Of course, with an addition of 11, RQ will close some of all these margins. PIGMY with another 8. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan is also stashing up points as well. But the drama is brewing all the way up to the very final game, Sir Cloud, as we do not know who will take the title by the end of the journey.
And also, after all that, BTR is actually not in the top 8 for this round's of match rankings. And let's be sure how many points. BTR only 1 point after all effort, after all that gatekeeping contra. This was devastating for BTR.
It definitely is. We thought that they would have gotten so much more. That fight with them as well as VP, they're supposed to actually get so much more points out of. And how many teams were also right down below? They got caught out very early, and they lost XERXIA even earlier against PIGMY Esports as well. So it wasn't a really good start heading into Miramar, and this is what we want to take a look at. Look at the margins. Boom might be number one, but it may not be for long.
Ooh, 15 points difference in Boom Esports and Xavier. Mathematically possible now between the two of them to swap for Judo Alliance. I don't think they'll be able to challenge for the number 5. It's just too far away. Man, I wish I had more time to look at the number 5 spot, but championship, a drama could still happen.
And that number 5 spot right now is acquired by VPE because of that staggering amount of points. In terms of a gap as well, they have created a huge margin because the last we saw, it was just about a tiny few points between them as well as BTR, right? And now they have to chase up with, what, 20 over elimination points into the final game. This is going to be a tough ask. Vampire Esports, they might lock in the final spot.
Ooh, 1,160 damage by Vampire Esports, followed by DZ 1901 and RQ 1670. And we do have BTR at 1542. So much damage by BTR. They make themselves top singers, but only one elimination out of all that effort. This is just showing that they did so much work, but no return.
It's just really saddening for the fans of BTR because this could have really been a round where they not only denied the advancement of Vampire Esports, but to solidify themselves. 13 elimination points. This is what adds that 23-point tally for the side of Vampires. And now there's a lot more work to be done. But yet again, with one good round of Miramar, you see how the tides can easily sway towards the favor of all these teams. DX, they clutch it at the final moment. Can they pull off another chicken dinner? Because this is going to be the golden chicken dinner, the final one throughout the course of the grand finals of the PMSL Southeast Asia. And this is not only DX that's hunting out for it. Every team within the top 10 is looking for this chicken dinner for that solid chance to move to React.
Oh man, Contra, we did ask Brahma, and we're getting it served to us in the final round. Yeah, this, oh man.
This is spicy. This is very spicy.
This is spicy. Okay, so just to put out a little bit more narrative to this story. These Xavier, they did it before during week 1 of the stage, whereby they needed a very good final round. And when we talk about very, it's like 20 plus points in the final round to score the ticket directly into Super Sunday. And they did just that in the final round. So they have the experience, they have the know-how, they know how to overcome this, especially mentally. So if that story has been told during the league stage, it could be told again in this grand finals.
It may be the case, and for Boom Esports, now they really got to wake up. It's been about 3 rounds in a row. It really feels like that they went out a little too soon. And now, what they really have to do, even if they don't get the chicken dinner right here, they need to be safe. 4 elimination points up to 6 in order to create the gap once again. And at the same time, that also will require DX to also not advance more than 20 points. So that being said, I see my good friend from the Thai commentator port on the screen, and I am absolutely happy for him to be able to cast for his home crowd. Anyways, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. The final game will be served to our course in due time.
At this point, 15 points is the golden number for these Xavier. The last time they won a Southeast Asia Championship was in PMPL Southeast Asia. And they won it handsomely, beautifully, by remaining number 1 from the first game to the last game in a 3-day sprint. They have done it before. They can potentially do it again. Xavier, this could be their moment.
This this could be a very big moment for so many different teams as well to lock in that final spot. Their biggest opponent could possibly be anybody within the top 5 right now. Speaking of which, LaFlame and the rest of his boys of TALON Esports looking to be in the poised position. And here we have an Imperial World
ขอ
Vampire.
สอบถามนะครับว่าทีมเราจะมีการพัฒนาหรือปรับปรุงอะไรสำหรับเกมสุดท้ายเพื่อการันตีให้อยู่ในท็อป 5 และได้ไปเล่นในรายการ PMWC ไหมครับ
ก็เอาจริงก็ยังไม่ได้คิดครับเพราะว่ายังตื่นเต้นขนลุกไม่หายเลยก็หวังว่ายังเราสามารถที่จะซีเคียวพื้นที่แล้วก็โพซิชันเอาไว้ได้ครับจริงๆก็ทำให้เต็มที่ครับอะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้ครับในเกม PUBG Mobile ฝากเชียร์แวมไพร์ด้วยครับ
มีปัญหาหรืออะไรที่ทีมเราคิดว่าต้องแก้ในตอนนี้ไหมครับเพื่อจะได้การันตีท็อป 5
ปัญหาไว้ว่ากันครับตอนนี้ขอให้น้องเล่นให้เต็มที่ในเกมสุดท้ายที่กำลังจะถึงครับผมเพราะว่าเป้าหมายเราคือ PMWC ครับ
มีอะไรอยากจะฝากบอกแฟนๆคลับที่มาเชียร์วันนี้หรือว่าให้กำลังใจน้องๆในทีมไหมครับ
ก็ฝากบอกทุกคนนะครับขอบคุณที่เข้ามาเชียร์แล้วก็รับชมกันในวันนี้นะครับพวกเราจะทำเต็มที่แม้ว่าเกมสุดท้ายอะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้แต่เราเต็มที่ที่สุดแล้วเราจะไป PMWC ด้วยกันครับขอบคุณที่เชียร์ครับผม
ขอบคุณครับ
Great words by Sir Tanny. I agreed about time. I think the translator forgot to translate it to us. But anyway, yeah, great Sir Tanny. Very inspiring indeed. I feel very motivated words.
It almost felt like he didn't have to translate to feel the emotions on Sir Tanny. He was so relieved, he was so proud of his voice, he almost broke a tear right there. And speaking of which, seeing him like that broke a tear in my eye as well. Thankfully, the cam's not on me yet. And boy, oh boy, do we have ourselves a finals to be remembered. I don't think we've ever seen anything quite like this before for the longest of time. Back then, it was always about 2-3 horse races. Now, we're seeing about 7-way horse races throughout the course of the final day. And it's been super entertaining for what it's worth.
And I'm entertained by fans' reaction to Stone as well. I mean, look at this guy. He's so good looking, man. You cannot not, admire how he keeps himself, especially that amazing smile. Just gotta put it in there.
Yeah, he's an absolute gentleman. I had the pleasure to meet him in one of the tournaments back in the days. That was like 2019 or 2020, and how much he has grown to be the gentleman that he is. And still, right here playing professionally for so many years, his expertise as well as his knowledge of the game is definitely second to none. And now you see the chances of having him play in the global stages yet again. We're definitely looking forward to that. Meanwhile, of course, eyes on the prize for a majority of these squads who are prepared for the final duel, as 30 seconds are left on the clock right now to see who will be the very best in PUBG Mobile Esports Southeast Asia. Could it be Boom Esports, or could it be the savior that will steal the limelight away in this golden hour? And the final 5 spot will be claimed, as well as the trophy, to see who will be the champions of PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia. Here we go to the final round of Miramar. It's match 18 out of 18, as we'll have a perfect flight path coming from El Pozo moving into truck stop territory. Plenty of spaces for them to be able to get to required drop zones, but this is where our eyes will be on Boom Esports, The Savior, Vampire Esports, BIGETRON Red Aliens, and many, many more names to acquire that slot to the PMWC. Here we go. Savior, hot off of that win, moves into El Pozo. Meanwhile, BT are not too far of a distance, as they've always been around the power grid sector. That round itself, the Savior have finally found their rhythm, finally found what they needed, a chicken dinner to close the gap against Boom Esports. Now it's about Boom needing to find their way back into negating tragedy from falling soon. And this is where we're at, ladies and gentlemen. 18 out of 18. It's been a tremendous journey for all that has been on board. And the circle will be from across water treatment all the way down to Minas Generalis.
The Boom Esports somewhat has the first circle because they drop in Impala. They're by the edge of this first circle, but DZavier is not that far away as well. So I would say based on positioning or the initial drop, it's pretty 50-50 between the two of them. And now it's up to the teams, like how do they navigate around this circle. And this kind of circle, we have seen it multiple times throughout the league stage, throughout the grand finals, and especially the league stage. It is all they have learned that will be put onto this final game to see if DZavier can make one of the biggest comebacks in PUBG Mobile esports history.
On top of that, the teams that are hungry for the spot against Vampire Esports, who have managed to overtake BIGETRON Red Aliens, they require massive amount of takedowns as well as a chicken dinner as well to close it off. So it could only be one team to, of course, walk away with a chicken dinner. Boom, hoping to get any points required. DX, they needed themselves one. BTR, Alter Ego, Infinity, they see themselves a chance. As much as it is a slim chance, it's a chance nonetheless. So this is definitely going to be a dramatic run. We'll keep our eyes onto these set names, including RRQ and FaZe Clan.
Yeah, I will probably give it until FaZe Clan as well at this point. For PIGMY, it's a little bit too far-fetched, but probably FaZe Clan. 19 points away from Vampire. Obviously, they not only have to hope that Vampire drops the ball, but also BTR, Alter Ego, Infinity, RRQ. That's a whole long list there. It's a little bit thin, but if they all drop the ball, then FaZe Clan might have that slight chance to slide into the top 5.
Yeah, and also there's also a very different narrative that I really want to bring up, where in the case if BTR, Alter Ego, and anywhere from that position onwards gets a big win, and what are the chances here if Vampire overtakes TALON? TALON could also be at risk right now. I mean, technically there is a gap. I think that TALON might be safe, but if Vampire Esports just inch in a little bit closer, there is going to be a little bit of a gap created. But we're talking about 30 points for BTR if that's the case, as well as Alter Ego. Good rounds can come by, but massive good rounds, I'm not entirely sure. So I think that we'll still focus a little bit more on Boom DX as well as the rest of the squads in between.
Yeah, I think you put up a good point. Vampire and TALON, 14 points different. Vampire scores a chicken dinner with a decent amount of eliminations, and TALON goes out early, maybe with just a couple of points, then maybe they will be able to push out TALON. And it's not only about the prize money, but it's also about the direct slot between number 4 and number 5.
Yeah, true enough, because whoever goes into the number 5 slot, they'll move into survival stage, which means that's going to be another hefty rounds to be played out. You don't really want to be in that position. You want that direct slot, just like what TALON's hoping to secure. And this is definitely the round where everyone has to show up, including XERXIA. We've seen them showing up heading into these final few days of the run. And these couple rounds, I think XERXIA definitely have impressed us. They were the ones in charge of suppressing Alter Ego, and at the same time, Alter Ego fought back Rosemary with his heroics. Still makes it very competitive between them as well as BTR.
I might want to put out like a side narrative, right? Like XERXIA, 21 points between them and Sem9. And if they want to give that something to the home fans, it's not to be at number 16. Small odds, but they have to come up with like a chicken dinner with a good amount of eliminations to be able to do that. So, yeah. I mean, that
would be wow. That's very wow.
Yeah, and they had to come out like in the last game, right? So, I mean, if they could come up with that sort of performance in the last game, they could have done that like way earlier. So, yeah, I guess I'll put that as like a really, really like
on the side
wow.
note, right?
Yeah, like on the side note sort of thing. Yeah.
Interesting take. I love it. And that would mean that the Malaysians definitely looking not to be dead last if that's going to be the case. But with the form of representation that we do have, if things are locked in as it is currently being shown displayed on the screen, with Boom, DX, Utilines, Talon, VPE, we have a really good representation from across Southeast Asia, with of course an extra representative of Indonesia, which they could very well take pride of. And even despite that, if they were to knock Vampire Esports, there's just going to be a lot more Indonesian teams there ready to take out the world. Like, Indonesian talents definitely are something else on a different set of league locally.
I agree with that. I mean, it's proven by the fact that the past 2 seasons they have dominated the championship. And even Sunscreen mentioned that he's really happy with the Indonesian performances overall. And of course, for him being an Indonesian fan, the ideal situation is to have all the Indonesian teams moving to PMWC. But I guess mathematically right now, it is not possible for us to have all of them. But there will still be a good amount of them. There could potentially be up to 3 Indonesian teams to move on. And 3 out of 5, that's like more than half of the slot potentially fall into the hands of the Indonesians.
Yeah, they definitely do take pride in their performance, as well as their tenacity, their discipline, all being displayed through the grand stages. And on the global stage, they have been renowned to be one of the best as well for so many years. So it's really down to all these teams to really tell their side of the story, especially now with Boom already claiming the top spot. They are definitely set for the group stage no matter what happens. It's really about the trophy right now, whether they keep it back at home, whether it's Jakarta or anywhere else in Indonesia, they want it to remain right there. Deceiver, they've been starved out for a couple seasons already. They've previously won titles before, but it's been a long shot ever since then. Oh, it seems like a little bit of hiccup coming for NKT as we take a look at the shift of the circle, moving closer and closer to the truck stop, as well as areas like Minas Gerais, if I'm not mistaken. And this is a replay of the pickoff that comes in from No Mercy. Important one for RRQ.
And slight affecting the side quest of XERXIA. So, unfortunately, they'll be playing the rounds of the round. 3 players. Okay, we got one of the big boys here. Xavier on screen. Getting to the circle, unchallenged by Team Flash. Team Flash not interested in taking fights. Moving themselves to the area where water treatment is at. But if they're not interested in taking fights, they might be forced into one because RQ is in the area. And
indeed.
I just need to point out as well that, okay, since we have this Rising Star voting here, Lamborghini, Yuhai, Rosemary, Tony K, and based on the votes, well, big numbers there, big numbers. But
definitely a lot of fans for Yuhai, that's for sure.
But I'm surprised though, Rosemary, 30 votes? Okay.
They could do better.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, Rosemary is not a rising star. He's already a star, no?
Well, if you would put it that way, is it the same for all of them?
True enough. Meanwhile, we're glad to see names like Lambo up there as well for Vietnam. Meanwhile, a flip! In the likeliest of time, somehow Zuxing ran out of bullets. He's trying to switch it up, but he's being ambushed from another corner as well. Lapar ready to trade them on. NKT looking to shred BTR to pieces. This is not looking good at all for BTR.
Oh no, if BTR goes out, that is it. That is the end of the season. BTR 1 player 11, that's going to be Satar. He's together with his teammate Gen Force, but he has to clear out Sem9. Sem9 is coming towards him, and not only Sem9. Multiple teams around this area. That with the one last stick of help will finish off Satar. And BTR officially eliminated. And the season ends. BTR, see you again next season.
Such a heartbreaking way to end their final run. A little anticlimactic, but that is the nature of the tournament when you're not well prepared from the get-go. Who would have expected by the end of stage 1 that teams will immediately go in for some hefty strikes? And BTR they weren't ready to take them on. Unfortunately, they crash out, but we thank them for all that they've shown us throughout the group stages, throughout the finals. They've been always an impressive team from Indonesia. As we carry forward, DX versus Alter Ego could be a big potential here through the hills. And these two are controlling the circle.
And Contra, I think while the PTR thing happened, Xavier, they lost one player. Shadows have been eliminated. This gives a bit more hope for Boom Esports to stay away from Xavier.
That might just be the case. Meanwhile, Boom, they do have a few players right down over the south side. At the last I checked, there's also TALON. They got to be very careful about this because their own brothers from Indonesia might actually strike them down too. So I won't say that they're in the clear just yet, but things definitely look a little bit better for Boom.
Oh man, so many moving parts here, Contra. So many moving parts. There are so many theories to what might happen. It's going to be a dramatic ending indeed. I mean, I kind of feel for Xavier right now. 3 players to score at least a chicken dinner and 5 points at this moment. It's still doable though, so I think if I were Xavier, it's not the time to give up yet.
Definitely not in their books at all. Meanwhile, we're also taking a glimpse out of NKT. Suddenly they're showing up on the radar so much more now, taking on to Sem9. They were in close proximity early on as they take on BTR. Sem9 was also in the way. Meanwhile, possibilities of Alter Ego, Infinity, as well as RRQ. Not forgetting FaZe Clan. One massive win might still knock out Vampire Esports. Vampire Esports have not found anything so far. As of the moment, it doesn't seem like we'd see them anywhere around the map. But here comes Team Flash, taking on the rest of RRQ.
Here we go from the outer side, Team Flash firing onto RRQ. RRQ, they do have the circle advantage. So the worry is bigger towards Team Flash. But of course the stakes are higher for RRQ, since they do have a chance to be in the top 5 at least. Manage to slide into the circle, that's okay. But they need to be prepared to defend against a team that may come from the outer side.
We're definitely hoping to get a better surrounding to hold on. RQ has definitely had an interesting setup. They're taking split formations across the highway, hoping that teams who cut across will fall prey into the trap that they set up. FaZe Clan has played through the water tanks instead. Hexus now spots out Batman in broad daylight. A little bit easier to see the man in cloak, but it's gonna be a double coming from RQ. They're definitely striking it hot as the rest of Team Flash. They're on the brink of it. They may have just got themselves into a tough corner. Another big name comes in. Oh, Hexa's doing wonders for RRQ. And that's a way for the Indonesians to start it. RRQ now can quickly restock and reposition, but they gotta be careful about Infinity. That's also just by the corner of the circle.
While the circle is shifted, I want to point out as well that these Xavier still has the circle. Boom Esports do not have the circle. They have to fight their way through. There was another team close by with Boom Esports. Now, you can look at it as a half full or half empty cup. And Boom Esports could look at this as an opportunity to gain elimination points to stay away further from Xavier.
While they do that, PIGMY Esports strikes all the way from the back. The moment that RRQ moves, they got stuck right in between the crosshairs, and Achul just makes them pay with their lives. They got nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. This is that blunder. The timing is off. RRQ, they shred apart the next team to bow out. Two Indonesian side sent off the lobby in the most crucial game, and that leaves only a few more names on the block in contention for the ticket to Riyadh.
Alter Ego, Infinity, FaZe Clan, potentially PIGMY if they can score big. Vampire Esports still not budging yet. Not losing any members, not gaining any points. TALON will be also looking over their shoulder. That Vampire Esports, no movement from them yet in the elimination feed. Both teams sweating. And also Boom Esports. We have not seen them yet in action, but if honestly, if I were Boom Esports, my goal this round is just to stay away from all fights, every single fight possible.
They
And
just have to make it all the way to the top 8. That's all they have to do.
exactly.
As you were saying, there's a lot more at stake for Boom right now. Meanwhile, another fight erupts on the outskirts as we see FaZe Clan taking on the rest of NKT.
Now, Yudo Alliance, taken out by Yoru. Adilu takes out Misery. Talon, now they're in trouble. Let's not forget, like the narrative you mentioned, Talon potentially could be overtaken by Vampire Esports. They cannot afford to lose this fight against Yudo Alliance or they'll put themselves in jeopardy. Looks like the players, did they fall on this cliff? Okay, look at the elimination team right now. Talon fighting back against Yudo Alliance, but GVOP fights back as well. Gets a knockdown onto one member of Yudo, onto Talon. Yoru is the one that's currently crawling and shouldn't be able to survive this.
There's also shots being fired, and it's gonna be Boom! They claim their first point. They add 1 to the tally. That's important, as that supplements Boom Esports for their title hopes to defend it. Yoru moves down, but immediately spotted out as well. This has been a long ordeal of an exchange between Yudo Alliance as well as Talon Esports, but Boom, now they secured 2. How much more points do they have to really reap the savior? They're not really getting much at all, as we have Jimmy OP. An eye for an eye. They managed to squash one member out on the side of Talon Esports, but the circle's moving way far off, and boom, they don't have the circle again. Spotted out by Jimmy too. It's not looking all too good, but at least they claim a few.
Man, now Boom Esports, they have Yudo Alliance to deal with. Jimmy! Nice time to knock down Razy. Okay, that's 1. Boom Esports, 3 more plays to go, but then again, Razy can still be picked up. Talon is out with 2 elimination points. Vampire Esports will be looking at this as an opportunity to potentially overtake Talon.
You can just look at the crowd, their eyes filled with intensity, understanding that this is going to be the round that makes or breaks the chances of Vampire Esports as the home favorites. Infinity looking to race up against the rest of PIGMY Esports as they finally go up against each other. Big Nate's now tossed right in. A huge wide-angle take coming from the side of PIGMY Esports, hoping to take them on from all different sides. Billbot on wheels. He hopes to find an opening here. Logan defending it with his dear life. Not allowing PIGMY to go any further from here, as they're just by the rim of the circle. He is looking to diversify their position and look to eventually pick up in another form. Wow, what an 8 from Billbot.
The stakes are definitely higher for the Infinity right now. If they get eliminated by PIGMY, now PIGMY, they're going to rush in. Turn EK is the one down. His teammates are nowhere to be found. No time for him to be picked up. The rest of PIGMY, they're going to rush in onto the Infinity. Cartoony will be the next one to go down. The Infinity, 2 more to go, and the Infinity, ladies and gentlemen, have been eliminated. Unfortunately, they will not see the ticket to Riyadh.
They came so close and yet so far, but they will settle for that 9th position for now. PIGMY on this final round is on a rampage, and here goes Vomit on the ground as well. It's PEA that they're down with. And Jimmy goes down, adding 1 more for Boom. They're definitely picking whatever pieces that they can. Doesn't matter if they lose 1, but Vomit has been the one that scores. Oh my. Now with 3 members left, how much more can Boom acquire to be safe?
Xavier, they have to pick up the pace though. Boom Esports, one of the players knocked down. 3 points collected so far by Boom Esports. Now we're at 9 teams. 1 more team down and we'll start to collect placement points. Boom Esports now down to Yummy and Razy. Try to hold on as long as possible. While Xavier, we have not seen it collecting any points out of eliminations just yet. They need to come up with an action plan now. They cannot stay quiet like this.
And they're all the way down in the lower ground. There's nothing to be found from this position. They need to move up. That's where they will meet against Boom. They need to annihilate Boom, no matter the cost. But the fights are taking place. Kito goes in for the challenge again. That gives 1 more opening point for Boom as they're looking to hunt out the rest of PEA. They are given a little bit more of a stock with the care package dropped in for PEA. But that's not the time to loot up. Urs will find the member of PEA, gets a beautiful headshot towards Miss.
PUBG Esports do not have the circle,
This
but they
is
have the
it.
high ground against. Oh, this is it. This is the fight, ladies and gentlemen. This could be the fight that decides what happens this round. PUBG Esports Racing gets to knock down the Lamborghini and he will get the elimination point. Xavier still on the lower ground. PUBG Esports dominating with 5 eliminations. Xavier, 2 players left.
They cannot afford to drop, especially towards Boom. This is not the fight that they look to lose to, and it's Yummy. They shred them apart. One member left on the side of DX. This might just be over and done with for the title. Boom Esports with 6. And my, it did not turn out how DX expected it to. And it's due to their inability to acquire all these early eliminations.
Oh man, Xavier, that one player, I don't know how much he can get out of this round. I mean, they not only need to depend on placement points, but they also must bring in the elimination points as well. And Boom Esports, they could have just done enough. But of course, the fight's not over as long as there's still bodies on the battleground. You could still probably get something out of this, but the odds are against him. Parajin, look at this position on the lower ground, on the outside of blue. And the moment he steps up, maybe Boom Esports might eliminate him.
All eyes on Boom right now. Despite them playing by the corner, despite them being challenged, they are never the ones to back down from a fight. And speaking of a fight, we do have XERXIA versus Infinity Esports, as they have picked up severe amount of points. They got 10 eliminations, but it seems like they met their match in the form of XERXIA. McNate's now popped in. Achill's gonna be down. The only 2 members be at the moment. Bilbo. He lobbed the nade in exchange. Billbot tossing another one as well, but he's being cornered up. There's nowhere to hide. Lobby's gonna be burnt down. But the rest of XERXIA, they might have actually done just about enough to deny PIGMY from moving anywhere further in this tournament. But it's been 10 massive points. Here comes Parajin. He knows he needs to strike down Boom, but he's sliding down as well. 2v1. Trying through the spokes as he slides. M249, not enough. Boom! They're hunting out, and that will be it. Boom! Indefinitely defends their title as your champions of the PMSL.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the drama is not open. We still have Alter Ego, Vampire Esports in the game with full squad. We'll focus on to the next section right now. It's going to be Team Z, the last member of PIGMY. He managed to score 10 elimination points so far. The Molly did not land on the Team Z. Team Z looking at clutching this moment. It's going to be a big flex if we're able to do that against XERXIA, the home team. XERXIA comes in, Mega Mind knocked down, 1 more to go.
What a swing coming from the side of MZ. Now 1 versus 1 against Lobby. He can't go in for the revive. He doesn't really have to force it. But he's really looking to secure it. I mean, there's nothing to lose. They're dead last if they don't. And it's going to MZ!
Yo! Came out with a clutch against XERXIA. Now we move to Yame. Yame wins another 5. 8 elimination points right now for Boom Esports. Of course, nothing will be able to stop them, but if they're able to come up with the chicken dinner, that will be the cherry on top of the cake.
They're absolutely undeniable. That's a total of 9 elimination points by the end of that fight. And now, hunting out for Boy Chill. Boy Chill got subbed in. He didn't manage to play last round entirely so. Let's see if Boy Chill can deny Boom from getting more at the very least and give a little glimmer of hope for the side of Alter Ego at the very least. Big Nate's popped out a little wide as 2 fights are going through. Alter Ego having a member to deal with Jimmy. UDO Alliance should be down and out. Top 5, and that secures that ticket to Riyadh as well for UDO Alliance. Seb9 still playing in this match. Kenny has been spotted out as well. Damage being done towards the side of Yummy. Seb9 Brian will shut him down. But Alter Ego sees this as a chance to close in with the chicken dinner of their own.
Let's not forget about Alter Ego though. They need 70 points to overtake Vampire Esports. He must score this chicken dinner, but looks like it's looking thin for them. Alter Ego only has 1 active player at this moment. They have to reset, they have to revive. Alpha will be eliminated by Brian from Sem9. Alter Ego falling apart. They're losing grip against the ticket to overtake Vampire Esports.
Boom Esports have the crowd roaring for them. Dipsy somehow still survives all the way to the very tail end of it all after a hefty round of fights. And PIGMY Esports moving into the top 3. Could they have just about enough to dismantle the likes of Vampire Esports? Dipsy spots out Razy. Boom, relying on their own player. It's 1v1v1 for the chicken dinner.
And it's also an all-Indonesia finale, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see who will get the final chicken dinner in this season's PMSL. Razy on the outside circle. Pretty much all of them in a similar position. But now Dimsy spotted out by Razy. Tries to get Dimsy, not able to land a single shot. And Dimsy, ooh. Finally the one shot landed on Dimsy, cutting himself down to 50%.
A very interesting angle being held there coming in from the side of Razy. Now he's playing through the terrains. He might have actually lost vision on Hans for you, but he's definitely marching directly to the center of this play area. So he might get a better chance to getting Dimsy instead. But Hans, can he shut down Boom Esports? We'll have to see because he's getting up close and personal.
Ooh, look at this. Razy managed to relocate himself to the center of the circle. But that also means that he may need to manage 2 teams at the same time. Or more like 2 players. Hans for you. And has an idea that Razy is playing by the ledge. Tries to get a good angle. Tries to flank. Of course he's proning, he's crawling. He won't be able to make a sound. Razy could be caught off guard.
Razy, he's done so much for the squad so far. Boom Esports, they want to celebrate this on a high note. He's not even looking at the direction of Hans at all. I think he thought that it has already been cleared off of the sector, so he's really playing out to fight against Dimsy instead. Now he's finally at the right direction, but I don't think he's got any glimpse or a hunch of an idea at all of where Hans is at.
Right now he's looking at Hans. Okay, this could be an opportunity. But now we're at stage 9, ladies and gentlemen. Anything can happen at this moment. Stage 9. Who will be the first one to put the trigger? A nade is being cooked up on the right side, but did not land onto anyone. Now Razy's cooking his own nade as well, just trying his luck, but Hansway is nowhere close.
There's some movements as well coming from Hans, and this is another nade that he can prep. Maybe toss a little bit wide, I do believe. And there we go. The nade popped in, actually chips over onto Hans. Hans, he's got the move. It's been claimed. Razy, can he do it all for Boom Esports? This is his moment. His time to shine.
Here we go. Razy on the top of this hill. He does have the elevation advantage against Dimsy. 1v1. Razy shoots. Dimsy down to the arm. And Razy on to find and Dimsy will score the final chicken dinner. But then again, nothing will stop Boom Esports as the defending champions of PMSL Southeast Asia.
All hail the kings of Southeast Asia. Back-to-back victory, a successful defense, and you're talking about Franks. They're the ones who pull it off, leaving fans at the edge of the seat to claim another victorious bout. Lo and behold, as the Infinity region rise again once more.
Woo! What a journey has been for them. Rocky journey for Boom Esports.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, now champion are here and goes to
Boom! From Indonesia, back-to-back champion!
And for sure, all of them can bear the title once again to the Indonesia and with the Boom. Hey everyone, please congratulations with Boom!
They were the spring champion and now they are the summer champion. They are the back-to-back champions!
And let's rise the trophy!
Hey, The trophy is yours. What are you waiting for? Hoist that trophy up high.
1, 2, 3. Huh?
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Boom ขอเสียงปรบมือด้วยนะครับให้กับแชมเปี้ยนของเรา Boom ครับผม PMSL 2024 Champion the 2024 PMSL Champions
และแน่นอน
Congratulations well done great job great job congratulations we still got an interview for you
Boom, boom, boom! Boom, boom, boom! Boom, boom, boom! Boom, boom, boom! Hold on. Oh, boom, boom, boom! Hold on. Okay, so congratulations, Miss Boom, once again. And today I would like to an interview with our champion once again from the Boom from Indonesia. All right. So congratulations and to get back to back for the PMSL champion. How do you feel now?
Oke, Yami, menjadi back to back PMSL Champion, apakah perasaan yang dialami sekarang?
Yang pertama senang, terus yang kedua kayak sedih lah, kayak apa ya, perjalanan kita nggak mulus, banyak yang kita laluin tuh susah, struggle, tapi alhamdulillah karena kita bersyukur, terus kita ngelakuinnya dengan sepenuh hati, jadi kita dapat hasilnya.
Okay, first of all, I feel very happy because we winning the title for back-to-back champion. And then, we managed to overcome our struggle. We faced a lot of struggle during the league. We maintain our performance, we maintain our mental, and yeah, we managed to lift the trophy once again.
Okay.
How does it feel to be back-to-back champions? And this year, your team had such great success because you get to go on to a global event such as PMGO, PMWC. So how does it feel to be back-to-back champions? And what difference did you make this year in order to go to such a big global event?
Oke, Frenzy, tahun ini kalian ngikutin banyak sangat turnamen-turnamen global seperti PMGO dan sekarang kalian bakal berangkat ke PMWC. Perasaan kamu nggak pernah absen lah, intinya sering ikut turnamen-turnamen global. Perasaan kamu apa sekarang?
Perasaannya pasti bangga dengan tim saya yang sekarang. Yang pasti saya sangat senang lah berada di tim ini. Pokoknya saya sangat senang.
Okay, first of all, I want to praise my teammate. I'm proud with my teammate because we managed to lift the trophy, and then we about to go to Riyadh because of PMWC. And yes, I would love to thanks to them to become a great teammate. That's all.
All right, so and then we go for the last question, right? You guys are also representing from the Indonesia, right? In PMWC, anything you want to say to your family, your team, your member, and all your support here?
Oke, sekarang sedikit kata-kata buat fans-fans yang datang dari jauh dan juga fans-fans yang ada lagi menonton kalian di live stream sekarang.
Buat yang udah dukung Boom, terima kasih banyak udah dukung kita selama ini. Buat turnamen ke depannya, kita janji kita ngusahain semuanya yang terbaik.
To our fans that support us from the start, from the beginning until now, I would love to thanks to you guys for the support. Thank you so much from coming all the way from Indonesia, and we would do our best in PMWC, and I promise we're not gonna let you down.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for our champion, Boom! Thank you so much. And please do not go anywhere because next up is the award ceremony. We will announce the finals most valuable player, which is the FMVP, and the 5 team who will get to advance to go on to compete in the PMWC, including a group photo with our VVIPs. That's coming up next. So back to our casters, and we'll be back with the award ceremony in less than 10 minutes time. So once again, let's hear it for Boom!
Man, oh my, this. I wish we could give a standing ovation, but if I stand up, then you probably don't want to see what's. Yeah, never mind about it.
Don't stand. Don't stand.
I'll keep sitting down, right? But yeah, gotta give it to PMSL Esports. Like, these guys are just. Okay, we did talk about this, right? Like, we only have 3 PMSLs, and they have won 2 of them. Undisputed kings, like what you call them. Undisputed kings of Southeast Asia. No way anyone's going to overtake them this year.
Definitely so, and they have once again proven that they are the best in the region. I think that will stand tall to the test of time throughout the course of 2024. We're only halfway through, you know, like what else can Boom offer till the year end? Who knows? They might even live the PMWC title with such a performance. I'm just saying this could be a possibility with such a great showing coming from the boys.
I'm absolutely ecstatic to see these boys. I mean, it's not easy to remain that level of consistency, especially with this sort of stacked group. But Contra, I guess we're at the end of our show, so please take it away.
Thank you so much for joining us here. It's definitely been a pleasure to be casting all the matches together with XERXIA and of course Choo Choo. Unfortunately, she couldn't join us for tonight, but you got Contra here to cover things through. So once again, we appreciate you. We hope to see you in the next major tournament to come. So for now, enjoy the PMSL as we still got the rest of the show to run. So we wish you good evening and good night.
ครับอย่าเพิ่งไปไหนนะครับเพราะตอนนี้เป็นช่วงเวลาที่เราจะประกาศรางวัลแล้วซึ่งมีหลายหมวดหมู่มากเลยนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นอย่าไปไหนเลยครับ so now it's time to the award presentation and not just only the champion award but also the FMVP final most valuable player and not only that we'll get to see our champions up here again we also have many VVIPs who will present the award and of course we will have the teams that will advance to the PMWC. In total, 5 teams. So let's start with the 2024 PMSL SEA Summer Most Valuable Player Award, or the FMVP, Final Most Valuable Player Award, goes to Yummy May from Boom.
Congratulations and please welcome up on the stage.
And I would like to invite Mr. Andy Manugan, Country Manager Thailand Tencent, and Mr. Clement Hu, Business Development Director VSPOC, to present the FMVP to Yummy Me from Boom. 2024 PMSL SEA Summer Finals Most Valuable Player. Please welcome Andy and Clement. Andy Manugan, Country Manager Thailand Tencent, and Clement Hu, Business Development Director VSPOC. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you, Andy, and thank you, Clement. And congratulations to Yummy Me from Boo!
And for sure, the player from Boom is so incredible for today, and they have a flight and with amazing flight for today as well.
Wow. Okay. Congratulations to Yummy May, and thank you, Mr. Andy Manugan and Mr. Clement Hu. Thank you. All right, moving on.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we go to the Champion Award. Now it's time for the Champion Awards. Let's welcome Boom up on the stage to join us and receive that well-deserved with our Champion Award. Make some noise! And that's for sure today, Boom can get the back-to-back once again from the Indonesia, and very congratulations right here.
Wow, 2 times, right?
Yes. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please join me for welcoming John Zhang, Regional Publishing Lead Tencent, to present the champion prizes brought to our winning team up on the stage. Please welcome. Please welcome John Zhang, Regional Publishing Lead Tencent, to present the champion prize brought to our winning once again. Up on the stage, please welcome.
Very deserving a win.
Sure.
So the FMVP belongs to this team, and this team is now champions again.
Alright, now at this time to take a photo group. 1, 2, 3. And for sure, 1, 2, 3. And can we say hi once again and more power for the championship for us today, all right? 1, 2, 3, hey!
And please welcome Clement and Andy, and also to join the picture taken with Boom and Mr. John.
right, so thank you very much for all of you and congratulations once again. Alright, so everyone, now I would like to take for all of you to announce, and we are going to announce for the finalists for the PMWC.
There will be in total 5 teams advancing to the PMWC. So we would like a representative or the captain from each team to come on up. ตอนนี้นะครับเราจะมี 5 ทีมที่จะได้เข้ารอบไปในการแข่งขัน PMWC จะขอเรียนเชิญตัวแทนของทีมหรือกัปตันทีมนะครับขึ้นมาบนกลางเวทีครับ So the first team that will be advancing from PMSL to PMWC on a global stage. First, congratulations to Boom! XERXIA! IQOO Alliance! TALON Esports! And Vampire Esports! You are going global!
And let's welcome all the captain and all the team up on the stage.
Congratulations to Boom, XERXIA, IQOO Alliance, TALON Esports, and Vampire Esports. And please welcome Winky Wan, Southeast Asia PUBG Mobile Project Manager, Tencent, to present the award to them. Please welcome Winky. It's so great to see them go global from a big competition like this one, PMSL, and now even bigger on a global stage with the PMWC. W means world, so not only in Southeast Asia, but in the entire world. How about number one? Number one.
Okay, we go to the big group photo, and now I would like to please welcome Andy Manukin up on the stage. Please welcome. Please welcome Andy up on the stage. And next goes to the John Zhang. Please welcome. And for the last one, please welcome Clement Hui up on the stage to take a photo, a big photo once again.
So these are our VVIPs who have made this event possible, and these are the representative from Southeast Asia who's going to go global with the PUBG. And can we have number one, please? We are number one.
Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, now we go to the end of our event for today for the 2024 PMSL SEA Summer Final. And thank you very much for everyone to the huge success for today. And stay tuned and for more so exciting because we have the next event or the next tournament in the world of PUBG Mobile. And we look to the seeing for all of you once again and all you supporting us. And goodbye and congratulations.
พบกันใหม่ในโอกาสหน้านะครับสำหรับวันนี้ขอลาทุกท่านไปก่อนขอบคุณและสวัสดีครับ Have a safe trip home. See you in our next event.